Races is off and running on this Sunday afternoon with live racing from Aqueduct, where we'll have 3 graded stakes headlined by the Grade 1 Frizette, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Chocolate Gelato. She looks delectable as your morning line favorite, but the speedy, the great maybe for Cherie DeVoe will look to capture the Frizette as she is probably going to try to take them gate to wire. Also, the last day of racing at Churchill Downs is coming your way for this fall meet, as today's feature is a first level allowance race where She's Keen drops out of the Grade 1 Alabama as she is 1 for 1 at the 9 furlong distance for Rusty Arnold. As always, we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. And once again, we see some cloudy skies and some rain here at the Big A. So we are sloppy but on for the graded stakes on the turf, which is the Waya as well as the Pilgrim. Both of those graded stakes action, as we will take a look at the Frizette. First and foremost, as we heard, the Chocolate Gelato is your 9 to 5 morning line favorite. And a Raging Sea, she won't participate today, but American Rockette, she'll also look to get back on track after blowing the break in the Grade 1 Spin Away and Leave No Trace. She'll look to go 3 for 3 in her young career. As I welcome in my co-host, always a pleasure to be on set with the great Anthony Stabile.
What's happening, Mags?
You know, hanging out.
Yeah.
On a wet day.
It's a perfect day to be at the Big A. Little Belmont at the Big A action. I've spent many a rainy fall day here at Aqueduct, and we have some great racing this afternoon, highlighted, of course, by that Frizette. We'll see if Chocolate Gelato can make the step up in class from the maiden ranks to Grade 1 victory and punch her ticket to the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on November 4th down at Keeneland in Lexington, Kentucky. Here she is, getting the job done at second asking. This is a filly, Maggie. They had high hopes first time out. She was prohibitive favorite first time out. She really disappointed with a third place finish. See the filly who ran second in the opener today here at the Big A. But this was a big improvement from start 1 to start 2. And if she runs anything similar to this, the rest of these fillies might be running for second money in the Frizette this afternoon.
And her trainer, Hall of Famer Todd Fletcher, citing that the first race, maybe we could chalk it up to the fact that the track was so demanding and tiring that horses just seem to need a race to really show their best to get over it and have a chance. In that debut was the one who had experience, but she was very impressive here. And 2, she's a filly who, by practical joke, looks as though getting a little bit more ground, stretching from the 6 to 8 furlongs, isn't going to hurt her chances.
That ISO right there certainly looks like she'll be able to handle a little more growth. She's a nice, she might be the best looking daughter of Practical Joke we've seen so far.
I would agree with you.
She's a nice looking filly, and it looks like she looks like she has a little bit of an engine under the hood. So I don't think it's going to be an issue either. I think it's a great point you brought up about how that track up in Saratoga changed from the beginning of the meet till the end of the meet, and how some horses did need that race to try to get a little footing, and she obviously improved big time from start 1 to start 2.
Raindrops keep falling on the camera lens, but
yes,
as always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you sign up today with a Naira Bets account and use promo code MATCH200 to earn that $200 deposit match bonus. But as we welcome in the third member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Migliore. And Mig, is this Frizette all about Chocolate Gelato, or do you think a horse such as Leave No Trace, who is already a Grade 1 winner, could keep things rolling, and we'll see one of these fillies likely end up in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare, or excuse me, Fillies, Juvenile Fillies?
Is for real. I thought the spin away proved that she's fast enough to get her trip, put herself in position, and she stayed on nicely going 7 furlongs. So I don't see her having a lot of trouble getting the mile here, Maggie, but obviously weather is going to play a factor today. It is really coming down, a steady, drenching, cold kind of rain, and I'm sure the track is going to be a little bit different than any of these young ladies have ever had to handle in the past.
Meg, I just want to know if you're going fishing in the pond with that get up on between races.
I'm just doing the best I can to try to stay dry. I couldn't find my umbrella. I reached for the hat, although now I see an umbrella was just brought out to me. But you know what? Honestly, I think I'm going to leave the hat. I'm making a statement.
I like it. You're taking a page from my book. I, of course, forgot my hat today.
I don't know what that statement is, but he's certainly making a statement with that hat.
Well, making a statement leaving the gate last time out was American Rockette. Anthony, she leaves your screen, taking a right-hand turn.
The problem with this, Maggie, is obviously she wound up in Schuylerville. A. B. This is not the first time in 2 starts that she had trouble at the gate. She didn't walk out of the gate, but she was away slow first time out. She was able to overcome it. I think that's the big difference between the maiden ranks and Grade 1 competition. You're able to get away with things in those maiden races and the less experienced races and the cheaper races than you are in Grade 1s. She still raced really well after that break, but at some point those starts are going to catch up with you. It's already cost her graded stakes placing. You don't need it again. And I wonder, and Richie brought up this point, you know, she's felt an off-the-turf track. She's going to feel different footing under her feet today, the way this track is. I mean, this is a sloppy track today. See what happens? That filly on the screen has done nothing wrong. Perfect 2 for 2. Problem with her is she's ran the same race as a maiden that she did in the spin-away last time.
Right, no improvement. In fact, 1 buyer point less in that spin-away win than she did in that restricted maiden special weight win first time out in early Saratoga meet. But she does come in here with a very fast drill. 1 of 33 workouts on the Belmont training track, 58-3. That's very fast for over there. As you see, our lineup today presented by Claiborne Farm. And the Frizette, the Pilgrim also a win in your in, as we will also have the full card, races 1 through 10 from Churchill Downs, including that opener, which is leaving the paddock, as we'll see this as our first live race on America's Day at the Races. Anthony and I will jump into it on the other side of this break. Make sure you stay tuned here to the program.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Things kick off here with the first race from the last day of racing for this fall or September meet at Churchill Downs before they switch over to Keeneland, which will be the host of this year's Breeders' Cup. As always, if you want to play along, check out Equibase when you visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download those free Equibase PPs on all the races on today's show. Well, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend, Paul Laducas. We'll check in with him momentarily after this post-parade for this first race, which is a maiden 36.5 furlongs. And we're dealing with some 2-year-olds here, Anthony, as it looks as though 6-5 on Easy Big Boy, by far the most experienced of the field. But here is Tesaurus, as we saw him twice up at the spa.
Yeah, one's in a restricted maiden, the other in an open maiden. He did not fare well, and either drops in for a tag for the first time for a barn that has some success with the angle.
I got a special place in my heart for some lawbreds, as Easy Big Boy, he looks to be the controlling speed.
He gets a pair of blinkers. He also gets his 7th different rider in his 7th start, looking to get back on the boards for the first time since Churchill Downs back in July.
Ricardo Santana, as Edgar Morales will be aboard number 3. He's a good dancer, also blinkers on.
Blinkers go back on this son of Good Samaritan, who cuts back from a mile and a 16 2-turn try to a sprint for just a week ago.
Second time starter, the Big Beamster. This one going out for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, another one coming back in just a week as the meet wraps up. Broke from the inside, found himself in a little bit of an outside draw. Raced okay. 5 2-second choice warranted.
First time starter for Norm Cash, Wilderzar.
Doesn't run a lot of firsters. Work tab is kind of quiet. We'll see how he does at 11-1.
Only 17,000 for this one at the Fasig Tipton May sale. Vazzy says Nayet.
Barn has yet to win in 2 years with a horse debuting for a tag. Another horse, solid, not spectacular work tab.
Turn back, drop down in number 7, Giant Awakening.
Yeah, drops down. He also cuts back in distance. The only time this horse sprinted, he did not fare well. He beat just one home at Ellis Park in his debut in July.
Do note that Gabe Sias picks up the ride on Giant Awakening, so that he will be carrying 119 pounds instead of the 114 that he originally was supposed to have with Renee Diaz, who is out due to injury. And hopefully we'll see him back riding in about a month or so, according to his agent.
That kid can ride a little bit.
He can. As we'll check in with our man on the scene, and that is Paul Laduca. Paulie, what do you have cooking for us here in this opener?
We got a very confusing race, 6.5 furlongs of maiden claimers going 30,000 off a riveting day yesterday with Senior Buscador winning in and getting into the Breeders' Cup. Very hot, very, very happy for Todd Fincher, a trainer, a New Mexico / Arizona / trainer. And you know I like that kind of circuit, and he's a guy that brought his horses, there's a couple horses to Del Mar and out to the California circuit, and boom, now he's going to be in the Breeders' Cup. I think with a serious runner, and then obviously the thrilling stretch run of Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike that me and Richie Migliorio will get into a little bit later. But to the California horses getting the money here yesterday here at Churchill. But now we get to start here. Closing day, don't forget, $33,000 carryover in the Pick 6, the Derby Pick 6, that they have to give away. There are no scratches in the Pick 6, so very, very tough sequence. To get to race number 1, if you want to get into the Pick 5, the 2 Easy Big Boy, you look in the PPs, and you see Gulfport, you see Damon's Mound. This horse actually, in an 11-horse field, got to the front end against Damon's Mound and Confidence Gem. This horse has obviously got some speed, and then something went amiss. Obviously, when you see folded up in the comment lines, it's something you don't want to see. Then they tried the turf. I think Steve was thinking, okay, let's try the turf. Drop. Now the complete drop. Blinkers go on. I think Steve's going, listen, let's get this horse to the front end and finally clear from horses, and maybe he'll get courageous and just get the job done with the drop. Big Beamster was given the 4 in here, was given Francisco Arrieta, and congratulations to Francisco Arrieta. That was his first stakes win ever yesterday on Senior Buscador, and congratulations to him. This one for Steve Hartman looks like the other horse in here, but I do think the one, Tesaurus, is a sneak horse. Anthony mentioned Dallas Stewart is dangerous on this angle, and in a race that doesn't look very, very like there's a ton of talent in here. The 6 is right on the morning line, and a new face might be a way to go in this race.
That is number 6. Vassy says Nayet. I hope I'm saying that right. Nayet.
Niet.
Niet.
It's no in Russian.
Oh, so am I saying Vassy right? Or is
I would think so. I don't know who Vassy is. Vassy says Niet. That's no in Russian.
Clearly, I am very English.
Clearly, you have not brought up on your Rocky 4.
Oh, that's what it's from.
No, it's not. I mean, I don't know who Vassy is from Adam. I just know it's Niet.
Yes, sir. which scares me a little bit that you don't rush it anyway.
I know a lot of things, Maggie.
Like I said, sold cheaply at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, only $17,000 for this son of Bala Bali, and despite him being more of a turf horse, has actually hit more with his dirt sprinters, weirdly. And this one, although it was slow, maybe perceivably on time of 10-2, but that's actually a decent work down there. He wasn't asked too much, and he actually looks fairly quick. So I'm wondering if this guy does show a bit of early speed, does have quite a few gate breezes leading into this effort.
He's a square price in a race that features a favorite that has had a lot of chances of doing a lot of different things, and a second choice who wheels back off one race in 8 days.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you want to think outside the box in here, feel free. I would Cirrus at 10-1 would be where I landed, the number 1.
All right, he drops out of the race, won by instant coffee, as he did not get away that cleanly. That's been his problem throughout, as we'll see the 7 loaded Giant Awakening, and we'll throw it out to Travis Stone, who has the call of the opener from Churchill.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Easy Big Boy down inside, breaks out well and is looking for the lead as they cross over. Vassie Says Niet comes on to grab second. Big Beamster comes on between them. Big Beamster's now second, chasing Easy Big Boy down the backstretch run. Vassie Says Niet on the outside is racing third. He's a good dancer. Advancing toward the rail fourth. Giant Awakening comes away fifth. Wilder Czar's keyed up in behind. Fifth and 4 lengths off the lead. And Cirrus is the trailer. 4 furlongs to go, the opening quarter for Easy Big Boy. Easy enough, 23 and 1/5 seconds. The lead is a length and a half. He's a good dancer, comes on through to be second. Big Beamster's wide wow third. 2 lengths back, Wilder Czar's now fourth. Vassie Says Niet's tailed off into fifth. Cirrus down inside with Giant Awakening. Up top, Easy Big Boy heads for home. Off the turn in front. He's a good dancer, putting in a run, and Wilder Czar. Wilder Czar's coming down the center. 8th pole, Easy Big Boy's holding on a length and a half. Wilder Czar's taken over second. He's a good dancer is back to third. Easy Big Boy is still there, but desperate, but is first nonetheless. Easy Big Boy, hard fought win, tight second there. He's a good dancer, or Wilder Czar farther back, Big Beamster fourth.
Lucky start number 7 for Easy Big Boy as he fought off all challenges to take them gate to wire for Ricardo Santana and Steve Asmussen, who it feels like after a nearly year-long break from really being that formidable duo that we saw throughout the past decade nearly, Anthony, seems as though they're teaming up with some success as of late.
Yeah, back in a groove for sure, and Ricardo Santana Jr. all over Easy Big Boy to get to the money in here as the favorite. More often than not, Maggie, chalk gets home and rider won't get the credit they deserve because I think people just assume the horse was supposed to win. He did a good job keeping this horse together the last 1/8 of a mile.
He did, as we saw it very narrow for second. Was it number 5 that was Wilder Czar, or number 3 that He's a Good Dancer? As we'll shift gears back here to the Big A. Our opener is 11 minutes away. A field of 2-year-old maiden special weight runners going the 6.5 furlongs as we check in with the MIG yet again.
Thanks, Maggie. I lost the hat, but I did get a kick out of Anthony. I could hear him laughing about it. I felt like I was a kid back on the school playground in Brooklyn. But me and Flavian Pratt are hiding here underneath the gazebo before he gets on his horse. Tough day for these young fillies to make their debut. But we'll start with the 2, Seduction from the Todd Pletcher barn. Filly by Bernardini. Feels like she'll handle the mud just fine. I love the way she looks from a physical perspective. Lighter frame filly, maybe run over the top of the ground a bit more. I love her steady series of 5 furlong workouts. Puts a lot of foundation in a young horse. And she just has a real nice look to her. The 4, Spelterini, who has run. Another one, just gives you the impression that she should get over the top of the ground pretty well. And we've had just a steady soaking rain. We're getting little respites, like 30 seconds, a minute at a time, and then here it comes again, kind of with a little bit of a vengeance. Horse that really stood out to me, though, is the 7 Relay from Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. She's out of a mare that's a producer. It's produced 8 winners, 2 debut winners, a Grade 1 winner. Mount Bahavan. And she's lighter framed. It looks like she'll handle mud. Shug McGady's one of the few trainers that will work the horses in the mud, so they're not experiencing something for the first time. Looks like a very, very sensible filly, and I like the outside draw for her. Give Javier Castellano a little chance to let this daughter of Honor Code kind of get her feet up underneath her. But so far as in the paddock, she would get my check mark.
Meg, thank you. Isn't taking quite as much money as I anticipated, Anthony. Relay with that type of pedigree. But if you want to play today's races against some of your fellow fans and handicappers, make sure you sign up for the showdown today. Get started at naira.com/showdown to earn real prizes, as we'll have much more on this first race. It's your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, including the post parade and much more on warm-ups here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile. We also have Richard Migliore and Paul LaDuca down there at Churchill Downs as the opener went to Easy Big Boy for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, as the blinkers went on in start number 7. Ricardo Santana climbed aboard for the first time too. This all led to a victory.
Yeah, he's a good dancer, kind of hounded him around there, and at one point off the turn, looked like he may get to him, but he faded a little bit, and Carlos Santana Jr. did a good job keeping Easy Big Boy together. First-time starter Will Desar rallied on the outside. We got to get that result for the place money still, Mags. I know Travis called. He's a good dancer, and it was Will Desar who got his head up, who got his nose down on the money. 2-5-3, 6-5 when all was said and done on the favorite.
I wonder if anybody claimed him. He was a $250,000 2-year-old purchase, his son of Cloud Computing, who will have, I'm very busy in today's Pilgrim, trying his hooves over this very saturated ground. Back here at the Big A, or I should say Belmont at the Big A. Yes. 2-1 currently on the experience. Number 4, Spelt Torini, as Junior Alvarado, he's kind of quietly had a very nice, second half of this season, as he will be aboard 6-1 on the morning line, American Rocket. Also Torigo, big price, but kind of an interesting proposition a little later on too in that Pilgrim.
Yeah, he's had a weird year as he's bounced around from place to place. There was a talk about him going to Kentucky. He wound up in South Florida for a while. Then he was up in Saratoga. Now he's been here at the Belmont at the Big A meet, and you see his main man, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, has a ton of confidence in him and puts him on an awful lot of horses. In fact, the last couple of years, Maggie, going into today, 365 horses going into today, and they win at 17%, so that's one for every 6.
Yep, Bill Mott, he often reaches out to Junior Alvarado, as this was her debut, Anthony. As we saw half a chance, she wired the field this day for the most part. She was the one with experience, and Spelterini, she didn't get away that quickly, saved ground, and then swung out and rallied gamely. As you were saying, though, a little disappointing in her second career start.
Yeah, really a lot disappointing, right? I think a lot of people figured that a little more real estate would help her cause. I don't think it would have mattered if she ran 4 furlongs or 4 miles last time. She just did not fire a good shot, and now she's back as the 2-1 favorite again.
As they will head straight over to the gate, Good Sam was intended to run on August 21st. She was a late scratch that day, but here is number 2, Seduction.
Yeah, Good Sam's dam was over 3. Seduction out of an unraised dam by Bernardini, 9-2 right now for connections that win an awful lot of races together.
Dam half-sister to Drill as number 3, Risk Free. She's been participating in restricted maiden special weights.
Makes her 3rd start, 2nd on debut, 4th last time out.
There's your favorite, Spelterini.
Yeah, she'll try a wet track for the first time, and if she runs back to her debut, she's going to be awfully tough to beat today.
Here's Fireline, who's come to hand quite quickly. Only 9 posted drills for this Juddmonte.
Yeah, a little slow to come around, too. A gap between the end of June and the end of August, but hasn't missed a beat since. Dan was 5 for 14. She was a runner.
There goes Magic Miss at 18-1, and stepping onto the track is number 7, Relay in here. What a lovely pedigree.
I know Richie likes her. You mentioned her. Acacia mentioned her earlier today on Talking Horses, Acacia Clement. This horse has a nice pedigree. And Richie brought up a great point about the Shug horses. When I was a kid, there were days where on the work tab, if the track was labeled muddy or sloppy, the only trainer that would have horses on the tab was Shug McGahee. Now, you don't see it as often as you used to anymore. But you rest assured, Shug's horses are going out there on these wet track days and training and galloping and jogging. So,
yes, I've been dropped and run off with because Shug's horses are going around the racetrack. Yeah. And my husband, he just jogs the wrong way, as many trainers do tend to, is Arad Ortiz is lining up for a big day. He's aboard Good Sam in here, but he has a 10-win lead heading in to this Sunday card in the jock standings, and he looks to add and pad that lead a bit more here with a full card of mounts.
Yeah, 2 scratches, so he's going to ride 8 today, and already a 10-win lead. This is just the 12th day of racing at the meet. Wow.
Javier Castellano has had sort of a renaissance this year, as he has a pretty full list of rides. Interested in the maiden in that Pilgrim Fly Right, as he'll be aboard that one for Leah Giramati.
Yeah, Fly Right ran really well first time out. He just missed. He took some money that day as well. Yeah.
Beaten by a Shug McGahee horse, who he rides for here.
He was, yeah. And this horse is taking a little bit of money, Relay, up and down on the tote board right now, but taking a little bit of money.
Well, as we check back in trackside with the MIG, have your thoughts changed at all with regards to any of these horses? And I see you're still landing on number 7, Relay.
Yeah, Relay won me over in the paddock, and she did nothing in the post parade or the warm-up to dissuade me. I think she's going to handle this track really well. I like her pedigree. I just want to touch on a couple other horses, though, quickly, though. The 3, Risk Free, first time out, was slow early, finished with some interest up in Saratoga going 6. Last time, she was keen on a slow pace, but was trying to get out very badly and was very difficult for Eric Cancel to handle, and then she faded. Well, she's got a whole makeover today. She went from a snaffle bit to a rubber ring bit with a drop noseband. Asked her conditioner, Eddie DeLauro, how had she trained in it and how she trained in it. And he said she really stopped getting out, has been running much straighter. So at a big price, she may be a little easier for Eric to handle this time around. The 5 Fireline really won me over in the warm-up. Loved what I saw from this daughter of Arrogate. And you see the Arrogate influence with the gray pigment. She's out of a mare that won the Barbara Fritchie handicap down at Laurel, and boy, she good energy level. But I'm going to stick to my guns with the 7, Relay, for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. He loved the pedigree and loved the outside draw for her.
Mig, and looking at Fireline, she is interesting. I would say, as Mig mentioned, her dam High Ridge Road, I actually remember her for Linda Rice running around here. She would win up to a mile. So with that in mind, you kind of wonder, does this filly want to go a little bit further with Arrogate on the top than this 6.5 furlongs first time out? Now, the only foal to race is a full sibling named Thistle, who is 1 for 4 with a 76 buyer.
Yeah, this was an interesting race. There wasn't a lot of buzz about any of the firsters in here. No real pedigree jumping off the page at you.
Really? What about Relay?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, we've seen more attractive pedigrees, I think, in recent days and weeks here. The funny thing is, that's certainly the pedigree of the race, and she's the one taking the least amount of money from the firsters, which probably isn't a great sign.
She had been, for most of her preparations, though, down at Fair Hill, and we often will see horses that ship in from Fair Hill not take much money because they're kind of not on anybody's radar with regards to clockers.
Yeah, she's been there a month, though. But I see your point. I do see your point. I put this horse on top, Seduction. I know nothing about this horse. A daughter of Bernardini. Last drill was okay. Had a decent gate drill down here. I like betting the Todd Pletcher horses, though, that run later on in the year. There was never really any intent, I don't think, on this filly running in Saratoga because she stayed down at Belmont Park. And more often than not, those horses run well, I feel, when they're pointed towards, knowing she's going to be, I've talked to Todd about this numerous times, a second half kind of. It's like almost like the second wave of 2-year-olds that come in. She's been around, but it was obvious with all of these Belmont Park drills that she was not coming to Saratoga. She now gets ready for a Belmont at the Big A start. And I don't think she's facing, at least, no real rumors, no fast works. I don't think she's going to face the toughest bunch of horses she's ever going to face today.
She does have a pedigree that suggests that she should be able to handle the wet going. You mentioned drills. Well, her dam was half-sister to Delmar Futurity winner, a grade 1, by the way, Drill, who was okay on the racetrack. And we'll see if this filly by Bernardini is ready to rock and roll here for Todd Pletcher, as we'll actually visit Life is Good victory in the Woodward. Todd's 4th victory in that race just a little later on. They are about fully loaded as we throw it up to John Imbrial for the call of the opener here at Belmont at the Big A.
We are set for the Sunday opener. And they're off. From the inside, there goes Good Sam to grab the early lead. Spelterini is second. And on the inside is Seduction next in third, followed by Relay, who's running in fourth. A break of 2, Risk Free is on the move and up into fifth. Then comes Magic Miss and Fireline. Good Sam leads by a head. Spelterini is right there on the outside in second. It is Good Sam now clear by 3/4 of a length. Spelterini is next in second, and Seduction races in third. Risk Free has now moved up into fourth through a quarter in the slop in 23 and 3/5 seconds. They begin the run around the far turn. Good Sam and Spelterini, and they are right together with Risk Free now up into third. Relay moves up on the outside. In between horses is Seduction. Then comes Fireline as they come for the head of the stretch, the half in 48 and 1. It is still Good Sam who has the lead here. On the far outside is Seduction. Then comes Risk Free and Spelterini. Good Sam is in front as they come down for the 8th pole. It's Good Sam with a 4-length lead. And Seduction is giving chase in second. But it is the first-time starter, Good Sam, who wins her debut over the off-going. Seduction was second. Farther back, Spelterini and Risk Free.
Good Sam broke alertly as she was ready to rock and roll here. For trainer Chad Brown, we saw the exacta go to the 2 first-time starters from the inside. Seduction, she was well clear of third, but this was a bit of a strung-out field, Anthony.
Yeah, it was. Good Sam assertive from the rail draw with Rat Ortiz Jr. Makes every pole a winning one here. Seduction in there right in behind Good Sam and the favorite Spelterini, who was attending the pace today after coming from off the pace in her first 2 starts. Once Good Sam turned for home, though, had a nice little turn of foot there, Maggie, and was able to get some separation from Seduction and Spelterini and scamper away. Seduction went the long way. It was not a matter of a 5-length win on debut. This was a nice effort today.
Well, she was meant to run back on August 21st, and I can't remember the exact reason why she was a late scratch that day. I mean, she looked good. She looked ready to go that day, so you would have to think that she was more than ready for this effort here a little more than a month later. Wins at 4-1 with Rod Ortiz, earning his 19th victory of this young meeting thus far, and won it quite easily despite being on that wrong inside lead. We'll have prices and reactions coming up after this break, but still a lot more to come here on today's show. It's America's Day at the Races, including the Pilgrim. It's going to be a little bit of a bog out there, but I'm very busy. The son of cloud computing looks to go 2 for 2 and give Chad Brown another win in the Pilgrim, as we'll also see Battle of Normandy. He'll try to make things better after a loss in the With Anticipation.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Bit of a wet Sunday here at Aqueduct Racecourse as we join you live from our studio here in beautiful Equestrius. We are staying dry, as not really staying dry, but liking the slot was Good Sam winning her debut. The first time she made it out of the gate. A late scratch back at Saratoga back on August 21st for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt, as Rod Ortiz guided her to victory.
She really came home nicely too, Maggie, right? She hit the 8th pole and she was 5 in front. You mentioned she was on the wrong lead, kind of a little sideways. She switched back. But nice finish up here. This was a good effort. Nice debut.
I totally agree with you. It was a strung out field, and yeah, sometimes that's a product of horses not handling the wet going, but she did it the right kind of way, not really asked for much, and under wraps late in the game over fellow first-time starter Seduction at Spelterini, your 9-5 favorite. She could do no better than third. Back over at Churchill for their second race, going the 7 furlongs. It's a claiming 50 for the fillies and mares, as we see the outside runner scratched in here. We'll kick things off, though, with Canary for Kelsey Danner.
Longest shot on the board, cuts back from 1.70 tried Horseshoe Indy. Drops back in for a tag for the first time since taking her maiden back at Belterra in May.
Do you give more credence to the horses who have won more races? Obviously, these are the 3-year-olds in the bunch. But number 2, Honey Run, she has fast figures on the dirt, and she's won 3 of 14 starts.
This time of year, yes.
Yeah.
When these races start to meander into the fall, I do. She got the job done in a similar effort last time she saw the main track back in June.
A potential speed could be number 3, Can't Be Touched.
Yeah, stretching out from the sprints to from the 6 furlongs to the 7. I would imagine she's in front. She makes her first start for a barn that wins at about 18% off the claim.
Is number 4, Legerity. She's another one that goes turf to dirt.
Yep, and cuts back from the mile try. She's hit the board in 3 of her 4 starts, including a victory for 52 life back in June.
Yeah, as number 5, Distorted Secrets, she goes back to the barn of Carl DeVille.
And back to the main track for the first time since getting out of the maiden ranks on closing day at Oaklawn Park when she went virtually gate to wire in that short stretch 2-turn mile. We'll see what leading rider, co-leading rider, I guess, Tyler Gaffleone, there he is.
And he's going to wrap up his 9th meet title at Churchill Downs because Florent Giroux, he's on vacation. So we'll see. Edgar Morales, though, only 2 behind. He could catch up as he's had a lovely Churchill Downs September meet. As we'll check back in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, 3-2 on Honey Run. Do you like her?
She is the horse to beat. I mean, she's definitely too filly to beat for me. The worry is she's pace dependent, Mags. For me, there's not a lot of pace in here, number 1. And it's a shorter field, which might help her. So I really don't know how to take it. I think she is by far the best horse. Her 2 numbers you mentioned, her two dirt numbers here at Churchill Downs, they beat this field. They just flat do. Now, the 5, Distorted Secrets, has good numbers on the turf, but her dirt numbers under Carl DeVille don't come close, but she's got a big pace advantage on this field. I do think the 4, Edgar Morales, let's not forget about him, even though Florent Giroux's got his swimming trunks on and maybe laying out by the pool. Edgar Morales is only 2 wins behind Tyler Gaffleone, and I think he has some live shots in here, and I think the 4 could be live. And the reason why is if you look back 2 starts ago on the claim, at least this horse was close up going 6 furlongs. And then on the stretch out last time at Ellis Park, the horse was not awful. The issue with her is she's had some gait issues in many of her starts where she gets left. Now in a shorter field, it might not matter. I think the 5 is dangerous on the front end. I don't know if she's good enough. And being a compact field, I do think it's a 2-horse race between the 2 and the 4. I'll give the tiny edge to the 4 because maybe she'll get the jump on the 2.
All right, Paul going with a slight upset selection here in number 4, Legerity, as we'll check out her June 17th race. This was back in the barn of Kenny McPeaks. Now, since she has had 2 starts for the Paul McGee barn, and just arguably, well, one was on the turf and the other one was against arguably tougher company. If she gets back to this race here, Anthony, doesn't this give her a legitimate shot?
I think any of her dirt races, either of those 2 dirt races, even her races as a 2-year-old, she's appears to me to be a dirt horse. I know she's won on synth and she raced okay on the grass, I guess, but I just think she's a dirt horse. I think she makes an awful lot of sense. And Edgar Morales would love to make a dent in that 2-win lead that Tyler Gaffleone has. Boy, he's really come alive here. I know Tom Amos, our colleague, loves the way that kid rides, and he's not wrong about him. You know, Paulie mentioned, though, the lack of pace in here, and I don't disagree at all. I wonder how much of an edge that gives Can't Be Touched. It does not help Honey Run, who doesn't have any speed going around a ground, let alone sprinting.
Well, speaking of aggressive riders, like we've seen from Edgar Morales, Mitchell Murrell can be aggressive, and this is the first start on dirt for Chris Hartman, and we've seen Chris Hartman just with so much success. And here she's beating some nice horses in Pistol and HT Xena, who are okay on the racetrack. Arguably, they're a little bit tougher than the horses she meets here. And yes, most of this field is 3-year-olds, and she is one that possesses the 3 wins, which, the only other one that does have 3 wins is Can't Be Touched. Do you worry a little bit? As I mentioned, Chris Hartman's just lethal off the claim. Juan Cano picks up Can't Be Touched from the Chris Hartman barn. And they have not yet had a winner this barn.
I do, but I'll tell you what.
That's me.
He's also running this horse back in 2 weeks. So, quote unquote, running this horse off Chris Hartman's training, maybe. And I'll tell you what, Maggie, on paper, she has a tactical advantage over these horses. She's supposed to be in front of these horses. And Brian Hernandez Jr., he utilizes his horse's speed. So I would imagine she's in front. She gets an aggressive ride. First winner went wire to wire. We'll see if the double could be taken on the front end.
And she is the best price of the logical contenders in here as we send it out to Travis Stone, who has the call of race number 2 beneath the Twin Spires.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Can't be touched, veered in soon after the start. Nonetheless, breaks out on top and builds a 2-length lead in the first few jumps. Canary comes on with Distorted Secret second and third, but the clear-cut leader is Can't Be Touched, who opens up to lead by 2.5. Canary comes off the rail into second. Distorted Secrets on the outside is third. Honey Run angles over toward the rail to be fourth early, and the trailer is Legerity. The leader Can't Be Touched, and she builds a 4-length lead. Now it's 5. Can't Be Touched, opening quarter, 23 seconds flat. Onto the far turn, still clear by 5. Honey Run has come on through to be second, setting sights on Can't Be Touched. Canary's under pressure. Distorted Secrets, Legerity is wide, catching up quickly to Can't Be Touched, and now they've passed her. Honey Run has taken over. Can't Be Touched is back into second. Distorted Secrets comes on. Legerity has been wide throughout. They're off the turn. Honey Run. Honey Run's off the turn. 2-length lead. Can't Be Touched gives way. Legerity down the center. Down to the final furlong. It's Honey Run by 4. Can't Be Touched battles on. Legerity on the far outside, but they're all chasing Honey Run, who wins big. On the wire by 6 lengths. Oh, and it's tight for second there. Maybe Can't Be Touched over Legerity. Then either Distorted Secrets or Canary.
Bet Mitch, get rich. Not in this scenario, as your favorite Honey Run does orchestrate a beautiful trip beneath Mitchell Merle for Chris Hartman. Back to the dirt, back to the winner's circle.
You know, Maggie, I think when you watch this race, at first look, it looks like Can't Be Touched is just coming back to the field. I don't think that's the case. I think Mitch Merle turned Honey Run loose, sensing that he had to go after her, because it looked like she was, again,
she's going to finish last.
Optical illusion.
Yeah.
3/8 of a mile before she gets the line in front for second.
Yeah.
She's going to be last.
Yeah.
Right? She's going to be virtually eased. So I don't think it was the fact that she was coming back. I think Honey Run and Mitchell Merle did the right thing and just went after her and got her and was able to put her away and was able to draw off to a pretty easy win. That was a good ride. That was a smart ride. You like to see aggression at some point of a race. And Mitch Merle, at that point, he decided to do it midway through the race when it looked like a horse had an insurmountable lead. He went and got her, and he kind of flipped the script and was able to win by daylight.
Yeah, and I have been a big fan of Mitchell Merle's, as she has been pretty good on the dirt. As we'll check out the field for the Pilgrim today, Anthony. Grade 2, this is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and we do see installed as the 7-5 morning line favorite on the outside or toward the outside, and I'm Very Busy. Now, does not have that much turf pedigree to speak of, but when trainer Chad Brown seeks the turf with a horse in their debut, you know, well, he knows they can run on it.
Yeah, it's supposed to look like a little lawnmower from the 316s pulled to the
Right?
wire at Saratoga.
Lowers himself nicely into stride.
I mean, look at this. He's just going to go after the horse that's on a loose lead, right? A 4-length lead. And he just goes and sets his sights on him and puts his head down and says bye-bye. And he's in front of this horse in 3 jumps.
We saw the third-place finisher, Reckoning Force, to come back and win. Bei Long did finish second here earlier this week, last week. So not a bad field that he virtually destroyed that day. So we'll see what he brings to the table. Can he handle this this soggy course that we have? Because yesterday, with the similar conditions in that turf sprint as well as in Miss Grillo, gate to wire fashion, who's going to be up on the engine here today, and will that lead to a victory? Because this guy showed that, you know, he was closing.
Yeah, no, his style appeared to be one of those horses that does not have a lot of early speed that he's going to come and get you. Battle of Normandy, he kind of faced the same problem last time. You know, I have a big problem with this race because I really feel like he was supposed to get the job done. Over Bappio.
I thought it was a little bit of an overconfident ride.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
I mean, yes, you want to save ground in turf races, but the fractions were slow. You know, he had an opportunity to get out around the turn. He didn't take it, so therefore he was stuck in behind horses. And you never know with young horses, are they a little bit intimidated to go through those holes? As you're going to see, you know, the two kind of come off the rail a little bit, and he's going to have to go up in between those horses, the eventual winner, Bappio, and the third place finisher, and the winner is.
Yeah. I thought he should have got there. It's splitting hairs a little bit. I don't disagree with what you're saying. And in between horses, not the place you want a young horse in the second start of his career. I still have that stuck in the back of my head, though, that he couldn't get by a much bigger price on the front end. But we'll see. You know, and at the very least, Maggie, he and Noble Huntsman is going to be a long price, the number 2. They have some experience over a course with some cut in the ground, as that was a course labeled good last time.
Yep.
Much different today, though.
Yeah, it's like racing in Ireland today. As we'll check back in with Richard Migliori. This race intended for the turf, Mig. We are off the turf. Very few scratches, though. So who are you liking in this 2-year-old maiden special weight going the mile?
Yeah, you know, it's a good-looking group of horses. We'll start with the first-time starter, the 3 Kid America from the Bill Mott barn. This is a half to first captain. He's by Uncle Mo, who gets 18% with horses winning on off racetracks. Got a nice steady work tab, and he's out of that mare America. Bobby Flay has had great success with his breeding program, and Bobby stayed in on this one, Kid America. I just, for a first-time starter, he's got a real good look to him, and one of those horses that I get a lot of confidence for the fact that Bill Mott kept him in, even though he was originally entered, you know, for the turf. The 5-horse Conversing, who also stays in. The mare was a stakes winner on the turf. So there's a lot of turf pedigree on the bottom side, excuse me, but being by Into Mischief. And this is just a cool horse. I really like the way he looks. Got kind of those really pointy bat ears, got a great eye. I mean, I just one of those horses that I get a kick out of looking at. Very unique individual. And then the horse that would get the paddock check mark would be the 1A. Dubionel, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, guys. Maybe you can correct me there. But I thought he ran well first time. I think he could take a step forward. He gets a good outside draw. He adds blinkers. You know, the mare was a stakes winner, and she's been a producer. So I thought this horse had a look, and maybe being on the outside, he can kind of sneak into the race the right way.
Dubionel, that's how you say it. As I thought Conversing, as Mig was pointing out, really cool looking horse. I agree. Was green in the preliminaries in that first start. Looks as though he's acting a lot more professionally, but more to come on this off the turf maiden special weight here at Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple six-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for joining us here. I have no idea what that is. Oh, it's Jamaica Bay with a buoy in it. I mean, it just looked like fog in a tree in the corner to me. But thanks for joining us here as we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets.
Better than a flag.
Better than a flag, a buoy. Are you a waterman? Do you like the water? I know you don't like flying.
I mean, boats don't bother me. I don't know. Rather be on dry land. Rather be gambling.
Well, here we are. You can do that.
I
As
know.
we'll start things off with the plain one in here. That is Certified Lover Boy.
A horse named after me gets back to the main track after trying a dirt sprint last time, turf sprint last time out. Initially was trying to go long on the turf today.
WNL puts blinkers on. We saw him go by. Here is number 2. That is the other no, wait. That
Scat
is
to tat.
Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rudy, this horse was off the turf first time, off the turf again second time. Two Brutus was a stakes winner around here. He's going to go the mile again.
Here is number 2B, Please Baby. Does have dirt experience.
Yep, debuted against Grade 1 winner Forte, then came back with 2 decent turf tries going long for Rudy. Back to the main track this
Here's
afternoon.
that half-brother to first captain, number 3, Kid America.
Yeah, Uncle Mo out of an AP Indy mare, the wet track. The main track should not be a problem, though it is curious the horse would enter turf first time.
Enzo's World, probably happy they went to the main track. Here's number 5, Conversing.
Yeah, Conversing's an interesting one. This horse just missed on debut at 8.5 to 1. More turf on the bottom, but this horse isn't into mischief.
Yeah, pedigree that could go either way is Ari Gold. Speaking of pedigrees that could go either way, he's the same. The damn one with a decent fig on the dirt. First time out.
Exactly. You see Medaglia d'Oro on the top. For you, this is for your entourage fans, of course, named after Vince's agent.
K-On is going out for Chad Brown, who looks to sweep the early double.
He looked like a horse to me that absolutely positively needed his first race. Second time now, the blinkers go on. He gets a little bit more ground. Maybe he's ready to roll. He is a Are you surprised at the price on this horse?
Yeah. I mean, are people just forgetting about him?
So main track only in an off-the-turf race?
On a race that was wired first time out. And he broke well that day going the 7 furlongs, but he had to be pushed on to keep pace. So you'd have to think that getting a little bit more ground isn't going to hurt him here. And like you said, he needed the experience. He looked fit that day, Anthony, but he just seemed kind of clueless in the running of the race.
You know, one of the funny thing is, Maggie, that's the best word for it. He looked like he was ready to roll, but when he got on the track, it was almost like he was a football player on a baseball diamond. Like, what am I doing here? No, seriously.
I know,
right?
Great,
but,
yeah.
But more often than not, and he was an athletic-looking type. More often than not, they'll figure it out quicker than the other ones will. I'm stunned at the price. I looked down, and listen, we were having some fun with the post parade, bouncing around because there's 2 entries in here and main track
another
only.
reason to get rid of entries.
Right.
You can't follow along when you're doing a
So we're
post
bouncing
parade.
around on our PPs and stuff, and then there's a horse outside of him. He's 10 to 1.
That's insane. And 2, he's by City of Light, who loved a wet track.
I don't get it. I don't get see. As a gambler, that scares me because that means smarter people than me think this horse can't win today.
Doesn't always mean that,
I know.
Anthony. You're a smart guy.
Well, thanks, Maggie.
Here's the 9, Ari Gold. Did you say you were interested in this horse?
You know, he's a little interesting to me. The problem is, he's the second choice right now.
He was even money favored in debut.
Right. And when General Jim went by him, he didn't kick with General Jim. General Jim, it happened late in the game, but General Jim just left him. And that's all well and good. Fly Right's going to be a player in the Pilgrim later, should be a player in the Pilgrim later on today. My problem with him is he's not the favorite, but he's still taking money off of a turf race, which I don't think was that good. With that said, The dam was okay on the dirt. She's a Medaglia d'Oro. He's a Medaglia d'Oro. It's a weird race because it kind of held together as far as the scratches with the surface switch. And there's a lot of horses that have two-way pedigrees here.
This horse was not fit for Todd Pletcher, first-time starter, and he was pretty goofy acting out on the racetrack. And furthermore, it is more of a dirt pedigree. So, Mig, what are your thoughts here on this race as we see the entry, which is West Paces, taking all the money at 3-2? Is that warranted?
You know, I didn't think he'd be that short a price, and I think the money is, to me, is focusing on the 1A maybe a bit more. I spoke with Danny Gardner, and it is W&L, and he told me it was a college. I guess that's why I didn't know what it was. But the 9, Ari Gold, definitely has a look. Love the way he warmed up, and to me, the race is all to the outside, guys. The mare did win on debut. He's a half to Petruccio, who was third in the Los Al Futurity, a horse that actually ran well on synthetic turf as well as dirt. So I don't think this horse is going to be too adversely affected by the surface switch to the dirt. I thought the 10 K-On, you guys made a compelling argument. And watching him warm up, he is way too big a price. Starting to come down now to 7-1. You know, anytime a horse is entered for main track only and the race comes off the grass, you have to elevate their chances because they're getting exactly what the connections wished for, an off-the-turf race, and this is off the turf. So he is definitely way too big a price. I did settle on the 1A W&L. I just thought that his debut was good. I think he looks fitter. Mare's a producer, and he gets a good outside draw in this off-going to kind of find his way into the race the right way. We'll see how it shakes out. A lot of today is going to be about who handles the surface and who doesn't lose confidence early in the race.
And Mig, he has the advantageous outside post, not too much kickback to have to work with, as he was working with some nice older horses, including Tax, going into his debut. But get ready for the Breeders' Cup with today's Breeders' Cup Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus when you bet $50 exactas on the Frizette and score that $20 bonus, win or lose. Visit NYRABets.com to
opt in. I was ready.
I knew you were ready. And get the full Bankroll Builder schedule. I
now you almost
always
poked me right in the eye just now.
Don't worry, my wingspan isn't that long.
I was lugging in a little bit for some reason.
They're heading into the gate. Really interesting off the turf maiden special weight field. Set to go the 1-turn mile here at the Big A. John and Brielle has your call.
And they're all in line. And they're off. It was a slow start for the first-time starter, number 3, Kid America, as the field moves up the chute. Certified Loverboy has the lead with Conversing. In between horses, Ari Gold is on the outside, and now Enzo's World gains. Then comes WH&L, who is a close-up 5th. Scat to Tap is next in 6th after that slow start. Kid America is on the move from 7th. K-On is next in 8th, and at the back is the gray, Please Baby. The quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds, and 4 of them are stacked across the track. Ari Gold's on the extreme outside. Conversing is there. Certified Loverboy down at the rail. Now a backtracking is Enzo's World, passed on the inside by Kid America. WH&L now moves up a spot. Then it's Scat to Tap, followed by Please Baby, and K-On is the trailer in 9th. The half in 47 and 4, a 3-pronged battle up front. It's Ari Gold on the outside, Certified Loverboy down at the rail, and Conversing in between those two. And then WH&L and Kid America. And at the rail it is Please Baby. They are at the top of the stretch, and the battle continues. It is Ari Gold on the outside with Conversing right there, and Certified Loverboy. Please Baby is now gaining ground from 4th as they hit the 8th pole. Certified Loverboy and Conversing, and WH&L is now coming on late. Here comes WH&L to break is maiden over the off-going in this off-the-turfer.
I should have texted Johnny I. It's W&L for Washington and Lee University. Anyway, W&L off the pace on to victory. And the stablemate, or entry mate, I should say, running well, too.
Certified Lover Boy almost looked like he was going to bail out the 8-5 on WNL, but WNL was able to handle things from right around the 3/16 pole he kicked in, and Jose Ortiz was able to keep him outside of the 2B. Please Baby was kind of keeping him company for a while, but he left him, and the rest, I think, conversing holds the place over Certified Lover Boy. Either way, if you have the exactor, it's the old 1-5. So WNL, nice race here, 138-4 the final time over a sloppy sealed track.
I thought this was a good effort, too, because nobody else changed positions. He was the only one to make up ground, but more
pace held together.
Right, more prices to come, as well as a recap of yesterday's big races, including the Grade 1 Champagne, as well as the Miss Grillo Stakes. We'll have all that and more here on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That is not Queens. That is the Churchill Downs paddock, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Back over at Churchill, we see horses hitting the track for a little bit more 2-year-old action. 6 furlongs is restricted maiden special weight for 2-year-olds who sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less at their most recent sale. And we'll kick things off with the even money favorite. That is Childers for Brad Cox. Stanton Fleury owns.
Tried these conditions twice, once in August and once just about a week and a half ago at Churchill Downs. Led almost gate to wire, settled for second as the $1.72 favorite. We're looking forward to saying that.
Here's a first-time starter, Tumbarumba for Brian Lynch.
Not to be confused with Chumbawamba.
Exactly
Tumbarumba. The Brian Lynch barn starting to heat up a little bit at this short meet as they go to Keeneland next week.
Billy Baby thinking about being a little naughty as he sold for $45,000, this son of Gormley.
Yeah, Norm Cassidy looking for his third win of the meet. Source had a little bit of a quicker work tab earlier on the tab, and now kind of leveled off as of late.
Cortese looks a nasty on the track.
Yep. Second start since being claimed by Mike Maker. He tried these restricted races twice, a second and last time out a third when he was on the lead.
Don't you think it's interesting they went all the way out to Delmar to claim this horse as a first-time starter? Atkins, a little green with the pony.
Though they followed him from Churchill to Del Mar, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Atkins, does he look skinny on the track, or is he?
He just looked green, but he's taking a heck of a lot of money, 2-1 from an 8-1 morning line.
I was making a punny.
Oh,
Atkins,
oh. Hello, blonde lady sitting next to you.
Yeah, says the woman who just ate 2 donuts and made fun of Queens.
Exactly. I have
during the
no
commercial
idea
break.
what Atkins is.
Yeah.
You
The
know.
Atkins diet. You don't remember this phase?
No, of course I do.
Yeah.
I just don't abide by it. 'cause
Source, yeah,
I
you
love
don't
my
need to.
carbs.
Yeah, I know you do. Childers, this was a good race. This was the race at Churchill Downs, and this race happened literally 9 days ago. I wonder what the rush is to get this colt out of the maiden ranks. Because don't you feel, Maggie, like this horse is, they're trying to get this restricted win, and I get it. It's a big, gaudy purse, and you don't want to go and face open company here at Belmont of the Big A, maybe over at Keeneland.
Right.
So, but 5 weeks between starts and now 9 days, I don't know about even money, Mags.
I
That's
don't
a
love
tough-
it either for a horse that, he reared up when he still broke well, but he was restless in the gate in his last start. And I see that they've kept the halter and the lip chain on him. And I don't like that for a high-strung horse coming back off quick rest.
And it does, I mean, we're obviously 785 miles away. It doesn't look like there's much to him.
He was a good-looking horse the first time I saw him, but good-looking guy standing trackside. Paul Duca, who you rocking out to today, Paulie?
Oh, we got a little come sail away. I wish somebody would come sail away with me, especially in this race, because, again, another confusing race where you're leaning on a Brad Cox runner here on the inside in Childers here. And Maggie, well done. You know your country music. This horse named after Tyler Childers, who's a very, very talented country singer. And, you're worried when you get a horse like this that was under 2-1 and your favorite and sort of cleared the field that day and was not able to get the job done. I tend to run away from those horses, but the issue is this horse just going to get away from this field. Now, Cortese the 5 in here, this was a well-meant horse first time out at 28-1, and then next time at 4-1, and just missed for John Ennis. It is very weird that Michael Maker claims this horse, but he brings this horse back into this restriction condition, had the lead last time, and just sort of, gave it up. Was really, really quarter horse kind of out of the gate and ran 21-2. So is that going to be the same case this time? Him and Childers are going to go at it. You're right. The 7 was shying away from the pony, was acting a tiny bit green. I'm a little bit worried that she's going to break towards, the open space when you get that outside draw. She does look the best, and she has that drill that just sticks out where she's worked 1 out of 109 on September 3rd and another bullet drill on September 27th. So she's live on the board. Of the first-time starters, I thought Tumbarumba for Brian Lynch. I know she's an Oscar performance out of his street sense, a lawbred, true to your heart there, Mags. Colby Hernandez aboard. I thought of the first-time starters, that horse looked the best. And you don't have to be really much here of the new faces, but I'll probably roll to 7 Atkins if he can mind his matters and break out of the gate in good order.
I'm just wondering, guys, if Brian Lynch is with a new lawbred, he's going to be heading to fairgrounds this winter? Because he owns this one, too.
A Louisiana bred, named for a town in Australia that is known for its fine wines and craft spirits.
Sounds like my kind of place.
You and Acacia would fit right in, Tumbarumba. It produces mostly Pinot Noir and Chardonnay.
Okay.
You guys should carve it up nicely down in Tumbarumba. I'll sing Chumbawamba. I get knocked down, but I get up again because that's the story of my life.
He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a vodka drink.
Yeah,
He's
just
a drinker.
line them all up. Now, I'm outside to Atkins. Tried it. Lost about 35 pounds on it. Put it all back on. Now I'm just on the.
You looking good, my friend.
Thank you.
No
Yeah,
matter
I
what
haven't
you're
done
on.
Atkins this time around. I did something very, very different.
See, the one-horse Childers acting up
Yeah.
again in the gate. Now he's going to have to stand in there the longest. Luckily, it's a short field, but Atkins coming in with a string of fast workouts. We'll see if he has any early speed from the outside. Son of Include, you don't see many of his progeny, at least on the top side, anymore, as he will go and make his first start for trainer Ron Moquette. Julian Leperoux aboard. Let's see who breaks her maiden here in race number 3 from Churchill Downs. Travis Stone has your call.
In the gate. And they're off. Oh, and Childers was off last. Stutter step start for that one, but it's trying to race up through toward the inside and does. Childers decisively from last to first. In the first few jumps, Cortese has to back off into second. Tumbarumba advancing inside to third. Baby Billy's racing fourth. Atkins is at the back reserved while fifth. So Childers has made the lead and heads down the backstretch run in front by a length. Cortese on the chase from second at opening quarter in 22 and 3. Childers far turn, still the leader. Cortese running along in second, 2 lengths back. Tumbarumba, Baby Billy together, third and fourth. Atkins is fifth around the far turn. Childers still fending off Cortese. Childers coming to the quarter pole. Cortese cranks it up now. Here's Cortese coming after Childers. They're head-to-head off the turn and set down for the drive. Childers down inside in tight. Cortese's leaning on him hard. 1 furlong to go. Cortese takes the lead. Childers bobbled there. Here's Baby Billy. Baby Billy's picking it up late. 16th pole. Cortese, Baby Billy, Baby Billy, Cortese, Cortese holds on maybe. Really good bob there for Baby Billy, but Cortese looked to be in front of the wire. Tumbarumba third.
I can't call this. I'm terrible at calling these things at Churchill anyway, but it looked like Cortese had it won, Anthony, but Baby Billy, the first-time starter from the Norm Cassie barn, he got a serious bob at the line, as you heard Travis Stone say.
Tried to reach. So I've gotten pretty good at calling these photos because the mirror is before the pole.
Wire, yeah.
I think Cortese
held
on. Yeah,
Let's see,
gonna
slow-mo? No slow-mo? Nope. Okay, we'll get slow-mo.
Cortese held on.
All right, I like your confidence.
I don't even think he got there at the pole, to be honest with you. Cortese, Barisi for Paradise Farms and Dave Staudica.
They didn't
I know. It's
one.
amazing, right?
It's funny, right?
I know. Yep. Coincidental.
He was well clear of the fourth place finisher in his last start. You know, we saw Childers break slowly from that inside post position. He ran off to the lead, and Cortese broke alertly, was content to sit off of it. You still think? As we
see the start here.
Childers reared up again.
As soon as the gate was opening.
Yep.
And and now what are you going to do here, right, Maggie? You just got to let him roll. Obviously, he has some, I don't want to say behavioral issues, but he's not.
I think it's fair to say he has behavioral issues.
Yeah.
Since we are showing the 5. Nice looking son here of Speightster out of the tail of the cat mare.
They just hedged.
Minstrel show. They are big on hedging lately. Okay, our stout team behind the scenes, Terrence, our producer, showing us that the 5 is the winner, Cortese. As we'll recap some of the big races we saw in the older handicap division, the Woodward. Todd Pletcher earning his 4th victory in this race with Life is Good, and a hard-fought victory from the venerable Hot Rod Charlie in the Lucas Classic. More on this after this break.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Life is good. Challenged here on the outside by Law Professor. Life is good. Now getting away again. Life is good is in front by 2. Law Professor made a run at him. Is now 2 lengths behind. Life is good, the leader, with a 16th to the finish. And Life is good is going to win this Woodward. Life is good by a length and a half at the end. Life is good and a Rod Ortiz Jr.
Life is Good picks up yet another victory in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes, bringing his total to 9 wins out of 11 starts. But this was a bit of a step down from the Beyer speed scale perspective, as he earned, a 98 for this victory yesterday, ridden to victory by Rod Ortiz. But, Todd Pletcher, he's so good. And this race had the appearance of looking as though he was just so, much better than his rivals. Could the lesser figure have, led to him just kind of running a little bit more to his competition?
Yeah, 97 or 98, I don't remember exactly what it was, Mags. I'll tell you what, though, I don't think he handled that track yesterday. That was
he didn't love it.
Weird track, yeah. And he did what he was supposed to do. He got the job done. I think it's pretty cool now. He has won at all 3 NYRA tracks.
Yeah,
right?
Very
See
true.
a horse of his caliber. We don't often see them throughout the year here on the circuit, but he's won at all 3 tracks now, and I think that's pretty cool. He got the job done yesterday. I don't think you are too inspired by that performance if you like him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but
no, especially going 1.25 miles. But we've seen Todd have success in this race before, including Liam's Map, as he would then go on to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, which Life's Good won last year.
You know what's funny about that list? 3 of those 4 did not start their careers in Todd Pletcher's barn.
That is really weird. Here is your Lucas Classic from yesterday. I don't know about you, Anthony, but I just love Hot Rod Charlie. And when he gets in a dogfight, he is going to prove he is top dog.
Battle tested. Right? Battle tested. And this was a battle. This got a little dicey late here. You see Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike trying to stay perfect beneath the Twin Spires. Got a little help from Sonny Leone. Him and Tyler Gaffleone aboard Hot Rod Charlie literally and figuratively threw down the last 16th of a mile. And you see Rich Strike doing everything in their power to try to hold on. But Hot Rod Charlie able to get his nose down on the money in the Lucas Classic.
Well, let's bring you into the moment as Jenny Reese caught up with Eric Reed and connections during the race and thereafter, as let's find out what the conditioner of Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike had to say after this narrow second-place finish in the Lucas Classic.
He ran so good.
He did. That was
Man,
wonderful.
thank you. Hey, brother.
You got to get out of the winning circle. That was great. Eric, is that the epitome of did everything but win?
I know, and he showed the speed I knew he had. So, every step, every race is a new step. First time against these horses, and look how good he did on the outside. New dimension.
You might have a decision to make now, next start, huh?
We'll see.
He did everything perfect.
This horse is going to get so good next year for us.
Yeah.
Now we got to decide what to do next.
Yeah, No, and then he broke very sharp today, like you said. I told you. Yeah, I was for it. Got to wait to stay inside, but I don't want to fight with him, too much. And then I stay.
He ran on the outside, no problem.
Perfect. He was strong. Just
getting better and better and better.
Just we got bad lucky at the wire. That's it.
I know.
But he's trying very hard.
Some interesting sound bites from Sonny Leone as well as trainer Eric Reed after the second place finisher from Rich finish from Rich Strike in that Lucas Classic. Here are your Classic Division contenders. Obviously, the proverbial freak Flightline leading this group, earning that gaudy 126 buyer for his win in the Grade 1 Pacific Classic. But what we may have not seen on the pan shot, at least I know I didn't realize it, that you can see from the head-on is some interesting riding tactics from Sonny Leon aboard Rich Strike in that Lucas Classic. And Mig, I know you have some very strong thoughts on what transpired.
Yeah, I do have very strong thoughts about it, Maggie, because first and foremost, it takes away from the performance of two very courageous racehorses in Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike, who went out there, threw it down, did everything asked of him, and then the conversation becomes about a rider leaning all off to the left of his horse to put an elbow into another rider to slow down his forward progress. And honestly, I think the tactics were, besides being wrong, a complete mistake. Because why would you go pick a fight with Hot Rod Charlie, who likes to fight? You had momentum, stay away from him. Instead, Sonny Leon chose to break the rein, the hold on his rein, lean in, and pull his horse towards him. When you're pulling a horse in towards another horse, you're actually slowing their forward progress and engage him like that, and then you're leaning off one side. Now, the story after the race was, well, his saddle slipped. I did not see that at all. And if it did slip at all, it was because of him leaning so hard to the left. I find it harder to believe the saddle slipped if you watch the head-on and watch the horses galloping out. After the wire, he changes his crop back from his left hand to his right hand with her hand off the rein. If your saddle actually had slipped, you'd be more concerned with keeping the saddle in the middle of the horse instead of being all loose and up in the air. And his legs are in the same position they were when he left the paddock on the gallop out. So I was born at night, just not last night. Stop. It's enough. It's horse racing, not jockey racing.
Meg, well said. As you can see, it gives the illusion, Anthony, of his saddle slipping because he loses balance. And if you're losing balance right there as a rider, you're throwing your horse off balance. And furthermore, you're throwing somebody else's horse off balance, which just creates a very dicey situation that I agree with Mig. That was not the right decision.
Unnecessary, uncalled for, and more importantly, and most importantly, dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerous for everybody. Dangerous for Tyler Gaffalione, dangerous for Sonny Leon, dangerous for both horses, the horses behind them. Yeah, and, you know, I believe if he keeps a straight course, he beats Hot Rod Charlie yesterday.
Because Hot Rod Charlie loves that. You want to lay
You
on
stay
the
as far away from Hot
know.
Rod Charlie as you possibly can. And he was. He was a path and a half away from him, and he was in front of him. Makes no sense. The whole thing made no sense, and more importantly, was just flat out dangerous.
And it's a shame that we're having to talk about this because I feel as though we're taking away from the performance of both horses who ran really well, and it was good to see Hot Rod Charlie get back to the winner's circle, a horse that, I mean, he's kind of, I don't want to say the Rodney Dangerfield of the division, but he just always shows up, Anthony, as we do have horses on the track for this off-the-turf third race. There's the 2, Royal Prince. Here's the 3, Ocean Atlantique.
He tried the dirt one time in his U.S. races. That was behind some decent horses and tried and hit American Tattoo Bourbon War back to the main track today. Not by desire, but I believe out of necessity.
Yeah, he earned an 80 buyer that day, and he's by American Fair out of a Giants Causeway Mare. I suppose that could go either way as we see number 8 making his way to the track. 3 starts on dirt for Nathan Detroit. Not very good.
Did not do much running in any of his main track tries. Does have a win on the synth and 4 on the grass.
We saw Will Sing for Wine. He's coming off a very long layoff. His number 10 is No Burn. He looks to control.
He looks like he is just in raging form right now, getting better and better for Oscar Barrera III. And even money favorite warrants that price.
Here's War Stopper, first off the claim for Chris Englehart.
Yeah, always dangerous, Chris, first off the claim. This horse, they had high hopes for this horse, the Todd Pletcher barn for a while. Rudy Rodriguez had him and Todd Pletcher, and wheels kind of fell off. He's looking for his first win since last January 2021.
Does exit a pretty good race, though, in which we saw some former stakes winners or stake place horses in that claiming 50. Bow Harbor, though, he was sent straight to the lead and led him on a merry chase where War Stopper was caught chasing 4 to 5 wide throughout. So maybe up against it a little bit. Javier Castellano will get the mount as No Burn. He's looking for his 3rd win in a row and 4th overall for the Oscar Barrera barn in 6 starts.
Yeah, he's 5 out of his last 6. He finished 2nd, the only other start in this run. He's really gotten good, really gotten good since leaving the Bill Morey barn back in February. He was here on the circuit. He went down to Laurel. He finished 3rd, and then since he's been back on the NYRA circuit, through his 3 lifetime condition, won for 12, 5, 32, a starter handicap, and the Open A other than last time. Yeah, really, just in really good form right now.
He is, as a horse that has never been on the main track in his races, of course, is number 2, Royal Prince for Brad Cox. And Mig, as we bring you in, what are your thoughts about this son of Cairo Prince trying the main track for the first time?
Well, I find it interesting, Maggie, that he is a half to a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner on the dirt in British Idiom. So I went down to take a look at him. And from a physical perspective, I can see why he spent his life on the turf. He has the physicality of a turf horse, big, wider, flat foot. He's been successful on the turf. I did ask, just out of curiosity, Brad Cox's assistant, he is a half to a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. Why so long to give it the dirt a try? And I got a very cheeky, we were waiting for it to rain. So I guess he wasn't in a very talkative mood. It is a gray day, and we're all out here getting wet, I suppose. Main track onlys again, guys. I think that's the story. We're going to the outside with the main track onlys. They got what they wished for, races coming off the turf. Starting with the 9, Will Sing for Wine, coming off an extended layoff, but for a Hall of Famer. Warmed up incredibly well. Really loved what I saw from him, really, skipping over the ground. And anybody who knows me knows that I'll sing for wine, dance for wine, what have you. I couldn't get past the 10, No Burn. He just looks so good. He's been showed that he's so proficient in off racetracks, and he looks like controlling speed.
All right. I will stand up for my good friend Dustin Dugas, who is the assistant to Brad Cox here in New York. He probably maybe gave you a offhanded remark because he isn't very familiar with this horse, as he has been in Kentucky for the most part preparing for this.
This horse was brought here to run on the turf since there's no turf in Kentucky right now. But with his pedigree and stuff, you give him a shot. He's here. You don't know when the next dirt race, when the next turf race will be. This held together again. You had 3 of the main track. You had 3 of the body horses stay in the race. So, yeah, we'll see what Royal Prince can do.
It does feel like No Burn. He might have everything his own way, and he'll see if he can get the 3rd win in a row, as John Embrial has your call here, race number 3 from Big A.
And they're off. It is a No Burn out for the lead. Warstopper's on the outside, and Will Sing for Wine is right there as Ocean Atlantique now moves up. Then Royal Prince in 5th, and trailing the field is Nathan Detroit in 6th. They clear the chute now and go on to the main track. Ocean Atlantique has taken the lead. The odds-on favorite, No Burn, sits in 2nd. Warstopper's on the outside in 3rd. The gray Royal Prince is down at the rail. Then comes the gray, Nathan Detroit, and Will Sing for Wine is 6th, 4 lengths from the lead, the quarter 23 and 4/5 seconds. Ocean Atlantique leads here by a length. No Burn, and on the inside, Royal Prince, they are heads apart. Ocean Atlantique has the lead with less than a half mile to the finish, and the opening half went in 47 3. Ocean Atlantique. Here's No Burn on the outside, getting closer in 2nd. Royal Prince down at the rail in 3rd. Will Sing for Wine. And on his outside is Warstopper. Nathan Detroit is the trailer. Up front, No Burn now right alongside of Ocean Atlantique. Warstopper on the far outside as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. And it is No Burn who is now taken over. No Burn is in front. Ocean Atlantique back running in 2nd as Warstopper gains on the outside in 3rd with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is No Burn. Ocean Atlantique battles on, and Warstopper rallies on the outside. Here is Warstopper to take the 3rd under Javier Castellano. The favorite, No Burn, was 2nd. Ocean Atlantique finished 3rd.
Last move, the winning one, as War Stopper out of that pretty dangerous 50, open 50 last time out, gets the win under Javier and for Chris Engelhardt first off the clean.
Ocean Atlantique raced really well in here, but more importantly, took the fight to No Burn.
Yeah.
And it softened No Burn up just enough for him to be vulnerable from the 8th pole home. And War Stopper and Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, was able to just pick up the pieces from the 16th hole to the wire and draw away for a pretty easy victory here in the slop. Couple 2.5 lengths on the line, let's call it. Nice price, too, on this horse. The race looked like it was going to be dominated by the main track onlys.
But this is a dirt horse for the most part.
Yeah, 6-1. 6-1 on one of the MTOs.
It doesn't often play out that way, but a horse intended for the turf does win the off-the-turf third race here at Belmont at the Big A. But coming up a little bit later, a little bit
We'll see the fillies
before.
later on. Yeah.
We'll take a look at the champagne now from yesterday, the Grade 1 event. And you know what? Chad Brown has done very well in this race. This is his 4th Champagne win as we see blazing 7s sit well off the pace, tip out Anthony. That was all she wrote. Verifying, I thought, ran well in only a second start.
4th in 7 years, a couple of second-place finishes, including with this horse's sire, Good Magic, went on to win the Breeders' Cup and the Eclipse Award for top 2-year-old. Yeah, I mean, this was a nice race. And this is a good example of how wet tracks are different from place to place. He did not look to handle a wet track in Saratoga in the Hopeful, and he loved this track that he ran over yesterday. Big Fig, 91 buyer speed figure, I believe, yesterday for the son of Good Magic. And now goes on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Win on a fast track, win in a sloppy track, win going a mile, win going short. Nice horse. Nice horse. He took advantage of it, a good setup yesterday. He had some pace. There was some contention on the front end. But finishes up nicely, runs through the wire. Can't imagine that an extra 16th of a mile is going to hurt his cause.
He will be looking to emulate his sire, Good Magic, who broke his maiden in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But this is a horse, Anthony, that I think the longer he gets to go, the better he will become. Then we saw a little bit of an upset in the Miss Grillo yesterday as Pleasant Passage, and we saw both these turf races, won from gate to wire fashion here, as she did take a bit of a step forward from her maiden breaking performance.
She absolutely did, but she had such a tactical advantage. And the funny thing was, Maggie, going into this race, on paper, there was no clear-cut speed. And you don't know this going in, but it was that much of an advantage partially because of the course, right? We find out later on when Dancing Buck, a New York bred, wins the Open Company Belmont Turf Championship, that it's, the speed held on the boggy ground. Take nothing away from this. Filly, though. This filly took a step forward yesterday. She ran well. She beat a couple of nice fillies as well. I think we'll hear from all 3 of these in the Breeders' Cup going forward. She punches her ticket by way of the win you're in, but I think the 2nd and 3rd place fillies will be right with her in Keeneland in less than 5 weeks on Future Stars Friday. Yeah,
Be Your Best, who was the beaten favorite, she just is a horse that's used to getting some pace to run at and just was unable to do so. And you would have to think, with a lot of fillies going to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, that she will get that pace to run it. I still think she's a very talented horse for her.
The race always oversubscribes. I guess the one that would have the most trouble getting in would be Free Look, who does not have a stakes win.
Right.
The other 2 fillies do now. But I hope they all get in, because I think they're all really nice fillies, and she did a good job yesterday. Pleasant Passage, Herodici Jr. taking advantage of no pace.
As we'll take a look back at the Aqueduct Stakes, and this one, also a bit of an upset. Senior Buscador. Anthony, I remember when this guy was down at the fairgrounds last year preparing to run in the Risen Star Stakes.
The Springboard Mile winner from 2020. Yeah, David Fincher maybe had him back then?
Yes.
So, yeah, he's come a long way, baby, as the old cigarette ad used to say. Big win here. I think that what you take out of the Aqueduct, and it's funny how it's always full circle, the fact that poor Speaker's Corner has spent his summer chasing Life is Good and Flightline around ovals, and it just looks like it's taking its toll on him, and it's really caught up with him. This is a Grade 1 winner And Senor Buscador was able to post the upset yesterday in that ACAC, that one-turn mile. Don't forget, the Breeders' Cup, they'll go 2 turns at Keeneland. That starts right on that clubhouse turn as well.
Todd Fincher with Francisco Arrieta aboard in from California off a third-place finish in the Grade 2 Pat O'Brien previously. As we get back to live racing here at Churchill, and we'll kick off a post-parade for this 4th race with number 1, Mountain Ghost.
Chips in for Belterra Park off a gate-to-wire win on the turf. This horse is 0 for 3 on conventional dirt.
Commander Compton drops down to the 10, and that's why he's even money favorite.
For a barn that was on fire in Saratoga, this horse did not run 2 steps. Now you're asking them to win at a meet where the barn has kind of come down to earth. Not for me at even money.
Both those races at Saratoga won in gate-to-wire fashion. Is number 3, Consider. Looks a little slow to consider.
Yeah, got the job done at Horseshoe Indian. Start number 28 from Michael Lauer last time out.
Number 4, Bronze Beast. He got a little pace to run at last time out, I thought, but still finished 3rd.
Big form reversal off his prior 2 starts on conventional dirt. We'll see if he can keep the roll going. He's way too short of a price right now for me.
Yeah, as number 5, Drop Anchor. I thought he was a little bit interesting here for Brendan Walsh.
I did too. I would imagine Martin Garcia is going to be forward with this gray son of Anchor down, and maybe that's enough in here.
As number 6, Corn Pop, he might be giving Drop Anchor a little company up front.
He could. He's shown speed in the past. He also hasn't, it's been a long time between drinks. He hasn't won since Evangeline Downs in June of 2021.
As Plemonston, he is one that also comes out of that Lake Tahoe race.
Yeah, lone win came at the fairgrounds for maiden 12-5 back in December. 3rd start off of a little bit of a break.
As we check back in with our man on the scene, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, give us your thoughts on yesterday's stakes action from Churchill.
Well, let's get to Senor Buscador. It's a great story. It really is for Todd Fincher. Like I was saying, the Fincher family is a New Mexico family that started there at Sunland Park and some of their horses in Arizona and now have come out to California, and it's a very good story. And I thought the horse ran giant, and I think Anthony hit the nail on the head. Flightline just broke the spirit of Speaker's Corner, then life is good. And it seems like that he's telling himself, wow, if I can't catch these horses, I can't catch anybody else. Now, when it comes to the Rich Strike race, you know, I called Richie this morning, and I agree with him 100%. The only thing that I will add is when I was leaving the racetrack yesterday, I left with 2 stewards, and they looked straight at me, and they said, did you see the last part of that race? I said, I certainly did. He goes, well, I'll tell you something. Sonny Leone, his agent, or somebody here that represents him better be here tomorrow to look over the film. So if there's any more updates on that and what's going to happen with that race with Sonny Leone, I will give you guys an update. Now to get to this race, I do think Commander Compton for Phil Bauer is the horse to beat. The thing about Phil Bauer's horses, they ran so well at Saratoga. When they came here, it seems like they haven't run as well. The horses that didn't run well at Saratoga kind of have run well here at Churchill Downs. Now, to drop in class, I think will help this horse. So I do think that he is the one to beat in here. Now, Bronze Beast, he does not look like a $10,000 claimer. He looked composed as can be. I know he was 67-1 last time out, but he looked today like he should be like 6-1, and at least in this field. So I thought he was the other player in here. And you know, the one Lon Wiggins runner here, a lot of people forget Lon Wiggins was the one who started Rachel Alexandria. So, you know, this is a horse that does possess a tiny bit of speed last time going a ride or ground, and I thought it could be a sneaky horse. I like the way the son of Ghost Zapper looked on the track, but I do think the 2, Commander Compton here, I know not a great price, is going to be the horse to beat.
Oh, thank you, Paulie. As I agree, you know, him talking about Bronze Beast, the first thing that came into my head, although I'm sure named for his pedigree, he did look like a Bronze Beast, good-looking chestnut there on track. But who did you land on here? As you mentioned, you're against number 2 in here, Commander Compton at 4-5.
I like Drop Anchor.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Drop Anchor, just trying to take him gate to wire. I think stretching out to the mile, even though it's not something he's been successful at yet, I think if he gets to the top and can control here, I think he could have a little bit of a different
Doesn't Corn Pop
story.
get in his way, though?
He might. He might.
I think Corn Pop's a little bit faster, but we'll see how aggressive
You like Corn Pops?
Nah, not a fan.
Used to like them. They changed the recipe. No good anymore.
I find like a lot of those cereals that we loved as kids like don't taste the same. Is that just because we're older? Or they legit change the recipe.
I think they
Not
legit
as much
changed.
sugar.
I think
That's
they
what it
legit
is.
changed. That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's cute that you say when we were kids, even though I have about 10 years on you.
Oh, dude, we're from the same generation, basically.
I guess. Listen, I'll take it.
Travis Stone, he's from our generation as well. He has a call of race number 4 from Churchill.
And they're off. Bit of a stumble coming out of there for Consider. Bronze Beast breaks on top. Corn Pop is there and Drop Anchor between them. And so Drop Anchor and Corn Pop go on with it. Blemenston from the outside comes on to grab third, and Bronze Beast is back racing fourth down toward the inside. So up the chute they go, they cross over, and it's a pumped up Drop Anchor. Drop Anchor leads with Corn Pop pressing second. 3 lengths back, Bronze Beast on a hold third toward the rail. Blemenston traveling comfortably, fourth on the outside. Mountain Ghost splits those two, comes on through. 6 lengths back, Commander Compton's in a full-out drive and is 9 or 10 lengths off the lead and is very wide to the far turn. At the back is Consider. They are halfway home in 47-1. Drop Anchor has settled down up top and leads by a length and a half. Corn Pop continues to chase from second. Blemenston on the outside is now third. Mountain Ghost under a ride fourth. Bronze Beast is fifth. And 3 to 5, Commander Compton is sixth. Still 8 lengths behind. They're at the quarter pole. Corn Pop comes up to grab the lead. It's Corn Pop who rolls off the turn in front. Drop Anchor fights on but is back into second. Farther back, Blemenston is third. Bronze Beast is fourth. Nothing yet from Commander Compton. 1 furlong to go. Corn Pop trying to hang in there. Blemenston comes outside. Drop Anchor re-rallies toward the rail. Here comes Blemenston. Drop Anchor. Corn Pop back to third. Blemenston got it. Blemenston first on the wire. Drop Anchor was second. Corn Pop faded to third, and Bronze Beast was fourth.
I feel like I have been on air for George Leonard's last 2 wins,
Wow.
possibly. I think he had one at Indiana when I was up here last week with Acacia. And now Blemenston rallies down the middle of the racetrack. Anthony, you were right about Commander Compton, who was a complete no-show. And you're the horse that you liked in here. Drop Anchor re-rallied to be second, but Blemenston had all the momentum.
We were right about a lot of things except the winner. Corn Pop got in the way of Drop Anchor, and I didn't like the 2, Commander Compton, who didn't really fire, but Blemenston was able to pick up the pieces under a heady ride by Francisco Arrieta, who let him duke it out in front of him, and comes along in the last 16th of a mile to get the job done. This was had to be a square price, right?
Yeah, 6, 7 to 1?
Yeah.
I think 9 to 1.
9 to 1.
As that will do it for me. Here, at least up on set. I'm about to go get a little wet out there. As it's been an absolute pleasure to be on set with you, my friends.
Fun. We haven't been on set together in a long time.
No, I think since the springtime.
Yeah.
As Acacia Clement will be taking over the reins here as host, and Mig will be able to come in and get dry. But a lot more racing action to come here on America's Day at the Races, including the Grade 1 Frizette Chocolate Gelato. Will she continue to be the flavor of the month? Trying stakes company for the first time, but she'll have to run down, you would think, the Speedy, the Great Maybe for Cherie DeVoe. All that and so much more coming up next.
War Dancer, now the leading third crop turf sire in North America, with performers like Woodbine Turf Sprint winner Niagara Skyline.
And Niagara Skyline going on a much-deserved champion of the Woodbine Turf Sprint Series.
Royal Dancer, wire to wire on the Aqueduct Turf.
And Royal Dancer gives Junior Alvarado his 3rd win today.
And undefeated 2-year-old stakes winner Warsaichi.
Warsaichi asserted her authority. She has not relinquished the lead.
Now with 48 wins in 2022 and over $4.5 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and whose progeny carry his speed and stamina on all surfaces and all distances. Acacia Clement stepping in here on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Anthony Stabile staying with me. I just realized, too, that we're matching.
Yes, we do match today.
We had Talking Horses together today. I know you have the Mets colors there. If I were to adorn blue and yellow, my dad, Brian, would probably be very upset
It's
with
orange, yes.
I'm sorry, orange, yes.
We actually have Mets.
Wow.
Yeah, this is an official Mets. I mean, this tonight's do or die.
Yeah, I hear you.
Queens got to get the money tonight. If Queens doesn't
hear
get the money tonight, I'm going to be very unhappy when racing resumes on Thursday here at Belmont.
I'm the daughter of a diehard Yankee fan, but he's always rooting for you, he said. Clemenston is the winner in the 4th race at Churchill Downs. For George Leonard, Francisco Arrieta, who picked up his first graded stakes win yesterday in the ACAC. It's been a good weekend for him. $20.30 winner Clemenston over Drop Anchor and Court Pop.
Yeah, the two speeds duked it out, and Clemenston and Mr. Arrieta were able to pick up the pieces and get the job done at over $20, 9-1.
Well, it's raining here in New York, but it's raining in Paris as well, and that certainly didn't dampen anyone's spirits, as earlier this morning, our time on FS2, we had the coverage for you of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe as Alpinista for trainer Sir Mark Prescott got the win. This mare has been absolutely sensational, Anthony, making that 6 Group 1 wins in a row.
I would imagine that's the first time anybody has ever said the Arc and Aqueduct in the same sentence. Fantastically talented you were able to do that. I'll tell you what, she set a really nice trip, just saving some ground, and was able to pounce, first one to come calling on the speed, and was able to hold sway in here. I know she had some success over ground with Giving It in the past, with a considerable Giving It, and you know, I remember joking, saying it's just like a day in South Ozone Park. You saw a lot of umbrellas at Longchamp today, and yeah, she's able to stay that last, I don't know, a couple of 100 meters. You saw a couple of runners taking dead aim at her. Christophe Soumillon's horse, Frankie Dettori's horse, so jockeys who are obviously very prominent and familiar to fans in the U.S., but Philly's mare, I should say, able to hold on. She was 3-1, I believe, here in Optimus.
And you saw Annabelle Willis, Alpinista's groom, alongside her. There's a great video on Twitter, if you haven't seen it yet, of Annabelle cheering her home, which is just really so special to see the bond of the people that are with the horses day in and out and watching them see their success out on the racetrack. So congratulations to Alpinista and her connections. Wonderful to see her here stateside as she did win that entry to the Breeders' Cup Turf. Turning our attention back here to Belmont at the Big A, we're getting ready for race number 4 here in New York. It is a claiming race on winners of 2 in life. Let's get a paddock report from Richie Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Steady kind of mist right now. It's not too bad out, but the 3 Blue Grotto from the John Kimmel barn making a nice impression. He's a good-looking horse. He's a horse that has shown ability at times. His form went a little bit sideways. His most recent starts had a layoff and actually came back looking really, really good here. His coat's great. Looks very fit for John Kimmel, and I think this horse is going to run one of his better races. He just makes a really nice impression, and he's run well in off-going before. The 4 misbehaved. At first blush, looks like he's taking a precipitous drop in class, but he did break his maiden for maiden $50,000 claiming. And it's always been my experience, horses that break their maiden for 50, 40, generally tend to be worth about half of the claiming price if they've run a lot. Not a horse maybe that's run only once, but a horse with some consistent form. When they finally break their maiden for a tag, I find that eventually they find themselves in a spot about half that price. And so I think this is just an appropriate place for a horse to be competitive. The 5 Jay Stalker, well, he broke his maiden for 25, but that was his first start, so it's a bit of a different story. And he showed very good speed that day. Bruce Savine used to win with first-time starters all the time, and I think people forget how proficient he can be with first-timers. Horse making a nice impression off his 1 win. I think he can come right back and run well again, particularly in a race that feels like it's fairly devoid of speed, any real speed. The other horse that I think will be forward is the 7 Eminency from the Cantermacci barn. This is a horse that I think will be well placed just outside of the 5 Jay Stalker and could get the right kind of trip, certainly making a nice physical appearance here in the paddock.
All right, Richie, thank you. Eminency, second off the claim for the Cantor Massey brothers. Well, you might have noticed that Greg Wolf hasn't been with us this weekend, and that's because, Anthony, he had other pressing matters. He and Laura welcomed Isabella Rose to the world, and she is so beautiful. We can't wait to meet her. A huge congratulations to Greg and Laura.
Yeah, what a cute kid, huh?
Yeah.
Most of them are cute, I guess, right? That's a really cute kid. Congratulations to Greg and
very,
Laura.
very cute.
And Brother William.
Brother William, big Brother William.
Let's not forget about Brother William.
Isabella Rose Wolf. I love it. So pretty.
His life changed forever today. He's no longer the baby.
I know.
In the Wolf Pack.
Big brother now.
He's a big brother now. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with being a big brother. I have 2 of you.
As we turn our attention back here to race number 4. That's a look at Jay Stalker, and we'll take a look at his first race. He was bumped pretty soundly at the start, but he was hustled out there from then on under Ricardo Santana that day, Anthony. And I had thought physically, and speaking to connections as well, that he wanted to go a bit longer. Yes, he beat a hungry group in his first start, but Richie brought up the point that there's not a ton of speed signed on in this race today.
There's not. That's part of the reason I like the number 7 Eminency a little bit. I think he'll be forward. But yeah, if Jay Stalker wants the top, I would imagine Javier Castellan will be able to get it. Javier has had a really good year, and he's been aggressive in part in that and having that good year. So I would imagine if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The source went wire to wire first time out after a little bit of trouble with the brake. Try and get him to the front end today with that extra quarter of a mile to navigate.
Let's meet the rest of the field. The sources step on the track. The inside 2 are out. Here's the number 3, Blue Grotto. Does he find his speed again?
Haven't seen him since April 7th. He drops to the lowest level of his claiming career. In fact, it's only one of a handful of times he's been available for a tag.
Here's Misbehave dropping down to the 25,000.
Brokers made him for a tag. They protected him in a starter. Now he's in where he belongs. Half the maiden claiming win price. Blinkers go back on the son of Into Mischief.
Jay Stalker went by.
See if he goes wire to wire. And here, son of MC, going to have to deal with a wet track today.
Here's Southern Passage off the claim.
Yeah, claimed for 40, in for a quarter, gone almost 2 months. A little bit of an equipment change. Amin Castillo going to ride for Gustavo Rodriguez. He gallops horses for the Rodriguez brothers.
Eminency, 7-2.
Yeah, we'll see how he stretches out. Speaking of Rudy, he was claimed from this horse out of his maiden win with Rudy 2 back. Ran well enough last time. Give him one more chance on the stretch out today.
Biggest price on the board, here's A Light.
Only horse in the field who I have an X through after the 2 scratches. He'd be a big upset.
And Iron Lion in Zion to the outside.
Blinkers came off last time. He had a little bit of trouble at the start. Rebounded nicely to finish 4th. Maybe with a clean break and the outside draw, he can get a piece of this today. Well, he's 5-20. He's taking a little bit of money here.
That's the field for the 4th race. As I want to remind everybody, you can get ready for the Breeders' Cup with today's Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus for when you bet $50 in exactas on the Frizette Stakes, and you can score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the Breeders' Cup Racing Bankroll Builder today and next Saturday and Sunday. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and get the full Bankroll Builder schedule. Don't miss out on that. As we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin here with us. JK, we can't outsmart Mother Nature when we have races like today, but we still can try to find and make some money on these rainy days.
Absolutely. I try not to get too caught up in the weather most of the time because usually on these shows when it's dry or when it's wet, I like to tell you I like horses towards the outside with tactical speed. It kind of works in both situations, but I usually don't like horses that come from far out of it, but today I do kind of like the 6 Southern Passage because of the price on the board, 7-2 with some other horses I don't necessarily trust how good they might be. The one thing I do know about Southern Passage is that at one point, Southern Passage ran very fast races compared to this group. Now, you get the trainer change, you get the equipment change. Sometimes that's just enough to wake a horse up. And it's nothing against Dale Romans and their operation, but sometimes you have a horse, you've had some success with him, you just try to go back to the well and kind of do what you've always done. And sometimes with these older horses, 4-year-olds, you just kind of got to change up the game a little bit, change up the script. And it feels as if that's a possibility with the Gustavo Rodriguez barn. So I'm just hoping this horse kind of wakes up, finds some old form with some friends that I think are probably a little bit more his style at this point, and hopefully he'll come rolling. He just needs to keep his face clean. I don't want him to get too far back and eat too much dirt. I do think he's interesting at 4-1 on the board.
A new face off the claim. Jonathan, thank you. So take a look at the number 7, Eminency. This is the one that you had some interest in, Anthony, as he is second off the claim for Matkin Cantermasi. Louis Saya is going to stay aboard. He was hard-ass last time out, but this is the second time with this stable, and he can be forward.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping being forward is going to help him. You know, the lone time he ran on a wet track, he has a really nice wet track pedigree here. The lone time he ran on a wet track was the second start of his career. He got beat just 3 parts of a length. So we'll see now if he gets a real sloppy track, how he handles it. And I just imagine that Jay Stalker goes and he's going to sit just off of him. And if Jay Stalker doesn't go, Louis Saez will put him on the front end. One of those 2 horses almost have to be on the lead in here. And he was 8-1 on the morning line. I thought he'd be a little bit better of a price, but he's drifting a little now, so maybe he'll get there.
Horses warming up on the track. Let's check in again with Richie.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, the horses that won me over warming up were, well, horses that not necessarily have speed. And, you know, I do think speed is a good thing to have in off tracks, but it feels like outside runners are having the best of it. So Blue Grotto, he left the pony under Kendrick Carmouche, which is Kendrick's typical warm-up. He could not look any better. I don't think I've ever seen this horse look better. I think the time off did him well. I think John Kimmel's got this horse right, and he's well spotted, and he's going to be my top selection. I like the way Blue Grotto's doing. And the 9, Iron Lion and Zion for the Tom Morley barn. I like the way this horse looked, and I like the outside draw for him. He's going to be outrun early, but I think being outside gives him an opportunity to get in a good rhythm before he has to deal with any kind of kickback. And I think he can come with a run. If he gets enough pace to run at, that's the big question.
Yeah, what kind of setup does he get in here today? Richie, thank you. And it is always an interesting conversation, Anthony, because sometimes you see horses that have talent. They're just victim of the pace scenarios of one horse getting loose on the lead, and there's just nothing you can really do as a result of that. You can't change the way a horse runs. And so that's why we talk so much about pace, because it's really to the advantage or disadvantage of certain runners with how this pace shakes out.
Yeah, and as the game evolves, you see the paces are a lot less competitive. They're a lot slower, and it kind of takes these deep closers out of their game as a general rule of thumb. Doesn't always hold true, but it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine this race not being dominated by horses that are forward. I even think a horse like Misbehaved, who's your 2-1 favorite, his best race came when the pace incinerated, but he's been close enough, and you know, even last time he's only 3-4 lengths off a pretty fast pace. I don't think he'll be that far back, and I think, you know, I don't think he's a great favorite, but he's certainly a horse that could win this race. But I'm hoping Eminency can sit the right trip.
Blinkers going back on your favorite, Misbehaved. It's race 4, Belmont at the Big A. We send it up to John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for a light, and Iron Lion in Zion. In the gate, and they're off. Iron Lion in Zion, a light and Eminency. Now moving up is Misbehaved, and Jay's Stalker is gaining ground. So it is Misbehaved and Jay's Stalker. The two of them are heads apart for the lead. Eminency sits behind in third. And on the outside is Iron Lion in Zion as the field races up the backstretch now. Misbehaved has the lead here. Jay's Stalker is alongside in second. Eminency is next in third, and a light runs in fourth. It's a half dozen lengths back to Iron Lion in Zion. In between horses, Southern Passage. Blue Grotto is down at the rail. The quarter 23 and 2, and it is Misbehaved, the favorite here, leading by a little more than 2 lengths, with Jay's Stalker in second and Eminency on the outside in third. A light has tailed off, about to be passed there by Blue Grotto and Iron Lion in Zion. Southern Passage is the trailer in seventh. Half mile, 47 seconds, midway on the turn. Misbehave leads by 3. Eminency is next in second. Blue Grotto continues to gain. Blue Grotto is now moving up into second and going after Misbehaved as they come for the quarter pole. It's Misbehaved with Blue Grotto driving up on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:12.2. Blue Grotto continues his rally here, and Blue Grotto has now taken the lead from Misbehaved. Iron Lion in Zion has moved up into third with a 16th to the finish. Blue Grotto getting away from them. It is Blue Grotto, much the best here over the off-going. Misbehaved held second over Iron Lion in Zion.
You heard Richie say that he'd never seen Blue Grotto look so good, and he was right. This colt was ready to roll off the layoff under Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick's having trouble pulling him up here. He rolled by the speed of Misbehaved, who did go to the lead with the blinkers back on this afternoon. And Blue Grotto got going. At one point on the turn, I said, maybe he should have stayed inside because it looked like he was going to idle a little bit. There was no idling. He ran right by the favorite, kept going. Kendrick kept into his business out in the middle of the racetrack here. He was able to get the job done by a long way.
And we did see the horse that was the main pace setter was your favorite, Misbehaved. As expected, he had a little pressure early from Jay Stalker, who wasn't able to sustain that. But Blue Grotto was very far back as well, and you can see just how much dirt he took versus Misbehaved, and he was able to run him down, just having a little bit of a class edge, and clearly that freshening did him well. And we talk about it often too. Sometimes just giving them some time away from the racetrack, put them out at the farm, let them be a horse again. They come back with a renewed kind of vigor.
There's tops that drop sometime too. This horse should never run this low on the claiming ladder in his career.
Blue Grotto with the win, Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, we'll talk about the upcoming 5th race at Churchill Downs. There's a look at Boxster dropping in class for Eddie Keneally. More on the son of West Coast and the rest of the field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. In race number 4, it was Blue Grotto. Took a lot of dirt coming from off the pace, but with a confident ride, and rightfully so, by Kendrick Carmouche, he was able to run down your favorite, Misbehaved.
He started rolling along the inside, and Kendrick makes the move right around here, right before the quarter pole. He decides just to let him momentum carry him around the favorite, and he just rolls on. Right here, I said, I might idle on him a little bit, but he didn't. He goes up alongside the favorite, and he quickly disposes of him and just runs away from him 5-length win at the end. You see him stay in the middle of the racetrack. I don't think it matters. Obviously, we've gotten a ton of rain here. And Blue Grotto loved the slop today.
Yes, he did. Colt by Bodemeister, ready to roll off the April layoff for trainer John Kimmel. $13.16 winner over your 9-5 favorite Misbehaved Iron Lion in Zion, checked in third. I think Johnny I enjoy saying that name, by the way. Back over to Churchill Downs at race number 5. It's for 2-year-olds, a maiden claiming for $75,000. So a high-level maiden claiming race. Salta currently 5-2 on the board. We're going 6 furlongs as they step on the track. We'll meet the field starting with the number 1 Money Run.
Tries the dirt for the first time after a grass debut. Son of Run happy in for a tag after showing speed as well.
It is a have-to Grade 3 winner, Best Actor, who was more of a dirt horse. The siblings have all been dirt. So interesting that he actually started his career on turf. Here's Olafabo.
Did 0 running in his 2 maiden special weight starts at Saratoga and Ellis, but woke up when put on the lead in a fast fractions at Churchill and for a tag last time. Comes back in just 2 weeks.
Good effort last time out. Here is your current tepid favorite, Salta.
Ships in from the Great Race Place for Keith DeSormo off a June layoff. We'll see what kind of trip this son of Carpe Diem can work out from just off the pace, you would imagine.
Comes out of a stakes try as well. Here's the 4 Funny Uncle.
We all have one. This son of Distorted Humor is going to try to dirt after a turf debut over at Colonial Downs in late August.
Here is the number 5 Louisianimal.
Great name. 1 bullet work was at Churchill. Kind of been a little bit of a hit and miss work tab. Only 4 works dating back to the middle of August.
First-time starter Mitchell Merle in the saddle. Take a look at your co-favorite drop in class for Boxster.
Yeah, Merle already won a race on the card. Boxster, fresh gelding after trying the 1.5 turns down at the Pea Patch at Ellis Park. Also drops in for a tag for the first time.
Here's the number 7, Brilliant Colors, the other Steve Asmussen runner.
He took a little money in his Lone Star Park debut back in July. Second-place finisher came back to win. Draws outside now, stretches out a little bit. Son of Connect shouldn't mind the added distance at 6 furlongs.
And firster to the outside for Brad Cox. Here's Distorted Pro.
Minnesota-bred son of Distorted Humor. Working across the river over at Horseshoe Indy for Brad Cox, who's having a fantastic meet. Ricardo Santuna Jr. going to climb aboard. They're teaming up, by the way, Cox and Santana, over the last 2 years, both at Churchill and nationally at 30% overall.
It's amazing to see. He's 4-1. That 2-year-old firster to the outside. Help us out here a little, Paul LaDuca. Pretty wide open board right now.
Yeah, it is a wide open board, and it looks like in the verticals they're going for Olafabo here, obviously named after the famous golfer Jose Maria Olafabo. If he didn't have foot problems, he could have had a tremendous career. This horse, like Anthony said, woke up and went towards the front end. You know, that was with Bejarano aboard. Now Bejarano gets aboard Boxster, who's been working great in the morning, sits being gelded. It seems like the horses that have shown speed over at Ellis Park at a mile and have been cutting back have been dangerous horses. Now, the horse that they're betting right now is the 3 Salta. And I get it. We saw 2 California horses come over here and get the money yesterday. Keith DeSormo's been a little unlucky at this meet. No wins, but 6 combined second and thirds out of 10 starters, and Gabriel Saez will be aboard. The outside horse, Distorted Pro, confusing, not really getting bet. He's a Minnesota bred by Distorted Humor, a Touch Gold mare. You know, this is a horse that is bred by the Novogratz Racing Stable Incorporated in Minnesota. And it's really hard whether this horse is a runner or not. You're wondering if this horse will end up at Canterbury as sometimes in maybe one of those little stakes races. The 1 Money Run, you made a good point. I think this is the horse that can maybe put the heat on Olafabo, and that's why I landed on the 3 in here, Salta, and the 6 Boxster. If you're starting out your Derby City Pick 6, right now it's at $152,000. They have to give it away, and I would think in the next race, the 1 Family Man, probably going to be one of the most singled horses in the Pick 6, and the Steve Asmussen runner in the last, coming off a giant second-place finish at Ellis Park.
Yeah, final date of the Churchill meet, so good luck if you're taking advantage of those multi-race wagers. Paulie, thank you. As Paul giving out the golf information as well. I like it.
Music, golf.
He's a man of many talents, Paul LaDuca.
Obviously, a vast knowledge of the national pastime of baseball.
He knows a little bit about that.
4-time All-Star. Greatest at bat of my life. Worked the walk before the Beltran strikeout in the 2006 National League Championship Series. I was there, watched it with my own 2 eyes. Been a rough weekend.
Olazabal, who did show a lot of improved speed last time out. You've got speed from Money Run. You don't know what the firsters are going to do. Boxer showed a little bit of speed going longer, but he's not slow. How do you expect things to play out in here? Maybe it could set up for a horse like Salta.
It could. I would imagine Olazabal is going to be the speed in here. I think he's just faster than the others, including Boxster. Although Boxster with the being a fresh gelding, you know, sometimes, Acacia, a horse is gelded because they have trouble pushing off their hind end because the reason for the gelding is preventing them from doing so.
Right.
So when a horse is gelded, there's relief there. There's physically more room there, and these horses are able to push off. So he's shown speed in the past. We'll see if the fresh gelding helps that cause. But I would imagine Olazabal goes to the lead. See if Edgar Morales can dent Tyler Gaffleone's 2-win lead.
Race 5, Churchill Downs. Let's find out. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Distorted Pro and Boxster, those two fast out of there. Funny Uncle comes up on through. Salta's there, and Olazabal down inside. The scramble is on early. Olazabal on through to grab an arrow lead. Salta's right there second. Funny Uncle comes away third. Boxster on the outside chasing them fourth. Money Run toward the inside fifth. Distorted Pros in sixth. Brilliant Colors in seventh. 3 lengths back to Losing Animal, who is the trailer. Contentious quarter, 21-3. Olazabal rounding the far turn, short lead. Funny Uncle keeping the pressure up, and right there, Salta between them. 3-ply battle round the far turn. Money Run set to strike in behind. Boxster comes wide. In behind them, Distorted Pro and Brilliant Colors. They're off the turn. Olazabal tenuous lead. Salta's right there. Money Run into the breach and on through to the front, and Boxster fights on down the center. 1 furlong to go. Money Run has taken over, and he takes off for the wire. Money Run and Tyler Gaffleone with a picture-perfect ride and trip. Winning by 3. Boxster second. Distorted Pro third. Olazabal held fourth.
I think Tyler Gaffleone heard what you said, and he said, no, I'm going to pick up another win.
Sorry,
with Money Run.
Sorry, Stabile. I'm going the other way with this. I'm going to build on that lead. Yeah, great ride. Fantastic ride here. Just as soon as the hole opened, he put this on a Run Happy right between. Just was able to. He lived up to his name. He went on a money run from the 8th ball home. I've went on many money runs in my life, little A. Not too many have been as successful as this one. I can tell you that right now.
It was the number 1 Money Run, first time on the main track for Steve Asmussen, son of Run Happy, getting the job done in style. Looked like it was the number 6 Boxster who was second, but easy to spot in that red cap. Tyler Gaffleone building on that lead.
2 maiden wins on the day for Steve Asmussen as well.
That's right.
Tail end bookended the early pick 5 at Churchill Downs today.
Money Run with the win. 2-year-old colt breaks his maiden, son of Run Happy, at Churchill Downs. Bringing prices in a bit. We'll also preview some more 2-year-old action that's coming up in a little bit later on here at Belmont at the Big A. We have Fabulous Fillies in the Frizette, the grade 1 for the 2-year-old fillies. Can Chocolate Gelato live up to that incredible maiden score she had at Saratoga last time out? And just the second start for the Great Maybe as she'll stretch out in distance.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the number 1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race 5 at Churchill Downs, we saw Tyler Gaffalione padding his lead, picking up another win on the final day of the meet beneath the Twin Spires. Money Run did just that and gets the win for Steve Asmussen. Is that Steve in a V-neck?
He's in the turquoise V-neck today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a summer Sunday, I guess, in the middle of October. Beginning of October, I should say. Yeah, Tyler Gaffalione now has a 3-win lead over Edgar Morales, a 1-win lead over a guy who can't do anything about it because he's on vacation in Florent Giroux. And Money Run is able to give our boy Run Happy another winner.
Another 2-year-old winner over the number 6 Boxster Distorted Pro in third, 11:58.
Those pennies add up, Acacia.
Yes, they do.
Don't worry about that. Those pennies add up. 11:58, 5:14, and 4:32. Wow. That would drive me crazy having to play the daily number.
Back at Belmont at the Big A, we're getting ready for race number 5. It's also about the 2-year-olds in a maiden, claiming this one for $50,000 here in New York, which is coming up next. And currently the number 5 Secret Thunder, second-time starter for Danny Gargan, is favored as he'll put the blinkers on in his second start.
Yeah, we'll see if the blinkers help him drop down a little bit in class as well. Danny has good numbers second time out. He has good numbers first time blinkers as well. We'll see if Bolt Doro can keep his run going as a win early sire.
He's been absolutely terrific with his 2-year-olds. As we welcome back to the show, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, getting a good look at these 2-year-olds. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Well, to start with your favorite, as Danny Gargan looks for yet again another 2-year-old winner, this time around with number 5 Secret Thunder. Now, first time out, he did not look fit. He was pretty green too in the warm-up, so I'm going to pay attention to how he behaves out there. So far so good here in the paddock though, and he is a bit more tucked up and defined. He isn't the most athletic looking individual, but he did work fast at the OBS March sale, which led to that $120,000 purchase price. But as Danny said, the ability hasn't been brought home that we saw maybe at the sales. Now, a fairly full cut blinker goes on him here today as he broke well first time out, but had to be hustled and then eventually faded, kind of hinting at the fact that he definitely needed that first start with regards to fitness. So we'll see if he moves up off of that, but there's some other horses in here that have experience that I find interesting. And number 9, Blame de Rulemaker, a son of Claiborne Stallion Blame, comes in here. He's another one that sold quite expensively at the OBS spring sale for $225,000. Puts blinkers on here for Jorge Duarte, who does tend to bring horses that are live here to New York. Big son of Blame. I mean, physically looks more like a late 3-year-old rather than a later season 2-year-old here in the paddock. And I get why they tried to stretch him out last time, because watching his races, he feels to be kind of a evenly paced type of horse, and too physically he looks like he wants to go longer, but maybe with the blinkers on, turning back in distance a bit here, he could be a bit more effective. But the horse that looks best in this group is actually the first time starter. That's number 6 Churro. God, I love that name. And I really wish I wasn't hungry, because a churro would sound fantastic right now, or be fantastic. But this one actually has a lovely pedigree. Didn't sell for that much as a yearling, but all the siblings have been good dirt or turf sprinters, including a graded stakes winner by the name Guns Loaded, who did win on the turf. But sometimes when we get these sloppy sealed tracks, they can be a little bit more like a turf course. So I don't see any problems with him handling it. Really well developed behind the saddle, has thus far been pretty professional here in debut, and comes in here looking a fit Acacia. He's the one that immediately grabbed my attention when they walked in here.
Need a churro party up here coming soon. You in?
I'm starving.
There is
what do you think? You think I'm in?
There is Churro, Colt by Exaggerator. We'll talk more about him and the rest of this field. Let's see if he likes a wet track just like his daddy did.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. There's my plane.
I'm
An
sorry?
8 o'clock flight.
You think that's yours?
No, I'm flying JetBlue. That looks like a Delta plane.
Okay.
But we're right
I
next
tried
door
to
to
fly
JFK.
JetBlue. I just drove around the tarmac for 2 hours.
Anthony ended up driving to Florida, which was very much appreciated. More on that later. Let's meet the field for race number 5, starting with a first-time starter, Flawless Cat.
Aren't they all flawless cats?
I would agree.
Ships in from Monmouth, an unraised dam. Neolithic, one of 712 Todd Pletcher former trainees at stud.
Flawless Cat, especially my little Pippin. Saw Kara's Prince go by. There's second and Reed.
I have Parson waiting for me at home.
Yeah.
Second and Reed, Sun across traffic. Dan was 3 for 9. She was okay. Good gate work. Who's taking a little bit of money at 6 to 1?
That's not Secret Thunder, but she's somewhere out there. Excuse me.
There he is.
There he is.
Hello, Secret Thunder.
That was Kara's Prince. I got confused because it was Kara's Prince.
That's
Kara's Prince,
okay.
there's Secret Thunder.
Pair of blinkers goes on Secret Thunder for his second start. Didn't have a great start. Maybe the blinkers will help him focus a little bit more.
First-time starter, here's Churchill.
Yeah, his sire exaggerator, a mudlark. Maybe he loves the wet track like his daddy did.
Here's another firster, Winning Connection.
Yeah, from a Hickory mare, 10 for 43, Son of Connect. His horse's work tab is very, very slow in his last 3 drills.
And cutting back in distance, Blamed a Rulemaker.
Paid an awful lot of money for this son of Zenyatta, Blame. Blinkers go on for his 3rd start. The special weight tries at Monmouth and Delaware have been a little on the slow side.
We'll see how he does cutting back in distance today. Secret Thunder is still your favorite, though. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, the 5 and the 6 obviously makes sense in this spot. The 5 with the experience. I love what Maggie said. The horse seems to be a little bit more fit than last time. That's always something you want to lean on. But at a short price, I wanted to try to find something else to do in here. I went towards the outside with the 9, Blamed a Rulemaker. Puts the blinkers on. Did take some money, as Anthony mentioned, at Monmouth and at Delaware. Obviously, circuits that one might argue that a maiden special weight in New York is probably a little bit more difficult. But you want to at least take into consideration this horse does have some experience and obviously had some talent. There has to be some buzz around a first-time starter who is taking money and becoming favored and being single digits. The barns talk, the trainers talk, the owners know, the clockers see. There has to be some sort of talent. Drawn towards the outside, putting the blinkers on in a group that has no standouts. I'll go there. I think 7-2 is fair, and I think you might actually get another click up.
Jonathan, thank you. As Anthony and I were having a conversation about Spirit Fingers versus Jazz Hands up here on the set.
I don't know what Spirit Fingers are. Strange.
Hopefully somebody on Twitter can let you know.
Okay.
For more on another first-time starter, second and Reed, let's go back to Maggie.
I want to know what spirit fingers are. What, this instead of this? I don't know. I've never heard of spirit fingers. But do want to talk about second and Reed as shout outs to my cameramen here, Kyle and Matt, who's holding the umbrella. I should have worn my hair up. I should have worn a hat, but here we are. Second and Reed taking some nibbles on the board, sold for $27,000 after working 10 and 2 at the OPS April sale. It wasn't a great breeze, to be perfectly honest. I didn't love it. Kind of higher, inefficient knee action. Had to be asked quite a bit. Is a smaller type, but with that being said, could be one who gets over the course in the right kind of way. Is wearing blinkers just a shortcut cheater first time out? I mean, sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire when it comes to these Jimmy Ryerson first-time starters, but for me, he just wasn't necessarily my cup of tea. I landed on the first-time starter. I just couldn't get over the appearance of churro and maybe I'm thinking with my stomach, Acacia.
There's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, now you got the spirit fingers jazz hands correct. Anyway, I digress.
Wheels are coming off the bus, folks. It's 3 o'clock.
It's been a long week. I still have a few more hours up here on the set to go. The favorite, Secret Thunder, makes a lot of sense in this spot with the blinkers going on. This colt, who did, he kind of almost hesitated when they opened the gate a little bit. And so you see forced out at break. And it was almost like he kind of hesitated, and then his neighbor was a little bit keen. And it was almost that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time because he didn't break as sharp as he could have.
Yeah, it was just a funky start for him, right? A bunch of things. If everything, whatever could have gone wrong did. And now you hope with the blinkers and change of scenery. And the race under his belt should help his cause. I mean, I picked Churro, but I didn't have any real knocks against Secret Thunder. But the 5 or the 6 would win this race.
Blamed a rule maker. He does cut back in distance, finished second, 2 starts back. The winner wired the field. This horse kind of sat behind the pace, and as Maggie had pointed out, he does look like an even type of running style, but he kept on coming that day. He had blinkers as well, and cutting back leads me to believe that they want him to be forward. And we saw Jorge Duarte and Jairo Rendon come here with another 2-year-old last week. That was a first-time starter, but was a fruitful trip.
That was a big price. He got a good trip. Favorite didn't fire. Yeah, I don't prefer this horse today. If he gets the money, he wins, I lose. I thought the race, it was clear that race we just watched was clearly his best race of the 3 he's run, and I don't think it was that good. But that's me. That's why they make Naira Bets accounts.
You are entitled to your opinion.
I am.
Absolutely.
And so are you. You just go to your Naira Bets account and you bet on your opinion. If you think that's a good opinion, for every $2 you put up, we'll give you 8. I don't think it's that good of an opinion, though.
And you can get that deposit match bonus, as you see on your screen there, the pick 6 kicking off here. Sloppy main track. The 2 turf stakes a little bit later on are still on the grass, which is exciting news, of course, with the Pilgrim for the 2-year-olds coming up a little bit later on, the Waya as well, going distance on the grass. But right now, it's the 2-year-olds in this maiden claiming, stepping close to the starting gate. Madeline Rowland here to ride Flawless Cat, as she's ridden quite a bit for Mike Deeney at Monmouth throughout the meet.
Yeah, good to see some loyalty, and now a little bit of a break in the action in Jersey. So, wonder where the young lady will make her haters. With 12% rider, she's won almost 50 races. Good for her.
Absolutely.
Wonder where she'll go. Maybe Florida with Mike. Mike goes to Tampa.
Yes, he's
maybe she'll go to Tampa.
Into the gate for the 5th race, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Churro, Winning Connection, and Blame the Rule Maker. They're in the gate. And they're off. Second and Reed, Flawless Cat down at the rail. Flawless Cat now takes the lead. Second and Reed is running in second with Secret Thunder on the outside and Kara's Prince down at the rail. Blame to Rulemaker is in fifth. It's a break of 2.5 lengths. Back to Churro, who's in sixth, and another 5 to Winning Connection, who trails the field. The leader is Flawless Cat, who ran the opening quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Flawless Cat by 1.5 lengths. Secret Thunder, Blame to Rulemaker, they're right together, second and third. Churro is in fourth, almost 5 lengths from the lead. And then Kara's Prince and second and Reed as they come for the top of the stretch. The trailer is Winning Connection. The leader is Flawless Cat, who has a 3-length lead, ran the half in 47 and 1. It is Flawless Cat trying to pull off the upset here, now in front by better than 4 lengths. Blame to Rulemaker up on the outside to grab second. Secret Thunder is next in third. It is Flawless Cat, first-time starter, who is going to win his debut. Flawless Cat by 5. Blame to Rulemaker was second. Close for third between Secret Thunder and the late closing Winning Connection.
And Madeline Rowland takes them gate to wire with Flawless Cat, owned and trained by Mike Deeney, and he's had his hands all over this family as well.
Gate open, Flawless Cat went right to the lead under the young apprentice. Never really threatened, just kept on going. A 5-length lead. You know what you could say, Acacia? Today was absolutely perfect. Flawless Cat. How bad was that? Wow. That was so bad.
I see what you did there.
You could probably purr better than me, right? There you go. Yeah, of course you can.
12-1, Flawless Cat with the win. Gallant son of Neolithic winning on debut. And you can see didn't take any dirt, blasted right off from the inside, went to the front end. A nice price, Blame to Rulemaker up for second and a photo for third. Bring your prices in a bit. Congratulations to the connections of Flawless Cat. A nice win for this Florida bred. In fact, coming here to New York to break his maiden at first asking. It was a big price with Winning Connection getting up for third.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte, and the two of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we just saw race number 5, Belmont at the Big A. Flawless Cat taking them gate to wire, smiling Madeline Rowland coming back to the winner's circle.
Did a great job getting this horse right out of the gate, right to the top. Kept on going, got all of that 12-1 at 26.80 as well. Almost all of it anyway.
She gets a win here at Belmont at the Big A, and she's standing by with Maggie.
I have to admit, Acacia, I did not recognize Madeline, which I should, because her hair's up in her helmet. But Madeline, people may recognize you. You used to be the groom for Caravel for Liz Merriman when she trained her.
Yeah, I was. Caravel, before she ran, she was actually like a pony to gallop. She was the first horse I got on for Lizzie Merriman before she ran. After she ran, she got too keen for me. So then I was her groom at the races.
Well, talk about a quick ascension into riding races. If you only started galloping a few years ago, talk about the decision to become a jock and take out your apprentice license.
Lizzie Merriman made the decision for me. The first day I was riding for her, I told her, I was like, yeah, I might go into the military or, you know, might ride races. She goes, nope. You're a jockey. You're going to be a jockey.
Well, that's great. And as you were saying, you started riding more so down at Tampa. And this summer, we've seen you at Monmouth really kind of honing your skills. Talk about, you know, your development.
Well, Tampa taught me a lot. I won good races for amazing people, rode with good riders that helped me and taught me a lot. And when I came up here, it took me a little to get going in the Mid-Atlantic, but I had people behind me supporting me and just kept going.
And now you get your first win in New York. Massive congratulations with Flawless Cat today.
Thank you so much.
Madeline Rowland, what a wonderful story, Acacia, and a well-rounded horsewoman.
What a special interview. Huge congratulations to Madeline. And here's to many more in New York and around the country. Madeline Rowland, she did everything right with this 2-year-old gelding, and great to hear a little bit more about her backstory and her future. Very, very bright, Anthony.
Yes, fantastic job today. You know, it's great to see people chasing their dreams and following their dreams. Good for Lizzie Merriman, giving it a little kick in the rear end to go to go into race riding. She does a good job. She's won a bunch of races, and yeah, got to be special winning a race at Aqueduct.
A nice win for Mike Deeney, who again she teams up a lot with in New Jersey and down in Florida as well. Big congratulations to Madeline Rowland. Turning our attention back to Churchill Downs, we have a mile and an eighth on the main track in this 6th race for a starter allowance. Family man, Paul LaDuca, you thought that this horse would be one a lot of people may single in that pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, I think so, Acacia. This is a horse for Tyler Gaffalione. Now, if you look at the wheel pace, if you're looking for this pick 5 here, the last pick 5 of the meet, the 6 in the next race for Todd Pletcher, second-time starter, the 1-5 double right now, I want to say was like $6 or $7 for $2. So they're hammering those 2 horses to start off this pick 5. And Family Man has beaten Leader of Men, All West, Eagle Pass. And I think All West, the 5, and Leader of Men are the 2 horses that need to challenge this horse. You know, Robert Medina has done such a great job. This horse is very tactical, has a win at the mile and eighth. And here's the kicker. Like, I don't love, listen, I got beat with a 3-5, but this horse is more logical at 4-5, and I hate to take 4-5 shots. But look at this horse, 4 for 4 at Churchill Downs. The rest of the field has 1 win at Churchill Downs, and that is the 7, Bear Oak.
All right, Paul, thank you, and we'll see what happens throughout the sequence here. But number 7, Bear Oak, had a win last time out at Belterra in that off-the-turf race. 12-1 right now for that horse, but currently 4-5 on the number 1, Family Man, who does come out of a 1.25 mile race. So while some may have a question about getting the distance, this horse certainly does not. He's won at a 1.1 mile before, and he's turning back after the 1.25 mile try.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much negative to say about Family Man. He seems to have found a comparable bunch of horses that he's beaten pretty easily in 2 of his last 3 starts, right? He just got beat a length last time, stretching out to the 1.25 and dealing with the sloppy track. If you were playing that Derby City 6 today, if you're playing the late pick 5 that kicks off here, the final pick 5 in the meet, I think he's a very reliable single. With that said, you can have a reliable single and still think there are horses that can beat him. Right? It's not like he's taken. I think he's the best horse in the race, but All West, the number 5, and I even think the 6, Leader of Men. Leader of Men came up with a big race last time, and it wasn't like it came from out of nowhere. He had races last fall, and maybe he's just getting better the second half of the season.
Brings up a really good point, too, with a couple of the others in here, but it's 3 to 5 on your favorite, Jonathan, as he maybe does appear to be far and above the one to beat in here.
As far as these starter allowance races go, I've always felt like, starter allowance races and stakes races are typically the most predictable. And even more so, I would think, starter allowance races, because they qualify for the condition, and sometimes they just change. They're not the same horse as they were when they qualified for that condition. If you look at this one, they had to make, in 2021 or 2022, they had to start for a claiming price of $10,000. Well, Family Man is better than that now, but he has found himself in this race. The issue that I love singling horses in these types of situations. The one Family Man, from a speed figure standpoint, he's really not that much faster than other horses like the 4 Home Run Trick, who's got some pretty fast numbers. The 5 All West has some numbers that are right around the corner. And the 7 Bear Oak also has numbers that are right around the corner. While I think the 1 is the most likely winner, I think the 4 Home Run Trick is very interesting to get loose in here. Last time didn't run particularly well when running into Family Man, but I don't really fault for that one. I'm going to come back to the race prior to that. Opened up, was aggressively ridden, where I think they'll try to ride this horse today with Ricardo Santana. I'm just hoping that Home Run Trick can find the front in here and try to get a little bit brave. I'm not trying to convince you that Family Man's not better than Home Run Trick, but I can do my best to convince you that Home Run Trick's a much better price.
JK, thank you. Home Run Trick. He has a lot of early speed, and that could potentially be the key, as he does not boast a win at the 1 1/8 distance, but he has run well at it before.
Yeah, he's okay. He's going to be doing all the heavy lifting, I can tell you that. I also wonder about his 2 starts since being claimed away from Carl Broberg. It took him 6 weeks to get back. Barn has just 1 win on the year. He wouldn't be where I would look for an alternative. I would look right next door to the 5 All West and the 6 Leader of Men. I thought those 2 were attractive alternatives to the favorites, but I think the favorite's going to be really tough in here.
Family Man, 3 to 5 as we get ready for the 6th at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Home Run Trick hustled hard out of there and comes on to grab the lead and crosses over toward the rail. And that forces Family Man to come off the rail to stalk the pace from second. Home Run Trick, though, the clear-cut leader. Family Man second. Justin's Quest punches through toward the inside. Had to tap on the brakes briefly there, but finds a seam down toward the rail. Leader of Men in the clear, racing fourth. All West comes away fifth. Bear Oak sixth. The early trailer is Eagle Pass. Home Run Trick shows the way to the backstretch run. Family Man stalking from second through an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. So they turn, and it's Home Run Trick cruising along. Family Man rating comfortably while second. Leader of Men was 3 wide, but is advancing up into third with 5 furlongs remaining. Justin's Quest nudged along fourth and toward the rail. All West is fifth and only 2.5 lengths off the leader, Home Run Trick. Bear Oak is going to be wide past the half. An Eagle past the trailer. They're heading for the far turn. Home Run Trick's half was 48 3/5 seconds. Manageable tempo so far. But here's Family Man now. Family Man comes up alongside ever so willingly. Home Run Trick is working harder to hold that lead. But as they come for the quarter pole, Family Man has taken over. Right in behind is All West, only 2 lengths off, and Leader of Men comes wide for the stretch drive. Bear Oak behind them. They're off the turn. Family Man's in front and shaken up, but All West is putting in a bid. Here comes All West up the rail. A bid indeed. He's taken the lead. All West overpowers Family Man. Comes up the inside with a sneak attack there at the 8th pole and wins by 2.5. Family Man has to settle for second. Bear Oak was third, and Leader of Men was fourth.
All West with the win for Chris Hartman. Anthony mentioned some points about how this horse could be an interesting alternative to your favorite, and they duked it out down to the wire, but All West going just a little bit better than Family Man.
Another good ride by a Francisco Arrieta. He had a decision to make it around the 8th pole. Do I go in or do I go out? And he made the gutsy move to go inside of your 3-5 favorite, and it pays off as he's able to draw away with this gray son of Flashback through the last 16th of a mile to win by a couple of lengths.
5-1-7 under the line at Churchill Downs in the 6th race, going a mile and an 1/8. Your favorite defeated, but Anthony?
Yes?
You leave the
Keisha?
desk with a winner.
Well,
How
not
about
really.
that?
I mean, they're kind of like a backup winner.
You gave
I don't
some
know.
good comments
I
about
appreciate
it.
I
Take
appreciate
the compliment.
that. I know, yeah, I know. I don't like to mislead people.
Fair enough. Well, it's time for you to go do some social media, right? Throughout
Yes,
the
as
day?
the content producer of Naira Bets, I have to go do some social media, and then I have to root the New York Mets home.
I like it. Well, best of luck tonight. Good luck. What are you most looking forward to as far as the greatest stakes coming up?
I am looking forward to the Frizette. One of my favorite races of the year all the time. I love the shoot races here in New York, and we get a traditional one out of the North Conduit shoot this afternoon here at the Big A.
We look forward to that. The Grade 1 Frizette for the 2-year-old fillies coming up a little bit later on. Great working with you all week, my friend. As Richie McLeory coming up on the desk to take us the rest of the way, as we have Jane Gray coming up next to kick off the late pick 5 from Aqueduct.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we take a look at the field for race number 6 coming up here at Belmont at the Big A, a mile on the main track. Jane Gray currently 2-1 as she comes off of 3 consecutive second-place finishes. Will today be the day? We'll soon find out. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Keisha, and the horse that she has been battling for favoritism with is number 7 in here, Spiked, as she is coming off of a not so narrow defeat, but a 3 3/4 length defeat to Fingal's Cave, who is a talented New York bred runner for trainer Dave Donk. She would repeat victories with an 85 in her subsequent Saratoga start. And Spiked, I think, is going to benefit from the turn back to the 1-turn mile today. For me, she's one that I didn't love the 9 furlong distance with, but again, ran valiantly chasing Fingal's Cave around the racetrack at the Spa. Now, we'll see how she negotiates the sealed wet track. I don't see anything holding her back from doing so. It's not as if she's a heavier type. She's very athletic. She has smaller feet. So I think she should be okay on it, and she presents herself quite nicely here in the paddock and probably one of the best turned out horses, and I do prefer her physically over her main rival in Jane Gray. But let's take a look at some bigger prices, some kind of fuzzy horses, as number 3 Frost Me goes out for John Kimmel, who's looking for his second win on this card. And Frost Me has shown in the past that, well, yes, she probably needs to get a bit faster here and run one of her best races. She's a big price on the board, so I'm more talking about her as a use underneath type. She comes back off a bit of a freshening, as her last 2 efforts, I just did not love the way she looked behind. Her hindquarters looked peaked. She just didn't look as furnished as I had sometimes seen her in the past behind the saddle. Well, today, off the freshening, she is looking stronger, and she's just looking more well-conditioned back there. And 2, like I said, she's one that has shown an ability to be able to handle the wet going, and she could honestly get a little bit of pace to run into here. We'll see who decides to go, as number 6, Missy Greer, on pedigree does have a bit more dirt pedigree, despite running her fastest race to date. 2 back on the turf, were almost wiring behind Marvelous Maud and Finest Work, who would finish 1-2 in the John Hettinger back on Friday. But I kind of like her getting back to the dirt, especially a wet track. We'll see how she negotiates. She does have that one try over a muddy, harrowed track, or open, I should say. So maybe the slop will benefit her. And I just think she's a bit intriguing getting back to the dirt, as we'll see what kind of trip she pulls here. Acacia, it feels like there are several that could be vying for that early lead. As I understand, you have a new partner up there on the desk, as Richie's back in action.
Yes, he is. Maggie, Richie Migliori, doing a double shift today, joining me here on the set. Glad to have you here, and I'm sure you're happy to be out of the rain.
Yeah, dodging raindrops downstairs. Unfortunately, Maggie got delegated to that spot now, but it's good to be up here on the set, and still some great racing to go.
I hosted all day yesterday. Richie came up to me before the last race. We had our last 30-minute show. He said, there's been a late change to the schedule. I'm going to go back on the set, and it's raining, so you have to go back out and do the last race of the day. So, but no, you've been doing a great job all weekend, Richie. Everybody is juggling around with these schedule changes. As we take a look at what's still to come for our graded stakes on today's card, today's schedule, we have 3 graded stakes, including the Grade 1 Frizette. The Pilgrim and the Waya are still on the turf, but we did just hear John and Brielle announce a late scratch. Flirting Bridge is out of the Waya, so do take note of that. As we get ready for this 6th race coming up, next race will kick off our stakes competition. Jane Gray, Richie, she is a filly that broke her maiden nicely first time out. We didn't see her then for nearly 2 years, and then she came back on the racetrack, and we'll take a look at her last race. This was her first time going the mile and was on a wet track, and it was second again.
Yeah, I thought this was a big effort, and she showed that she handled off-going. Now, just because you handle off-going in Saratoga doesn't necessarily that translates to here at Aqueduct. So, but she is athletic. She looks like she runs over the top of the ground a bit. And I think she just came up second best on the day, and arguably one of the best races of her life.
She showed that she could at least handle the mile, this filly by Into Mischief, and she was one that, coming back off of that big layoff, she finished second at Belmont, and then the late 6 came right back off, and Belmont had said after that race in June that she had struggled with the heat, she wasn't sweating enough, and it seemed like she was better in her subsequent starts at Saratoga. Obviously, it's a lot cooler here today than what we saw in the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. But when a trainer realizes that maybe something that most horses run on isn't exactly the right thing for this particular horse, stand on their strength of convictions. I applaud that, and that's why Bill Mott's in the Hall of Fame.
She's 2-1, your current co-favorite right now on the board. Here is Todd Pletcher's runner, the number 2, Wasp.
Yeah, Wasp, New York bred, comes out of the off-the-turf Yaddo. She was well beaten by Make Mischief. Consistent sort, shows up, runs every time.
Turn back in distance for Frost Me,
who has run some good races in off racetracks. I think John Kimmel's barn has really come to life. I like the way his horses have been looking.
Looking for a second win on the day, too. Here is Rudy Rodriguez with Mariah's Fortune.
Yeah, Mariah's Fortune, another one that has had success in wet. Feels like she has to give a little bit improvement here.
Missy Greer, back to dirt.
Yeah, back to dirt for Missy Greer. Has shown speed when she runs her best. Will she be involved early?
Here's Spiked, still a lightly raced filly.
I think there's a lot of upside with this filly because of being lightly raced, and she's outside the other speeds, could get into the race the right way.
And Hop Picker went to Laurel to break her maiden last time out.
Yeah, Strode Speed last time, fairly slow pace, getting a nice aggressive warm-up here under Irad Ortiz, excuse me. I was going to say Jose Ortiz. I'm so used to seeing Jose Ortiz ride for Shug more.
And he rode this filly in her first 3 starts, and now Irad Ortiz picking up the mount. That's the field for the 6th race. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin for more as you get ready to kick off today's Late Pick 5.
Yeah, I can understand why people like the horse towards the inside, the 1 Jane Grey, but I'm going to go towards the outside with the 7 Spike. This horse ran last time going 9 furlongs, ran second, and we all know how tiring and how deep the racetrack was at Saratoga, especially early in the meet, the first half of the meet in July. And as we got a little bit later, it started to become a little bit more manageable for a lot more horses. And I just feel like the 7 Spiked, if that horse could handle that deep track against Fingal's Cave, going the 9 furlong, this cutback's going to be exactly what this horse wants. Drawn towards the outside on a sloppy racetrack, should be able to avoid any of that really discouraging kickback that can sometimes happen when you do have a sloppy racetrack. And from a price standpoint, just feels a little bit better taking 5-2 on this horse than 9-5 on the 1. So I wouldn't be shocked if the 1 Jane Grey wins. This horse has run well on a sloppy racetrack, but I'm going to go towards the outside with the 7 Spiked with a little baby cutback.
Going from the 2 turns at Saratoga to the 1 turn here today, Jonathan, thank you. And she faced Fingal's Cave, who we saw winning a New York bred stake in her subsequent start. And she is a very talented filly for Dave Donk.
Yeah, Fingal's Cave is, is perfect at this point. She's never been defeated, and Spiked ran extremely well. And there's times when you're chasing a superior foe that when they leave you, it'll discourage a horse. And they'll have a tendency to really cave in. The fact that she stayed on doggedly to be second speaks to her tenacity, and I like that. She didn't quit despite the fact that her company left her.
She's improved in each of her subsequent starts, just making her 4th start here today. This filly by Unified for John Terranova. For more on your favorite, let's go back to Maggie.
And, well, as you guys kind of touched on, we discussed the fact that she had that heat exhaustion, number 1, Jane Grey, and Belmont immediately takes her off of Lasix. So noting that, somewhat of a maybe metabolic or chemistry imbalance with the addition of Lasix in that 1 start, and so immediately off of it, and we've seen improved efforts since then. Now, she continued to fill out. Now she's kind of plateaued, and there's just some better looking fillies in here overall, and 2, she's going to have to either run and gun from the inside and possibly face more pressure, or be down on the inside and take some, kickback, which it's a very, very fair racetrack, all things considered, because, at times when we see a wet track here at the Big A, it can be a little bit more favoring horses who are forward, but it's been really fair. You can win with any kind of trip, so we'll see what she does. I just feel like she was kind of supposed to possibly get it done last time, and now you're kind of taking the worst of it, but I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. Now, a horse who obviously needs to get faster is number 8, Hop Picker, a daughter of Nyquist. She looks great overall. I mean, I liked her when she showed up in July at Belmont. Just a big, good-looking filly who's dappled head to toe. Now, I don't know where the improve comes from. Could it be a wet track, though, as we have talked extensively about Shug McGahee training his horses on wet tracks and them being very used to it and comfortable. We'll see what she does, but definitely from a physical perspective, Acacia, she was one of the best looking in this crew. The 2 outside fillies were the ones who really caught my eye.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Hop Picker, a nice price, and yes, her last win was slow, especially compared to her competition. But Maggie brings up the point that maybe she is just a filly that's on the upswing.
Yeah, and we've seen that consistently with Shug McGahee runners. They get better with racing. They get better with age. And she is out of a mare, Altice, graded stakes winner, who was 2 for 3 in the mud. She's by Nyquist, a sire that gets 19% winners, on off racetracks. So there's a pedigree there that says she should handle an off-going. And the fact of the matter is, Shug McGahee is one of the rare trainers that will train horses on an off racetrack. Now, most trainers will gallop their horses on an off racetrack, but Shug will let them work, meaning they'll breeze. They'll have their speed works, no matter what kind of surface it is. And Shug's opinion, seems like, or logic behind it, is those are the racetracks they're going to have to run on. So why not let them have some experience on it?
Absolutely, as we'll see what Hot Picker can do. She wasn't the sharpest out last time out, but she moved up, and as we see with Forrest Boyce in Maryland riding for Shug McGahee, she was able to just get her to relax on the front end and wire that field last time out. Currently 9-5 on Jane Gray, but Wasp is one we haven't touched on, the New York bred. As she's run through her New York bred conditions, and so putting her back into New York bred company in the Yaddo last time made sense. She had actually tried the turf before, no match for Make Mischief that day, and she's just run some fine races even against open company prior.
Well, she's what I call a blue-collar horse. She brings her lunch pail and goes to work every time. I love her consistency. She tries, and that's all you can ask of any horse. One of her races where she was off the board, it was on the turf. So I think you can forgive that. Another one was sprinting. I think this is a more appropriate distance. She was well beaten by Make Mischief. Make Mischief would most likely be a pretty strong favorite in this spot, wouldn't she?
Absolutely. As this mare by American Pharaoh goes in, she's 3-1 right now. Jane Gray, the favorite at 9-5. Will she break through and find the winner's circle once again this afternoon? Race 6, Belmont at the Big A. Up next, here's John and Brielle.
Waiting now for Spiked and Hop Picker. They're in the gate. And they're off. Spiked and Missy Greer. And from the rail, Jane Gray now moves up. So it is Missy Greer, Jane Gray, Spiked, and on the far outside, Hop Picker. Those four in a battle for the early lead, with Frost Me racing in fifth, and to her outside is Mariah's Fortune. Wasp is the early trailer in seventh. And the field moves up the backstretch, three of them across. It's Missy Greer down at the rail, Spiked in between horses, Hop Picker on the outside, and Jane Gray now advances at the rail. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. As they continue up the Aqueduct backstretch, it is Missy Greer leading here by 1.25 lengths, with Spiked second by a half length. Jane Gray is down at the rail in third. Then it's Hop Picker racing in fourth, followed by the Gray, Frost Me, then Wasp, and the trailer now is Mariah's Fortune. Opening half mile in 47 seconds. Missy Greer, the long shot leader here by 2. Jane Gray at the rail, and on the outside is Spiked. Frost Me is running in fourth, and Wasp is now up to fifth. Then Mariah's Fortune. Hop Picker has dropped out of it. The field is at the top of the stretch. It is still Missy Greer. Here is Jane Gray on the outside. Missy Greer and Jane Gray, they pass the 3/16 pole. Missy Greer trying to hang in there. Jane Gray drives up on the outside. It is Missy Greer, Jane Gray in second. Wasp has now moved into third. Missy Greer has the lead. Missy Greer looking to pull off the upset, and she has done it at odds of 14-1.
Missy Greer at a price back on the main track, and she's able to wire the field under Manny Franco.
You could just see her continually get more and more confident as the race went on, having the lead. Looked like she handled the going impeccably, and she took the best punch of Miss Jane Gray and just kind of shrugged her off. And this is kind of what I talk about, Acacia, when a horse runs their hardest, makes their run for the win, and then a horse leaves them, they kind of collapse a bit. And that's where you see Wasp come and pick up Jane Gray late, because Jane Gray threw her best punch at Missy Greer. It wasn't good enough to get by her, and then was ripe to be picked off for second.
6-2-1-3 in the sixth race at Belmont at the Big A. Missy Greer, she's now 2 for 2 on the dirt, too, for what it's worth, though she's run well on the turf as well. Getting back to the main track, able to wire the field comfortably. She was a generous price as well at 14-1.
Very generous, 14-1. Another, we talked about Nyquist being the sire of Hop Picker and 19% on wet racetracks. Well, Missy Greer being by Nyquist as well, and kind of run with her head out and down. Not the most comfortable for a rider, but if a horse is successful doing it, don't get in their way.
Nyquist by Uncle Mo, and Uncle Mo has turned out to be just a tremendous sire and sire of sires. Missy Greer by the Kentucky Derby winner wires the field in the 6th race. Jane Gray, your favorite, will have to settle for 3rd. Back at Churchill Downs, so get ready for the start of the late pick 4 with some 2-year-olds. There's a look at Midvale, second-time starter for Brendan Walsh. More after this on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. As we just saw race number 6 at Belmont at the Big A, Missy Greer able to wire the field on this sloppy main track under Manny Franco.
Yeah, just kept finding what a big imposing filly, isn't she? She just
She's
kept finding.
strengthened up a lot.
Man, she really has. And you know, it's all about horses improving, maturing, evolving. She got very comfortable on the lead, just kept on rambling along. Your favorite, Jane Gray, made a big run at her, could not get by, and then here came the hard trying, the little engine that could, Wasp, who just kept chugging along to get up for second. Just a real nice hard trying filly. And you can see what I'm talking about, that head carriage down there, but she wins it at a good price, 30-20 for Missy Greer.
Indeed, generous price, 14-1 on Missy Greer. Your favorite, Jane Gray, fading to 3rd, 6-1 in the 6th. Belmont at the Big A. Now it's time for the stakes competition. 1 3/8 on the turf in the Waya. Coming up next, again, a late scratch up the number 2 Flirting Bridge, just announced about 30 minutes ago. So do take note of that as we get ready for our first graded stake of the day, going 1 3/8 on the turf. So looking forward to that. But earlier this morning, our time, we saw one of the marquee and premier races in the world, the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, as it was Alpinista for Sir Mark Prescott getting the win. What a terrific mare she is, Richie, having won 6 Group 1s in a row.
Well, just having watched it in its entirety just now as we're on set, the thing that struck me the most was how well she was traveling throughout the entirety of the race. She was always in the bridle, carried her rider to the lead, turned her home while still in the bridle, and you could look around her and see everybody else was off the bridle and in the drive, and then it got a little bit desperate late, but just a hard-trying, incredibly consistent mare. And, you know, obviously the ground looked like it was demanding. You could see the horses that were coming from off the pace. were getting some kickback, and she finished the deal. And nice story about the trainer getting that win after 50 years plying his trade.
Sir Mark Prescott with the win. Jockey Luke Morris in the saddle as well with Alpinista, as she's just been tremendous, and obviously a specialist, one that can handle the ground, one that could go the distance, as well as there were plenty of umbrellas out earlier in the day at Longchamp as well. Earlier on, congratulations to the connections of the ARC winner. Wonderful to see them come stateside and try the Breeders' Cup turf. As we get ready for the 7th race over at Churchill Downs, it's for the 2-year-old fillies going 1 1/16 on the main track. That's your current favorite, Alpha Bella, stretching out for Todd Pletcher, and we'll check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, Keisha, very interesting race here with Alpha Bella being your favorite currently right now for Todd Pletcher. Now, Todd's only had 1 win at this meet. His other horses that have run well have all come in from Saratoga or from New York. The horses that have locally trained here have not run well, but the horses that he's shipped in that have trained at Saratoga or Belmont have come in here and run okay. And when you look at Alpha Bella, she's a justified of a Singspiel mare. You would think maybe they're going to go on the turf with her. There is a little analogy where a lot of horses that are turf horses or turf bred can like the Churchill Downs dirt. I give her a big shot in here just because she's getting bet. And, you know, she's regally bred here, being a daughter of Justified. The 9 on the outside, Bella Maker, I thought was very interesting. Comes out of a race at Ellis Park, 2 turns, made up a lot of ground into a slow pace. Flashy Gem and What a Honor. Flashy Gem ran away from that field by about 5.5 lengths. What a Honor came back. You know, Mama Chow Bella was a better sprinter, a better dirt horse than she was a turf horse. Maybe that was just to get this one ready. And oh my goodness, the one flirting girl, the filly by Gunrunner, she looked immaculate. I'd like to go on a date with her. Steve Asmussen walked her into the paddock, and I wanted to get Mig and your actually take on it. He had this horse saddled already, walking the horse to the paddock. Horse did not bat an eye. The 3 Metaphysical was actually giving Joe Talamo a handful, kind of took off and spooked the 2 a little bit, and the 1 just sort of glanced over like, what are you doing over there? She exudes a lot of class. It takes a lot to win first time out going long, but my God, does she look the picture of health. I do think the 6 is the one to beat, but I would not be surprised if the 1 is a runner.
We have to see if we can set up a date for you, Paul. Flirting girl. I love that. And she is bred to be a runner too, Richie, by Gunrunner. And she is actually the 3/4 sister to Twirling Candy, of course, with Gunrunner being by Candy Ride. So there's a huge pedigree there on this one. And most likely what happened is Steve Asmussen brought her in with the training saddle, which they'll sometimes do for horses that can be a little bit revved up, just trying to keep them a little bit more relaxed, and a little bit more settled, and knowing what's about to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know, Steve and, listen, the whole Asmussen family, they're hands-on horse people, and a lot of these horses are broken and, get trained for their early lessons by Keith Asmussen down in Laredo, Texas for Steve. Yeah, that's what jumped off the page at me, Acacia, being the half to Twirly Candy, but by Gunrunner, who's by Candy Ride, Candy Ride, the sire of Twirling Candy. So, as close to being a full, right? I mean,
right,
the same
much.
line, and
you want to be by Gunrunner right now.
And Gunrunner has just gotten off to an incredible start as a stallion. I mean, he was a tremendous racehorse. I can't imagine how good it must feel for Steve Asmussen to have offspring of these champions that he's trained, Gunrunner, Curlin, mares that he's trained, and have the offspring. And I think it becomes an advantage because much like Shug McGahee in New York, who has trained generations of horses for the Phipps family, the Janney family, and others, they have such a familiarity, and they can see certain characteristics and similarities with horses and probably anticipate potential problems before they become problems. So I get a kick out of looking at that and thinking about that from a horseman's perspective.
Perhaps little quirks, little things that might have been passed on, as we'll see this 2-year-old filly by Gunrunner, the close sibling, we'll say, to Twirling Candy. Caught Paul's eye, Flirting Girl. She's 5-1. 2-1 on the 6, Alpha Bella. And as Paul had alluded to, the dam was turf, and the half-sister was turf as well, graded stakes winner Andina Del Sur. I saw this filly in her first start. She didn't really look like a turf horse, and she was really distracted, not focused, so she should be one that improves with the start.
And just to get back to what Paul said, a lot of turf horses do run well over the Churchill Downs dirt strip, but that's usually, my experience watching it, around Kentucky Derby time, because they tend to keep that track very tight, and horses will have more of a tendency to run over the top of the ground as opposed to getting down into it.
Race 7, the 2-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs coming up next. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Alpha Bella breaks out on top. Metaphysical showing some early zip. Flirting Girl toward the rail. Lovin' on the Run is there. East Shore comes on through 2. Into the opening turn they go. And here comes Lovin' on the Run, who tugs up to take the lead. Alpha Bella moves with her. They're 1-2. East Shore in tight in behind 3rd. Midvale tries to tuck in from 4th. Metaphysical in behind them 5th. Destined to Race comes away 6th. Flirting Girl in 7th. And then it's Bella Maker in 8th. Lady Squared down inside 9th. Lacey Be Good as the trailer. Backstretch run. The opening quarter goes 23-4. Manageable pace. 5 furlongs to go. Lovin' on the Run sharing the lead with Alpha Bella. They're head and head, neither in a particular hurry at this point. East Shore continues on under a hold, covered up in behind while 3rd. Midvale's in the clear 4th, heading for the far turn. Metaphysical's going to be wide. Destined to Race comes on through between. Flirting Girl is saving ground on the 2nd turn as well, just 4 lengths off the lead. And then it's Bella Maker farther back. Lacey Be Good. Lady Squared is now the trailer. So they round the far turn. That half was 48 2/5 seconds. Lovin' on the Run has been prominent throughout. Alpha Bella's been right there, and they come to the top of the stretch together with East Shore swinging into action on the outside. And here comes East Shore down to the final furlong. East Shore has taken over the lead with a furlong to go. Alpha Bella now 2nd. Lovin' on the Run is 3rd. Metaphysical's in 4th. 16th pole. East Shore's in front of Alpha Bella. It's a tenuous lead, but it's a lead nonetheless at 55-1. East Shore first. Alpha Bella 2nd. Farther back, Lovin' on the Run.
A huge price in race 7, 55-1 East Shore for Dale Romans, going back to the dirt, able to run down your favorite who took all the pressure.
As we're watching this race, I'm watching the 2 horses on the lead. Obviously, Alpha Bella is taking some pressure from the outside there. And I'm watching who's in behind them, and I go, wow, who's this traveling so well? It was the 7 East Shore. Well, she wasn't traveling like a long shot. She was traveling like a winner pretty much every step. Hit the front, and maybe you got to wandering a little bit, got a little bit, lost a little bit of focus possibly. Got to give a lot of credit. Alpha Bella kept battling, but East Shore looked a winner every step, and that gives Dale Romans career win number 2,129.
How about that? Congratulations to Dale Romans and Martine Garcia. Filly by West Coast with a big effort at a big price as well. Number 7, East Shore. The upset at 55-1 over your favorite, number 6, Alpha Bell at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont at the Big A, it's stakes time. There's a look at Costana as she finished 3rd in the Flower Bowl last time out, looking for the first graded stakes win of her career. Coming up next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on?
about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed all distances, all surfaces. Standing now at Claiborne Farm, it's time for the Phasing Tipton Waya Grade 3, going 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, we'll check in with your favorite. That is number 6 in here, Costana, as she emerges out of the Grade 3 Flower Bowl, finishing behind Virginia Joy, who stole it on the front, and the very talented Warlike Goddess. Now, it was a big step forward as far as the buyer speed scale figure is concerned. But it was almost like it was a race that featured a very slow pace, and she just sat right off of it and maybe was the beneficiary of just being forward. Now, that could work in her favor here again, as we saw both turf races, one in wire-to-wire fashion over this bog that we're experiencing here at Aqueduct, and the rain has not let up. We have, other than the wind blowing, we have not had any drying out conditions. Now, she has handled a turf course that has given it courses labeled as good, albeit out of town, so I'm not really well-versed in how wet they were, but this is the wettest that she's going to experience. Now, she does not have your quintessential wet turf frame. She's a bit of a heavier, burly girl, and sometimes they get bogged down. We'll see, though. She is sharp, which I appreciate, because you're going to need to be forward. A horse that I'm hoping they get back to forward tactics with is number 4, Lovely Lucky. We saw her quite a interesting short comment line, Stargaze. Well, what they meant is she was throwing her head up in the air, holding it up high with her mouth wide open. Today, she shows up wearing a drop noseband, so that piece of leather going over her mouth in front of the bit, ensuring that she keeps her mouth shut. This is a filly that in the past has done her best running when forward. And I know Tom Albatrani has said that she's better with the target. I don't care. I think you go today, and Acacia, this is the best she has ever looked and behaved prior to a start.
Given some time after that try in the Grade 1 New York, Maggie, thank you. Capital Structure, hopefully her tack is in the right place today.
Yeah, and she's a filly that can pull a bit as well, and maybe they're better off allowing her to just be a little bit more forward.
Here's Gladys.
Yeah, the full to Rachel Alexandra, consistent hard knocker. Feels like she's going to have to run her best race.
Though she looks nothing like Rachel Alexandra.
No.
We saw Lovely Lucky go by. Here's Costana.
Costana, certainly a horse that makes a lot of sense here as your favorite, coming out of the Grade 2 Flower Bowl.
Here is a filly, or mare I should say, who has shown speed, Tass.
Yeah, and I think it would behoove them to allow her to use that speed. It allows a rider to keep a horse balanced in the bridle.
And Rocky Sky, the other for Chad Brown.
This is a horse I was a little bit interested in. You know, I know that this horse ran in synthetic over in Europe, but the one time on good ground going 1.25 miles, now good ground over there could be a bit softer than what we would consider good ground, was a big winner at a big price. She won by 4 1/4 lengths. So I just thought maybe she's one that could handle what I think is going to be pretty much bottomless ground.
Well, the #1 Capital Structure, last time we saw her saddle kind of slide up onto her withers in the all along. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. And Jonathan, she's an intriguing prospect in this spot.
I mean, they're all really interesting, to be fair. I mean, these long-distance turf races can kind of give you lots of different weird results because they're so pace-dependent, and the paces are often slow, and you're trying to evaluate how good a performance was. I am pretty certain that Capital Structure ran a monster race July 31st in Saratoga. That pace was extremely slow, and I remember because I said a lot of bad words during the running of the race to myself. What are we doing here? This horse can't win from back there. They're going so slow, and she mowed them all down. I was very impressed by that performance, and I remembered wherever she shows up next, I got to give her another shot based on that performance. If a horse can overcome that situation that she overcame, she's got to have a little bit of talent. She's a Lope de Vega. She's out of a British mare. You know, when those horses show up here, there's a little bit of give in the ground. I typically don't worry too much because they're bred as turf horses to be able to handle this type of ground compared to some of the U.S. bred types. I'm going to go with the 1 Capital Structure in here. I was just too impressed by how she ran a couple races back.
It was an impressive race for sure, Jonathan, especially given how tough she was to handle that day, too. She got really rank, and she was kind of throwing her head up, leaping and fighting around Ortiz. And I've noticed, too, Richie, that a lot of the Lope de Vegas, they tend to seem to have very soft mouths, too, that you have to be really careful what type of equipment, how you handle them, and getting her to relax. And so I think it's a benefit that Irad Ortiz is familiar with her. So given the tack situation last time and how soft her mouth is, Virgo Lynch had no control of her.
Yeah, and it's very difficult, and it's very obvious when a saddle slips. In that case, you could not miss it.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. They seem to be a bit temperamental and a bit fussy with their mouths, and you've got to when we talk about hands with a rider, it's knowing that tension point when you can't take any more before a horse is going to toss his head in your face, and knowing when to give back, when to take a little. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game, but you've got to get on the same page with your horse. I'm curious to get Maggie's take on it too. It feels to me like a lot of the Lope de Vegas are a little bit on the slider side, and I think that could benefit horses when the ground is going to be this soft.
For sure. Often Maggie's smaller with larger heads and faces, the Lope de Vegas.
Yeah, they're not going to win the beauty contest if you just stare at their face. That's for sure. But Capital Structure, she's actually been very calm throughout the preliminaries for her, given the fact that she can get a little bit headstrong, as you were saying. And as we had that shot of Irad Ortiz, I don't have a monitor, so we might still be showing him, in that with horses with mouths like that, you just have to take your hands back and just almost pretend your hands aren't there and almost ride them with your core more than anything. Obviously, jocks can't ride with their legs, so you're riding a little bit more with your core and centering that weight and just hoping that they respond to you just kind of sitting against them in a way. So I don't have anything really negative to say with her. Look, as Acacia kind of alluded to, they're not going to be my favorite types of horses because as people who watch a show know, you know, like the Costanas of the world are my types of horses, but I don't always love them over courses like this. So Capital Structure, yeah, she looks as though she could handle it, though her one driver yielding ground, albeit a long layoff, came after that. She did not run that well, so we'll see if she can handle this one today. Number 8, Rocky Sky, I thought ran pretty well in the context of her last start, where she was the beaten favorite, but we saw beside herself just get out on that comfortable lead with Flavian Pratt aboard, and Rocky Sky was a little bit resentful to the early pressure to her mouth as Jose Ortiz was trying to get her, Irad was trying to get her over to the rail to save ground. She settled thereafter, and she ran on well considering she was the only horse to really make up any true ground. This is one of the better times I've seen her behave, one of the better times I've seen her look, and we'll see how she negotiates the wet ground. She definitely has the pedigree to handle it. But again, Acacia, the way that the course played yesterday concerns me with these horses that need to close.
And it's a great point, Maggie, for sure, as we saw even in yesterday when the Miss Grillo was wired, in the Belmont Turf Sprint as well, both of the races on the grass we saw yesterday. the horses setting the pace were the ones that got the win. And why is it, from a riding perspective, that we will see that more frequently on a softer turf course like this?
I think it's a twofold thing, that the horses on the lead aren't running through the divots or the ground that's chewed up in front of them. They're the ones chewing up the ground, and the horses behind them got to run through that. And also that the rider has the ability to keep the horse into the bridle, meaning they don't have to lose contact with their mouth to ask them to go forward. They can keep them balanced and help them through the ground. Where a horse coming from off the pace, at some point the rider's got to start really riding them, and they come off the bit, and they have more of a tendency, I think, to lose a bit of their balance.
Rocky Sky, she showed some early foot in that in some of her races in Europe, and she has been one that could be a little bit more keen. Yet here coming to the U.S., she's settled a lot more, and as Maggie mentioned, she did make up ground while beside herself wired the field so comfortably, and I think in large part how she got that 1.5 miles, but she could be one who has the ability to be a little bit closer. I just wonder if that really is her preferred running style.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what her preferred running style is, because you've seen her lay up close. You've seen her come from further back when she won over in Ireland. Now, listen, I don't know what she was running against there. She got a decent time form rating, but she was in front with 3 furlongs out and then drew clear. So I just think this race is going to be about who handles the ground best. And it could lead to a crazy result. It could lead to a logical result. I'm just counting on her, meaning the outside horse, Rocky Sky, that her one race on good ground in Ireland where they ran 1.25 miles in 2:07 is pointing out that she's going to handle the yielding ground well.
What about a horse like Tass, who obviously, just looking at her at face value, she seems that she's maybe a cut below the likes of a Costana or a Capital Structure in this spot, but she has some early speed. She is a horse that's sharp in here. She's coming out of a 4th place finish in the Athenia that was not the greatest effort. The distance is the question. But is she a factor given the fact that she has that early speed?
Well, I think if she's going to be successful, she needs to kind of dictate the running here. Make the lead, get comfortable in the bridle, get relaxed. A lot of times when horses that have a tendency to be keen or be a little speedy, when they clear off, they make the lead, they'll ease themselves up. They wait on the herd, if you will, right? Obviously, Javier Castellano is a rider that's very conscious of the fact that speed can be dangerous on this kind of ground. And he's on a filly that, quite honestly, maybe looks a cut below most of these.
And she should be one who will be trying to stretch her speed to the furthest distance that she'll have navigated as well. Favoritism has now gone over to the number 1 Capital Structure as she looks to run back to that big effort that Jonathan talked about 2 starts back, but she is one that does tend to come from pretty far off of it.
Yeah, she does, and what Jonathan was talking about, that race 2 back, 52-4, 119-2, and she's out the back, and she still was able to run horses down. So I completely understand why that's his pick. I just wonder if the ground today might inhibit her ability to close like that.
She's 9-5. Hopefully gets a smoother trip than she did last time out in the All Along. Costana currently 2-1. She tracked Virginia Joy last time out, was run down by a good one in Warlike Goddess, but will need a little bit more punch today. It's an interesting rendition of this year's Grade 3 Waya, our first of 3 graded stakes on the card today. Belmont at the Big A on the turf. John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting now for Tass and Rocky Sky. We're all set. And they're off in the Phasic Tipton Waya. And there is Tass and Costana. Those two are out for the early lead. It's Costana on the inside and Tass on the outside. Tass goes on with it and is the early leader. Costana backs off in second. Gladys is down at the rail. Rocky Sky's on the outside. Then Lovely Lucky and Capital Structure is the early trailer as the field goes around the first of 3 turns. And it is Tass taking the field into the stretch here. Tass is in front, getting away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Costana is in second. Rocky Skies on the outside, and then Gladys down towards the rail. And they're followed by Lovely Lucky and Capital Structure. Opening quarter mile over the yielding turf in 25 1/5 seconds. And it is Tass the leader with a 1 circuit remaining here. Tass is in front by 2.5 lengths. Costana remains in second, and on her inside is a Gladys next in third, followed by Rocky Sky in fourth. And farther back is Lovely Lucky, and Capital Structure is at the back. The half mile in 51 1/5 seconds. They round the clubhouse turn and head for the back stretch. Long shot Tass continues to show the way here by better than 2 lengths. Costana still giving chase in second. Then it's the trio of Lovely Lucky who's moving up on the outside. Rocky Skies in between horses. Gladys is down at the rail, and Capital Structure remains last, about 4.5 lengths off the lead. And the leader is still Tass, ran 3/4 in 1:18 2. Tass by a length. Costana in second by a half length. Rocky Skies on the outside in third. Then comes Gladys. Capital Structure has moved up a spot. Lovely Lucky is now at the back as they go into the far turn. It is Tass who's been in front right from the start, holding on to the lead, and the lead is diminishing here as Rocky Sky gains on the outside. Costana is being asked for more in between horses. Capital Structure is in gear on the far outside as the field comes into the stretch. Here is Rocky Sky now to take over, and here is Capital Structure moving up on the outside into second. It is Rocky Sky with the lead. Capital Structure is all out, trying to get to Rocky Sky as they come on for the finish. Rocky Sky the leader, Capital Structure in second, and it is Rocky Sky, the Irish bred, to win the Grade 3 Fasig-Tipton Waya.
Rocky Sky to get the win. She was a little bit closer today under Manny Franco. Nice call, Richie.
Always traveling, too. I mean, you could see how much horse Manny had going down the backstretch the second time and into the far turn. And, you know, give Capital Structure her due. She made a big run at her. But it seemed to me that Rocky Sky just handled the going a little bit better than everybody else. Was always traveling well. And maybe it was a little bit of the Goldilocks effects. Mile and 16 too sharp, mile and a half maybe a bit far, mile and 3/8 just right. I actually think it was just the ground.
She got the right kind of trip today as the pace was sent by Tass. Initially, Jose Lascano was aggressive with Costana, allowing her to settle, but she ended up fading there. It was a big effort from the runner-up Capital Structure, who was last early of this group, and as we had talked about, having to close late, being a little bit up against it.
Yeah, and listen, she ran really well, but Rocky Sky stayed on. You know, her stamina came out through the stretch. And sometimes I think riders make mistakes holding horses up too long and don't allow it to be a test of stamina. He went on with Rocky Sky, had the lead turning for home, and she stayed on. She didn't cave in. Capital Structure came with a run, just wasn't good enough to get to Rocky Sky.
Manny Franco picking up another graded stakes win, this time aboard Rocky Sky for her first U.S. victory as well. It was 8-1-6-7 in the Fasig-Tipton Waya. Manny Franco and Rocky Sky handling the ground, getting the right kind of trip, and on their way back to the winner's circle. Prices and reactions after this on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's a look at the Churchill paddock as we're getting ready for the 8th race today, 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a $50,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. Taking a look at the field, tepid favorite right now with the number 4 Explosive for Doug O'Neill. Of course, he was in town at Churchill yesterday to see Hot Rod Charlie winning the Lucas Classic. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting with breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news. Congratulations to Francisco Arrieta getting his first stake win yesterday. Horse, when he runs his best, shows speed, going 7/8. You got to think he's in front.
Here is Mahomey.
Yeah, Mahomey, you know, is moving up in company off a good effort last time. Let's see if he's forward.
Second last time out, he's 7-1 right now. Here's a horse going turf to dirt, Koufax.
Yeah, he's well. I'm sure it's named after Sandy Koufax, the pitcher, right? We gotta ask Paul about that,
right? About that.
But getting back to dirt, we'll see how he does sprinting on dirt.
And here's your tepid favorite, Explosive.
Yeah, and you can understand this horse comes out of some good races in California. His dirt race 2 back was pretty good. Be interesting to see how he does at Churchill.
3-1 right now, 9-2 on the number 5, League of Legends.
Yeah, coming off a freshening, taking some money. He's got some good races better races at Oaklawn Park than he does at Churchill.
Hasn't raced since May. Taking a look at the number 6, Money Mike.
Yeah, shipping in from the Mid-Atlantic. Last seen at Delaware Park, stretching back out. Last time you seen going 7/8, he was a winner.
And 8-1 on the outside, Leblon.
Another one that's getting back off the turf because they don't have the ability to run on turf this fall at Churchill Downs. He feels like he'd be a surprise to me. I'm really honestly looking forward to Paul's take on this race.
Paul, you ask and you shall receive. Paulie, help us out.
Well, I mean, I don't even know how to help you out because the horse that won the last race at 55-1, I still can't figure out how that horse won that race. And it seems like chalk has not been the way. If you are alive in this Derby City pick 6, that 50-cent pick 3 paid over almost $1,000. And if you're alive in the pick 5, my goodness, good luck to you. We are rooting you home, whoever you have. Let's go to the favorite right now. And I guess it's the 1. It's shifted to the 4 here a little bit as of right now. And, you know, the Doug O'Neill runner here is maybe this horse shipped in with Hot Rod Charlie, you know, cuts back in distance, does show some speed. I get where they're going here because there's a lot of horses here that want to go to the front end, and I can't find a horse that really wants to pass horses in here. And there you take a look at the 4. It's just a very tough read. Never been here before and has never really passed a horse. Then you go to the inside now with Breaking News. This is a horse that's run some decent races, but the one loss at 2-5 in Indiana Downs sticks out. Horseshoe at Indiana, but the race at Oaklawn is another horse race that sticks out. So you could see the 1 winning this race. I just thought there were so many horses going to the front end. I'm going to give a little bit, even though we got Koufax, and now we got the 7 LeBlanc, not LeBron. I think this horse has gotten back into form. There's a race way back at Churchill that this horse goes to, lost to Injunction and Tiz Ride Time, obviously better runners than you're going to see in here, maybe from off the pace. And then my last horse that I think that has an outside look, Money Mike. This horse has taken the blinkers off in the last 4 starts, and Norm Cash has, I think, found the key to take this horse a little bit off the pace instead of being on the pace before. It seems like he wants to chase horses. So at 4-1, I can't give you much in here. I do think LeBlanc will be rolling late. Now, that seems like that's been the recipe today.
Fair enough, Paul. Thank you. LeBlanc, not LeBron, in the upcoming race at Churchill Downs, race number 8. Back over Belmont at the Big A. Rocky Sky, the winner of the Fasig-Tipton Waya. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with a special guest.
Here with winning rider from today's Grade 3 Waya Stakes, as well as daughter Valentina and Manny Franco. Manny, I gotta say, with Rocky Sky, your first time aboard her, but the first time where we saw her be effective, obviously the distance being right for her, and 2, you kept her closer, which I think was so key.
Yeah, I think that was the key. That was the plan to be forwardly placed because I was a little bit concerned about the pace. I don't think he's gonna be much pace in the race, and I just brake good and put him right behind then, and she loved the soft ground, and I'm just happy to be part of the win.
We've seen you all year ride really well for Chad Brown, and I feel like you're quickly working up the way up the rankings as far as Chad's regular go-to riders are concerned. How and the confidence it instills in you, talk about that.
I mean, I feel really happy to be getting that opportunity with him. He been so kind with me, been helping me a lot during past year and this year. And I just feel really happy and just want to say thanks to him, all the owners that give me the opportunity, and I just want to keep doing what I'm doing.
How about your little twin here? She like horses?
Yes.
You like horses?
Yes.
You are so cute. I love her, Manny. Well, congratulations on this big win here with Rocky Sky.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco really delivering a picture-perfect ride on the very soggy turf to take today's Grade 3 Waya, guys.
Well done, Manny and Valentina, as Rocky Sky gets the win, a $9.40 winner. And Manny has been riding well for Chad. Yes, he's been riding for everybody really well too, Richie. It's been really fun following his ascension as we are loading into the gate for the 8th race at Churchill Downs. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm going with the hunch play of the day. Koufax with League of Legends in Exacta Bucks.
I like it. Explosive, the speed for Doug O'Neill and Tyler Gaffalione is currently your favorite at 5-2. Race 8, Churchill Downs. We go to Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Koufax is there. Money Mike is there. League of Legends. Explosive in behind. Breaking news, Mahomey and LeBlanc on the far outside. Up the chute to the main track they go. Koufax comes away with the lead. Joined at the rail by Breaking News, who comes on through. So it's Breaking News in front, and Koufax backs off to be second. Money Mike on the outside, third. Mahomey toward the rail, fourth. Explosive between them, fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. LeBlanc comes away sixth. 5 lengths back from there to League of Legends, the trailer. And they clicked off a quarter in 22 and 3. They're on the far turn. Koufax is looking for the lead. Breaking News trying to hold it, and now these two match strides far turn. Koufax nose in front with 3 furlongs to go. Breaking News is now a half a length behind in second. Money Mike is sent up 3 wide third. LeBlanc comes on 4 wide fourth. Mahomey gives way fifth. Quarter pole. Koufax in front off the turn. The lead is 2. Money Mike is set down for the drive. LeBlanc is there. Late in the scene, League of Legends. 8th pole. Koufax kicks away. Koufax with a 5-length lead. League of Legends trying to run up into second outside of LeBlanc, but they're on the wire, and Koufax got it. Koufax, sharp winner. 4.5 in the end. League of Legends, LeBlanc, and Money Mike.
Richie Migliori giving out cold exactas here. Koufax and League of Legends. Koufax much the best in this spot under Brian Hernandez.
Koufax coming out of longer races. When he was that close to the pace and traveling the way he was under Brian Hernandez, you knew he was going to be tough. I started scanning back. Where's League of Legends? And here he came under the timeless legend, John Court, to get up. And that was a complete hunch bet. Koufax, League of Legends. That had nothing to do with skill. That was pure luck.
How about that hunch bet, Paul?
Yeah, amazing hunch bet. The only question I have to ask Mig, are horses left-handed or right-handed? Because Koufax is a lefty?
Well, he got on his right lead pretty good, Paul, so I think he's ambidextrous.
That's fantastic. Oh, that was so fun. Koufax pulling away. Greg Foley cutting back in distance. League of Legends closing late to get up for second. Mig started rooting them home too, which was fun as well.
Yeah, I got to ride a little bit there. That was fun. You know, it's just funny. Like, I was looking at it. I said, I got to just bet an exacta with these 2 horses. It's better to be lucky than smart.
Well, we turn the page. We have some nice, promising fillies coming up next in the Grade 1 Frizette. It is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The Grade 1 Frizette for the 2-year-old fillies coming up next, as we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about all of them. There is Chocolate Gelato, 92 by her speed figure for her maiden breaking score last time out at Saratoga. She looks like she's the goods. We'll see if she can prove it in the Grade 1 Frizette.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1¼ miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill's fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Zulu now being asked for more and now responding, and she's in front by 2.5 lengths. Now she's in front by 3 lengths with a furlong to the finish. Gerrymander and Magic Circle giving chase. It is Echo Zulu, and now she's pouring it on here in the stretch. Echo Zulu, she has won all 3 of her starts, took the spin away at Saratoga, and she wins the Frizette here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu, who went on to be 2-year-old champion and winning the 2-year-old Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as well. She was undefeated as a 2-year-old. We saw her just come back and have a graded stakes win last weekend as well, but she was a sensational winner of the 2021 Frizette. And this year's rendition, Richie, is a salty group as we take a look at the Frizette to Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winners. It has been quite a stepping stone, this race, on to Breeders' Cup victory.
It really has, and the Frizette, such an important race over the years. At one time, before the advent of the Breeders' Cup, the Frizette was essentially the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
You can make a case for really anybody in this field. However, Chocolate Gelato is currently 9-5 off of that dazzling victory at Saratoga last time out. Maggie, Chocolate Gelato, does she get the distance and get the win today?
I'll tell you what, I don't feel like a Chocolate Gelato today. Doesn't mean I don't like the filly here in the paddock, but I agree with you, Acacia. I think this race is just a bit more wide open than maybe the current price that we see on this Daughter of Practical Joke. But on the flip side, she is one that I think will relish the stretch out from the 6 furlongs to the mile today. She's built that way. The dam broke her maiden over a wet track. You know, there's every reason to believe that she shouldn't have a problem with the going, and she's by far the most fit that I've seen her now in 3 career starts. So yeah, she's a logical favorite. I get it. And Todd Pletcher, you know, he's pretty good in these types of situations. As we'll move on, though, to some horses towards the outside that are taking some money. Actually, it was a little surprised to see 2-1 on American Rocket, but I think I'll talk about her track side. Number 6, the Great Maybe. She graduated at first asking, and I know that Cherie DeVoe was, you know, debating on whether to run her here or at Keeneland, and just sided with this race in the Frizette because of the one-turn mile status versus the mile and a 16th. And I get it. I'm questioning if she'll like a mile. She is very short coupled, very much of a sprinter frame. And while it looks as though she's been training really forwardly for this effort here, I just don't see her being effective as a distance horse. I see her being effective as a sprinter. And furthermore, we'll see, you know, I think of Vekoma when I'm about to say this, and he did win in his biggest race to date over a wet track, but she has some serious kind of like paddling action, and sometimes that gets in the way of a wet going. So we'll see what the Great Maybe does. As number 7, You're My Girl, she's a New York bred, but broke her maiden as if she was in a league of her own first time out. And I really like what I'm seeing from this filly. She is so incredibly athletic, so classy acting. She honestly, it looks to me, if I was just judging horses on their physical makeup, possibly the biggest threat here. Now, I do have slight doubts about the distance, you know, right off the back of the 6 furlong maiden win, but it looks as though she could be effective here, Acacia. I know you were in the paddock for her debut, and if anything, based upon what you told me first time out, I think she's even moved forward.
It looks like it. I know I'm upstairs, but looking at her on the screen, Maggie, she looks like she has, which is an exciting thought, given the fact that she won by 14.5 lengths, this New York bred filly, as she comes right out of a New York bred maiden special weight and into the Grade 1 Frizette. So obviously it is a big jump. Maggie talked about the jump of a distance as well, and that's the question for all of these fillies here too, Richie, is having to go into deeper waters and go a distance that they haven't navigated before, with the exception of that filly right there, actually, Vita Rio, who is the half-sister to V-Quist, but she was disappointing in her lone try against New York foes in the Schuylerville.
Yeah, maybe had a bit of an excuse that day, but you know, she's won both her races in wire-to-wire fashion, and it feels like could be a little crowded on the lead.
Yeah.
And You're My Girl, being outside, yes, possesses speed. She showed high-speed sprinting. But she's also got the luxury of being drawn in the outermost post. And you know Joel Rosario is a rider that loves to have horses run up into his hands, and maybe she can assume more of a stalking kind of role today.
She was one that was so professional on debut, and we saw that on the track when she won as the favorite, winning by 14.5 lengths. That's a look at the number 2, American Rocket, as Maggie had touched on, and it seems like everybody on social media loves American Rocket today, as she really took herself completely out of the race at the start, breaking to that open space and giving Junior Alvarado a lot to do.
Well, I think the chart is correct. She didn't just kind of run out to him. It says bolted break. I mean, she really did. And Junior Alvarado basically had to stop her to get her straightened out and then get her back into the race. And the fact that she closed as well as she did, I think, speaks volumes. I don't want to take anything away from this filly, though, the one Leave No Trace, who I thought in the spin away was very good.
And there she is. She's undefeated as of yet, and she's not getting much respect at 8-1. American Rocket, these two coming out of the spin away.
I feel like she's the truest closer in the race, and if she breaks cleanly, even she's going to get outrun, but at least it gives her an opportunity to finish properly.
Chocolate Gelato, 92 by her speed figure last out.
Moving beautifully over this racetrack. Love the way she's floating over the top of the ground, and just a very nice, classy filly with a big figure coming into this.
Here's Vita Rio.
Listen, these connections know how to, get a good horse ready, and they know what horses belong here. But again, she's been successful going gate to wire. I think she's got problems, particularly with this filly here, the Great Maybe, who showed high speed as well.
Yes, she did. Filly by Upstart, who won by 8 lengths, and then You're My Girl to round out the field.
I think You're My Girl has just got the luxury of the best post, naturally fast, the right kind of rider to see if she can get the mile first time. And I'm sure he's going to break quietly and let her just kind of glide into his hands, and she should be well placed.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is this Grade 1 Frizette for the 2-year-old fillies as the number 4 Chocolate Gelato, currently your favorite. But American Rocket, we'll take a look at that spin away because you can see it clearly and what she did at the break. And she had the outside post that day too, going the 7 furlongs. She just ran, as you often talk about, Richie, to the empty space.
She did that so quickly and so hard that she had to be thinking about it in the gate. She was already looking out there going, well, I got all that space to play with. I'm going to head to the right. I mean, she is stabled on the Oklahoma training side, so you wouldn't think she's looking for the gap like to go back to her barn.
Right. She just ran to that empty space, and then she ran a valiant 4th after that, running on. Leave No Trace, who was up close, was the winner, and she's 2 for 2 for Phil Serpy. But as we've seen throughout the start of this meet at Belmont at the Big A, how hot Phil Serpy was in Saratoga hasn't necessarily carried over here to Belmont at the Big A.
Well, yeah, but to be fair to him, it's been a fairly small sampling,
for sure.
right? And
absolutely.
listen, I like this filly because I really find
American
her
Rocket.
a very attractive individual.
Yes.
Talking about Leave No Trace.
Oh, Leave No Trace,
right?
yes.
And she's been very professional. Now, the inside post kind of dictates she's got to go forward. And I don't know that that helps her cause. But I thought she was good in the spinaway. But if you like her because of the spinaway, you got to love American Rocket, especially after what we just watched.
American Rocket, the gate has been her downfall as of yet, Maggie.
Yeah, and the fact that maybe she gets to break in between horses, that makes her run a bit straighter. I don't know, because it's not as if this is a filly who acts up prior to going in the gate. She doesn't. I mean, she's calm, cool, collected, straightforward prior to heading into the stalls. And this is the strongest she's looked. I loved her first time out. She was just a standout, albeit in an off-the-turf race. And she won quite nicely that day from off the pace. And I get it. People thinking, well, there could be a pace meltdown here, and she could be the one picking up and throwing down late here. But let's not forget that she is the sister to Frank's Rocket. Yeah, right? And for me, she just looks a little bit more sprint meant. At a short price, too, of 3-1, that was not what I was expecting to see from her on the board. I'd be willing to look elsewhere. And as Richie said, it's an ultra inviting price on number 1, Leave No Trace, who comes in here with a really fast work over the Belmont training track. I mean, 58-3. Wow. That's rolling, as that track can be a little bit more on the slower side. But this is a filly that has done little wrong. She has shown that she can pass horses. And furthermore, if anything, she might get better with more ground. Now, she didn't really take a step forward from the debut, but it felt as though that the spinaway came back a little bit, a race a little bit more on the slower side. She looks great. Dappled, healthy coat, really relaxed. Sometimes we'll see these fillies get a little bit unnerved with a lot of racing. Not the case with her. We'll see what she does here. And if anything, she has the frame that suggests that she should be able to get over this track quite nicely. Let's talk about the kind of outsider of this group, and that is Vidario for Butch Reed, the younger sister to Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly winner. That's V-Quest. And I just didn't think she looked all that fit, honestly, going back to her Schuylerville effort, but maybe she is a horse that really needs to lead to be effective. I don't know if that happens today. I mean, I really think the Great Maybe is the one who goes and sets the pace here, and that's what the speed figures would suggest, the Timeform US pace figures. But just a lot more fit occasion now, having those 3 previous starts under her belt, and she's one too that she's won at a mile. She looks like she's just meant to be one that covers this distance, but she's going to have to show adaptability.
We'll see what she does today. Maggie, thank you. Obviously, she has the pedigree to be a good one, and she's the biggest price on the board as of yet. And Maggie talked a lot about the pace in here, Richie, and the Great Maybe, and I agree with her. I have some concerns about the distance with this filly, and the way that she won so impressively, I think, is intriguing to people, but she's going to have to carry that speed a mile with some pressure today.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be surprised if this wasn't a fast pace here in this Frizette. And the Great Maybe is out of a mare, Pure Legacy, that was a sprinter. That's what she excelled at. The way this filly ran first time left me that impression too, like Maggie was talking about, more of a sprinter type. Now, you know, they all can fool you, and these tracks also make it a little trickier. Who's going to really handle the ground as well? But Chocolate Gelato's going to be forward. Leave No Trace has to be forward from the inside. Vita Rio, excuse me, I think is going to be forward. You're My Girl is not slow. I think it's going to be a really fast pace, and I do think that helps American Rocket, although I do understand Maggie's thought process about maybe a mile will be stretching her. Just because a horse closes strongly at shorter distances doesn't always translate to going further.
No, for sure. Not the tried and true rule. 8-5 on Chocolate Gelato. She was so impressive last time out, and she was a short price on debut, but half a chance could beat her that day. Was the only one in the field with experience. A very good group of 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 Frizette Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start. And they're off in the Grade 1 Frizette. Number 1, Leave No Trace, had a bit of an awkward start, but is now quickly moving up on the inside of You're My Girl. You're My Girl narrowly, Leave No Trace. And Vita Rio, those two are right together, second and third. Then comes Chocolate Gelato, and on her outside is the great Maybe. American Rocket trails the field in 6th. They move up the sloppy backstretch with You're My Girl leading here by a full length. Long shot Vita Rio now takes second. Leave No Trace sits behind in third through a quarter in 23 seconds. The great Maybe is in 4th. The favorite Chocolate Gelato in 5th. 5.5 off the lead. The trailer is American Rocket. The leader is You're My Girl, showing the way here by a length and a half. Vita Rio in second by a half length. Leave No Trace down at the rail in third. And the opening half went in 46 and 4. And the 2-year-old fillies race around the far turn. You're My Girl, 3/4 of a length. Vita Rio is in second. The great Maybe being asked for more on the outside in third. Chocolate Gelato now splitting horses and moving up. Leave No Traces down at the rail. And American Rocket as they come for the head of the stretch. It's You're My Girl and Chocolate Gelato. Chocolate Gelato has now taken the lead. You're My Girl is back running in second. Leave No Trace looking to get off the inside. Has now moved out with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Chocolate Gelato in front. You're My Girl in second. Then Leave No Trace and American Rocket. The leader is Chocolate Gelato. You're My Girl trying to come back again on the inside as they come for the finish. It is Chocolate Gelato to win the Frizette by 3/4 of a length. She made her decisive move coming to the top of the stretch under jockey Rod Ortiz Jr.
Chocolate Gelato for Todd Pletcher and Rod Ortiz able to cut out the victory over a very game You're My Girl.
You got to give a high marks to You're My Girl, but let's talk about the winner, Chocolate Gelato. What a professional effort here. Was back off the pace, took the kickback, made that decisive, quick brush move around the far turn. Terrific ride from Irad Ortiz. Looked like to me like maybe she got to wandering a little bit in the stretch, like she got a little lonely, but good effort from her. Take nothing away from You're My Girl, who tried hard to re-rally. And we'll keep an eye on the start here. The one broke a little bit to the inside. Horses run to empty space. The 2 broke better, American Rocket.
Something happened with the 6, Great Maybe, as well. She looked a little unsettled, like she was kind of throwing her head up there. I don't know if she got bumped a little bit because we all expected that she was the one that was going to be on the lead.
Yeah, we all thought so. I hope at one point we'll get a head on to that and kind of watch the one I thought ran well. Looked like she wasn't thrilled being in behind horses, had to wait till she got to the clear, so Leave No Trace ran on. I think it's a very logical result, though. Chocolate Gelato, so good in Saratoga in her second start. The money she took in her first start kind of tipped the hand that she had shown ability in the mornings.
Needed that start for experience. She came back with an absolute daylight score to break her maiden, and now she's a Grade 1 winner as she went off at 8-5. And we did see the number 1 Leave No Trace. See right there how the 6, the Great Maybe, breaks out a little bit, and I think it was because the number 5, Vita Rio, was a little bit headstrong and keen to rush up, and maybe came out on her a bit.
Yeah, and the 7, You're My Girl, broke sharpest of all, so it kind of quickly took her space. Starts are so important, particularly with 2-year-olds. We all thought she might be in front. As it turns out, that wasn't the case, but a really good horse race.
As the number 4, Chocolate Gelato, got the, we were promised a slow pan. That's a very fast pan of the start. Chocolate Gelato stretching out a distance. A lot of caffeine for that camera, I guess. Chocolate Gelato, though, she got the win. I like this name, too. Special practical joke out of Special Treat, as here's the decaf version of the pan. And it looks like maybe the 5 comes out a little bit on the 6 there a bit. Definitely the number 1, Leave No Trace, broke awkwardly.
Yeah, I also think that the 6, the Great Maybe, lost her footing a little bit as well, so she was a bit off balance, and maybe kind of veered out a little bit herself as well. But Chocolate Gelato was good. Let's take nothing away from her effort.
No, absolutely.
You're My Girl, very game. Leave No Trace, again, backed up her performances in Saratoga with another good performance. American Rocket broke better, then dropped back, rallied. I thought maybe she could have finished a bit better.
I would agree with that for sure. But no doubt about the winner, Chocolate Gelato, tenacious over You're My Girl, who was trying to come back on the inside. Chocolate Gelato, affiliated by Practical Joke, wins the Frizette for trainer Todd Pletcher. Prices and reactions after this on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the number 1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2. As we turn the page, get ready for Churchill Downs, race number 9. It's a 1.125 miles on the main track in this allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Horses stepping onto the track. Lovely Princess, currently your favorite, going turf to dirt for Ken McPeek, and she'll kick off the post parade.
Well, we've seen this move work for Ken McPeek before. I'm a little bit surprised that she's your favorite because her one dirt race left something to be desired. Her turf races have been much better.
Well on the turf, too. I know, it's interesting. Well, we'll see what happens. Here's Malibu Marley.
Yeah, it feels like she would have to really improve to contend here.
She's the or I should say second longest shot on the board. Next will be the number 3 High Fashion for Vicky Oliver.
I mean, I actually would prefer High Fashion over the 1. At least she has some dirt races that make you feel like she could contend here.
Yeah, last year at Churchill last fall, when with Rusty Arnold, she ran pretty well on the main track. Next will be the Brad Cox runner. She's sharp today, outlining.
Yeah, she looks very sharp, and she's stretching out in distance. And the way she's on her toes, she's already shown speed going shorter. I'd imagine she's involved early.
Here's the other Ken McPeak runner, Park on the Nile.
I prefer this one of the 2 Ken McPeak runners. This horse has got some good dirt races.
She's 5-2 right now. Did run a good second on the main track, going 1 mile and 16th back in May. Here's Rock's Princess.
Yeah, another one that just feels like that she'd have to run her best race and then some to contend here.
Next will be a horse getting some big class relief coming out of the Grade 1 Alabama. Here's She's Keen.
Well, she broke her maiden going 1 mile and 1/8 on a demanding track in Saratoga. If she was to run that race, that'll make her very tough here. Tried the Alabama. That was a bit tough. The likes of Nest and Secret Oath. I think she's very live.
Here's the number 8, Berate.
Yeah, daughter of Blame, owned and bred by Claiborne Farm, and getting off the turf and trying the dirt again. Again, no turf racing offered at Churchill Downs this fall.
That's the field for the 9th race, and going turf to dirt is lovely. Princess. Paul, what do you make of this one as your favorite?
It's a really tough read in here because Kenny, Richie hit the nail on the head. That's been kind of his recipe of having these horses come in from Kentucky Downs and take to the dirt. But this is a kind of a different recipe considering this horse has run 3 times on the turf course and has run well, like you said. Now comes here to the dirt. Maybe the public's thinking this filly is not going to have an issue with the 1 mile and 1/8, which is obviously not going to be the problem, but is she going to have the issue with dirt? That's the other problem in here. When you look at his other runner, I'm kind of with Mig. I like the 5 a little bit better. Kenny won first time out. This horse won gate to wire on the dirt at Churchill. This is more like Kenny's horses that have been winning. A sort of a little bit of a prep race after this horse got eased in May, a little prep race at Kentucky Downs, and I would think this horse will be cutting out the fractions. The worry for me about the 7, She's Keen. I mean, you have to draw a line through that last race, right? 44-1, didn't have a Lasix, gets the Lasix back on. The 2 races before that, they win this race. I just don't understand why she is so chilly on the tote board. It confuses me a tiny bit. I thought she might be favored in here, but they're landing on both of the peak runners. And I'll tell you what, the 3 at 8-1 is a horse I would use underneath. I understand 1 for 16 with a lot of seconds, but this horse has gone 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles, just likes the distance and seems like he can stay close. So I don't know on the wind end. I'll land on the 5 on the wind end, but I think the 3 can get underneath. I like the other McPeak rather than the favorite, the 1, although they're pretty close in price, Acacia.
All right, Paul, thank you. As we're looking right now at She's Keen, and she does come out of that Grade 1 Alabama try, Richie, and I noticed they've actually taken the shadow roll off her, it looks. She did wear a shadow roll, at least last time, in the Alabama, that piece of fleece over the noseband to keep a horse's head out and down. There's actually a good example of a shadow roll on the 3. And I guess, yeah, she was beaten 30 lengths, but that was in Grade 1 company, and she was really hot, really, really sharp prior to that race.
Yeah, and she was in front, and, I've talked about it before. As a kid, I ran track. I wound up getting in a race. I was a miler with a kid that wound up going to the States. He was a terrific miler. I'm trying to run with him, and he runs away from me, and I completely collapsed. And I think that happens with horses. She's Keen's in front, and a horse like Nest or Secret Oath runs by her, and it's like, what do I have to do? So I just think getting back in easier company, her maiden race is a much better barometer of her true ability.
This was her maiden score 2 starts back at Saratoga and going the 1 mile and 1/8. And obviously she handled that distance just fine. She'd run 3rd going 1 mile and 3/16 prior to that. She faced Butterbean, who became a graded stakes winner. I thought this horse was very interesting. And there's that shadow roll that she was wearing in Saratoga.
Yeah, and, listen, she got to set easy fractions that day, but the track was very demanding. It was a slower track, particularly earlier in the meet. So maybe those fractions weren't as slow as you would think at first blush, and she finished the deal, and this is 1 1/8 again. She's already been as far as 1 3/16, a good effort there. I think she makes a lot of sense.
This is an intriguing race for sure, as the number 1, Lovely Princess, taking all that money. Paul talked about the 2 McPeak runners, Park on the Nile. I guess the question is, too, is that Park on the Nile has shown a little speed in her dirt races. How does it play out with She's Keen? We'll soon find out. Race 9, Churchill Downs. Travis Stone has the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Outlining, looking for the lead. Park on the Nile is there. She's Keen from the outside, and farther out, it's Berate. But Park on the Nile's keyed up and leading. 1 circuit to go. She's Keen comes on to grab second. Outlining backs off toward the rail. Berate moves up on the outside to be third now. Outlining settles in toward the rail, 4th. 2 lengths back. Rocks Princess comes away 5th. High Fashion is 6th and on the move. Lovely Princess relegated back 2nd to last. And Malibu Marley is the trailer. And that opening quarter goes in a swift 23-1. 6 furlongs remaining. They're on the backstretch. And Park on the Nile leads. Pressure from the outside, and She's Keen. These two share the lead down the backstretch. Berate is not far behind them in the clear while third. Outlining continues on, covered up in behind the leaders in 4th. Down the backstretch, a break of 2.5 lengths back from there to High Fashion and Rocks Princess. Lovely Princess has moved to the outside within 6 lengths of the lead. Malibu Marley is very wide in the track and trailing. And the half-mile time was 47-4. Park on the Nile rounding the far turn. She's Keen still second. Berate on the outside still third. Outlining coming under pressure inside 4th. Lovely Princess is launching her rally now. Circling up on the outside, passing horses quickly. 4th and about to be 3rd. And High Fashion is there too. They're off the turn. Park on the Nile still in front. Berate to the attack. These two have gone clear by 4. Lovely Princess has flattened out with High Fashion. 1 furlong to go. Park on the Nile has to dig in. Berate has surged alongside. And Berate has taken over the lead, and she will do it. Berate bounding home, 1.5 lengths over Park on the Nile, High Fashion, and Lovely Princess.
Berate, a homebred for Claiborne Farm, gets the win. Big congratulations to our friends over at Claiborne. Ricardo Santana in the saddle.
Yeah, Daughter of Blame gets back to the dirt. She's won on synthetic. She's run well on turf, and now a win on the dirt. So nice effort by her. She always looked like she was traveling down the backstretch. You know, when you scan through the field, I'm looking at the leaders, and you get to her, you go, wow, she is really traveling nicely in the bridle, and she was able to make a long, sustained bid. Berate, daughter of Orate, who was out of that mare Preach, if I'm not mistaken. Preach was a real nice mare that Shug McGahee trained, was very precocious.
Berate with the win for those iconic Claiborne Farm colors. Congratulations to the connection. Shug McGahee, the conditioner, back at Belmont at the Big A. The grade 1 Frizette went to the number 4 Chocolate Gelato. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale with her trainer.
Here with Todd Pletcher, sending out Chocolate Gelato to a convincing victory in today's Grade 1 Frizette. And Todd, third start of her career, just stretched out beautifully. And I think what I take away most from her is how classy she is.
She is. She's very laid back, great personality, very easy to train. Just, you know, trainers, what we're looking for.
I said it to you. I can't believe you haven't won a juvenile fillies yet. Could she be the one?
I mean, I love the way she handled the mile today, and you know, she's so push button that I think you know, stretching out a little further around 2 turns should be within her range.
Definitely gives you a very good chance. And two, I want to briefly ask you about a horse you have coming up next, trying the turf for the first time, is Major Dude in this Pilgrim. What has prompted you to put him on the grass?
Well, I saw the couple of Bolt Duros were running well on the grass, and so we decided to breeze them on it. We liked what we saw.
All right. Well, Todd, best of luck with him. Congratulations, though, with this big win in the Frizette.
Thank you.
All right. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher looks as though he might have a legitimate chance of earning that first Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
He's got a talented 2-year-old filly on his hands. Maggie, thank you. That was chocolate gelato, $5.30 winner. You're My Girl ran a huge effort, the New York bred, but no catching. The long striding daughter of Practical Joke in for the Breeders' Cup, as you see those recognizable Rapoli silks. And Mike Rapoli and the entire family, it seems, here at Aqueduct today, which is always great to see.
Mike Rapoli enjoys it. He
Yep,
comes out,
I love
he
it.
celebrates, and that was a sweet performance by Chocolate Gelato.
I see what you did there. Turning our attention to the Grade 2 Pilgrim. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, Richie. As we have the 2-year-olds on the turf coming up next. A mile and a 16th on the grass here. And taking a look at the field, I'm very busy. Currently 7-5 for Chad Brown as this one. He broke his maiden very impressively up at the spa.
He did. First time out, too. Came from off the pace, was very professional, and finished very strong.
Maggie asked Todd Pletcher about Major Dude, and he is intriguing because they tried him in the Sanford and in the Sapling, and he ran okay in both of those. And Todd has actually worked him on the turf course in preparation, so he must have shown him something. I'm always intrigued when they've trained on the grass.
I am, too, and I like when good trainers have the opportunity to work a horse on the turf. Obviously, he saw something that pointed him in this direction. And this horse was impressive on debut for the courage he showed, splitting horses to a fairly tough spot coming off the turn.
For more on this Pilgrim field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And actually, Acacia, while I'm very busy, looks fantastic here. I really have no problems with him, though we'll see what kind of trip he chooses to pull today, if he'll be a little bit more forward. I want to talk about a horse who's actually still a maiden, but just narrowly defeated in his debut. Down on the rail, number 1, Fly Right, who is that full brother to Sail By, who won the Miss Grillo last year. And I picked him that day in the face of a horse who actually of Todd Pletcher's that ran earlier. That was, I don't know why he was heavy favorite that day, but General Jim had experience and he was switching to the turf for Shug McGahee. But I thought this guy was 90% fit. Well, he's gotten what he's needed out of that debut. He's more defined, he's more athletic looking, he looks sensational in his coat, and I think this is just the right spot for him. Like I said, you never know how they're going to handle the very wet turf course that we have out there, but Fly Right is ticking off every box in my book. Another one who is doing that is number 5, Battle of Normandy. Now, truth be told, I have been a fan of his throughout his brief career so far. He was a little naughty to get the tack on last time out in that With Anticipation, and today, much better behaved here for Shug McGahee, has taken another step forward yet again. And while he had a good trip last time, I thought maybe just a touch overly confidently ridden for that fact that he saved ground, but I thought there were opportunities for him to extricate himself from the inside to get a clear running path and was never able to do so. So yes, you could take the negative approach in that he should have been able to run down long shot Bapio, but to be fair, it was Bapio's first time on the turf, so you don't know if he's a horse that had truly moved up on it. But Battle of Normandy looking a picture here yet again. As we move on to number 9, Le Chase. He is a New York bred. He was scratched from the With Anticipation up at Saratoga. I'm not exactly sure the reason why, but he's one that I thought in debut just needed a start to strengthen up, as we've seen so many good runners from this damn elusive rumor for Lawrence Goichman as well as Jorge Abreu. And he's so much more developed behind the saddle. He kind of has really developed a hind end in the interim from that first race nearly 2 months ago. He's one, too, that at least, typically speaking, as far as handling the off-going, has the physical frame to say that he should. He's a little bit more narrow, a little bit more one-sided, smaller feet, Acacia. We'll see. There's 2 schools of thought. People think the big, wide feet because they're going to float on top of it a little bit more, and then some people think the lighter frame, small feet, so they can kind of cut through it easier. I'm still on the fence, and I've been doing this for 12 years now, so we'll see how he deals with the off-going in this Pilgrim.
Maggie, thank you. As we've all learned, horses will always find a way to make you feel foolish one way or another, and you're always learning in this position. But some great notes. As always, we'll see who gets the right kind of trip and handles the going in the Grade 2 Pilgrim after this.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
Look for his first crop yearlings at the upcoming sales. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for our Grade 2 Pilgrim coming up next here at the Belmont at the Big A, as we'll meet the field, Richie, as they step out on track, these 2-year-olds on turf, starting with the 1 Fly Right.
I thought this horse ran very well on debut and is still technically a maiden, but ran a winning race, and it's full to sail by. Nice runner for Leah Giamatti as well.
Graded stakes winner, as well as we'll see next the second biggest shot on the board, Noble Huntsman.
Yeah, I was thinking Noble Huntsman would like stretching out, tough racing with anticipation. Maybe he's just got to show he can class up with these.
Here's Major Dude, first time on turf.
Yeah, and it's got some turf works, and that's always encouraging to me that Todd Pletcher got to work this horse on the turf, saw something he liked.
Bramble Blaze.
Yeah, broke his maiden over at Monmouth, came back in a stake over there, was well beaten. He's going to have to show he can compete with these kind.
Battle of Normandy, just missed.
I like this horse a lot. I agree with Maggie. I thought last time if he'd have got out a little sooner, the result could have been different.
Here's Data Man.
Well, you get Joel Rosario, who's good at keeping horses balanced, and on ground like this, that's a good thing.
Ramblin' Wreck, won on turf, last out.
Yeah, the brother to Dakota Gold, got on turf, won it, albeit not a real fast race, but hey, he's 1 for 1 on turf.
Here's Lachey's.
Lachey's a good pedigree here. The mare's had 5 full race, 4 winners, including Runaway Rumor.
Your favorite, I'm Very Busy.
Very impressive on debut, very professional, a deserving favorite. Let's see if he handles the ground.
Torigo, the other for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, another maiden, was fairly well beaten, didn't take much money on debut.
And here's a first-time turfer, Mo Visitor.
Yeah, horse that broke his maiden on synthetic and is going to have to really improve getting on this soft ground.
Take a look at Battle of Normandy. What were your thoughts, Richie, on this with anticipation?
Yeah, I mean, he was in that pocket position that you like, and I thought at one point, maybe right in there he might tip out quickly, but then there was a horse right there, right? So it kind of shouldered him down. It appears to me like he's running a little bit with the emergency brake in behind horses. He doesn't have a tremendous amount. He doesn't have to stop him, but there's not a lot of room to work with. And now when he gets his head kind of up in between horses here, to me now he settles and really starts to finish. I think if he had gotten a cleaner, unencumbered run, he would have gotten there. I was very impressed with his debut. He's a really handsome son of City Light. I like this horse a lot today.
Battle of Normandy coming out of that second place finish. in the with anticipation behind long shot and first time turfer Boppy O. As your favorite is 3 to 5. I'm very busy. One on debut for trainer Chad Brown, and we'll try to take a big step forward into the Pilgrim here today just in his second start, but that was a very impressive first race.
It really was, and he really finished, and you had to love his stride and the way he got it done. But I'm just going to throw something out. I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment. So he won, very professional, got a 73 buyer figure. So people that are buyer figure disciples. Fly Right finished second, beating the neck. He's got the fastest buyer figure on turf of anybody in this field with a 74.
He does.
And he's 9 to 1, and the other is 4 to 5.
Absolutely.
Food for thought.
It's an interesting point, that's for sure. As these 2-year-olds finish up their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
I'm picking up that food, Urchi, and I'm eating it because my pick in here is number 1, Fly Right. As Mig brought up great points, and I think he's moved forward from that first race. So we'll see how he does here. And we'll take a look at the 311 because I'm going to see them tonight. My good friend Jason Blewett, as well as my husband. Anyway, number 3, Major Dude. Todd Pletcher, as you heard in the interview, said that he liked what he saw from this horse working on it. Now, you also mentioned the Bolt Doros handling it well. As you know, it was kind of logical for them to be able to handle it, being he's a son of Medaglia Doro. The dam did not like the turf, and a half sibling is 1 for 9 over the surface. He could handle it, but is he going to handle it here in, what is one of the toughest races that we have for these young horses? I don't know. But the one thing I can say is that the impression I get from him is that watching him move, he has lovely stride to him, which usually translates to a horse liking the turf. And I do think the longer he gets to go, which might not be indicative on his form, I think the better he'll become. As we'll check in with a huge price in here. That's number 11, Torigo. If you're ever over in the Belmont area, I highly recommend the Japanese restaurant. But Danny Gargan said to me, and I was curious because they were very protective of this horse first time out. They immediately brought him into the paddock, stuck him in the last saddling stall up at Saratoga, and never brought him out until riders up were called. Danny told me that he had actually went up in the air twice, walking over from the backside to the track and was just acting up really badly prior to getting to the paddock. And today, I didn't see any of that at all. He's much more relaxed, and a horse that I was intrigued by in his first start, in which he finished behind I'm Very Busy. Now, I wish it was a mile, as Danny and I came to that same conclusion, but I just like the fact that he's acting better. And two, like I said, Acacia, I'm intrigued because I liked him a lot first time.
That's a great point for sure, Maggie, and something to look at with Torigo, as bringing up that great insight that he was a horse that had maybe expended some energy before even getting to the paddock, and maybe just knowing a little bit more about what this whole racing thing is about second time out.
Something that I think a lot about this time of year, I like horses that get to stay in Saratoga into the fall of the year. I think horses do really well there. These horses continue to stay up there, training on the turf. Those cool nights, it just seems like horses tend to flourish up there.
They do, indeed, and having the opportunity to train, in particular, as these are turf horses on a track like the Oklahoma Turf Training Track as well. It's time for the Grade 2 Pilgrim for these 2-year-olds on the grass. A fun one coming up there is Battle of Normandy. Does he get his first graded stakes today, or is it your favorite I'm Very Busy or somebody else? We'll soon find out. The Pilgrim coming up next. Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle.
Waiting for Battle of Normandy and Mo Visitor. There in the gate. And they're off in the Pilgrim Stakes. And a Major Dude away well. Fly right now moving up far outside. There goes Mo Visitor. Mo Visitor trying to get the lead going into the clubhouse turn, and Mo Visitor has that lead. Major Dude runs in second. Fly right is down at the rail running in third. Then Battle of Normandy and a Noble Huntsman. The gray is Data Man. And right alongside is Ramblin' Wreck. The favorite, I'm Very Busy, is in 8th position, then Lachey's, followed by Bramble Blaze, and at the back is Torigo in 11th. The opening quarter mile, 24 seconds, and the 2-year-olds are heading up the back stretch, and it is Fly Right who shows the way by 2. Big long shot, Mo Visitor runs in second. It's another 2.5 lengths to Major Dude and Noble Huntsman. Their heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Ramblin' Wreck looks to gain ground in between horses from 5th. Data Man down on the inside in 6th. And then comes a Battle of Normandy racing in 7th, followed by the trio of Lachey's, I'm Very Busy, and Bramble Blaze. At the back is Torigo. They're closing in now on the front runners after a half in 49 and 3. Mo Visitor, Fly Right, joined on the outside by Major Dude. 3 of them across. In behind, a Battle of Normandy. I'm Very Busy, forced widest of all, but is coming on now. Major Dude challenged here by I'm Very Busy. Major Dude on the inside, and I'm Very Busy on the outside. And the 2-year-olds hook up. Now less than a 16th of the finish. It is Major Dude digging down. I'm Very Busy on the outside. A game victory by Major Dude in the Grade 2 Pilgrim.
Obviously, what Todd Pletcher saw in the mornings on the turf held true for Major Dude. His first time on the grass, and he wins the Grade 2 Pilgrim, holding off your favorite, I'm Very Busy.
Todd Pletcher follows up his 4th win in the Frizette with another win here in the Pilgrim with Major Dude. And like you said, occasionally this horse having the opportunity to work on the turf, Todd Pletcher said, kind of like what I see there. And this horse faced a stiff challenge from your favorite, I'm Very Busy, and repelled it. Basically shrugged him off, dug down, and found more with a strong ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. No excuses for I'm Very Busy. I mean, yeah, go back and watch the race several times, but he had dead aim and actually looked like he got his head in front inside the 8th pole.
He did, but first time on the turf at 10-1. Major Dude able to hold on. There was a pace duel that materialized up front as Team Mo Visitor and Trevor McCarthy keen on getting to the front end. Fly Right was up there as well. And Major Dude looked like he was a little unsettled maybe early on trying to get into position. Irad Ortiz allowed him to relax, and he kicked on nicely to finish.
Yeah, when Mo Visitor crossed over, Trevor McCarthy trying to compensate from that outside post. Major Dude had a steady, but in hindsight, it might have done him a favor because it kind of got him back out of that pace, and then he settled, and then he had enough left to fight back and come back and defeat your favorite, and I'm Very Busy, who gave another good account of himself.
As he certainly did, just facing Stakes Company for the first time and only his 2nd start. But first time on the turf, a winning one and a graded stakes at that. Major Dude for Spendthrift Farm, as maybe the Frizette was the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, but they pick up the win in the Pilgrim, 3:10.92 in the 9th. Belmont at the Big A. The Grade 2 Pilgrim will bring you prices and reactions after this break on America's Day at the Races.
And it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again! Matole's a monster! Matole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! The mighty Matole!
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We just saw the Pilgrim Stakes at Belmont at the Big A finish, and that was Major Dude getting it done. But we'll turn the page and head to race 10 here at Churchill Downs. We got maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs, and this is the final race of the Churchill Downs meeting here this fall. And we'll start with the 1, Fowler Castle. First-time starter for Mark Cassie, comes in with a series of steady, sharp works.
Well done.
I got you.
You were setting it all up. I love it. Fowler Castle, first-time starter. Here's Mam Zouge.
Yeah, Danny Pites, terrific horseman. This horse ran extremely well last time at Oaklawn, coming off a layoff.
Taking a look at Shipman, who cuts back in distance.
Cuts back in distance. His horse been a little bit all over the map. First time sprinting on the dirt.
Here is Engrave. This is the half-brother to Beach Patrol, multiple Grade 1 winner.
Comes off a big effort, going 7, turns back in distance. Polo Lobo, terrific horseman, winning it better than 23% this year.
Victory March is still lightly raced.
Returns as a gelding, hasn't been seen since January, but improved from first start to second.
Here's another one with a big purchase price, still looking to break his maiden, Montauk Point.
Love Montauk Point. This horse has got certainly some races good enough. Also coming back off a layoff, or freshening at least, sprinting.
The half-brother to champion Kofefe. Here's the number 7, Skelly.
Skelly ran big first time out at Ellis Park. Part of the pace, fought every way. Comes in with a strong work tab.
Here's the number 8, Touch Code, cutting back.
Kind of getting a makeover, cutting back in distance, blinkers on, first time gelding. Kind of pulling out all stops.
And this is the half-brother to West Coast. Next, we look at the number 9, Chiron.
Yeah, a horse that feels like he's going to have to improve. One sprint, that was first start. You can forgive it. Not a very good run.
Off a bit of a layoff, here's the number 10, Aloe Henry.
Yeah, another one that can show speed at times. This is an Arkansas bred. This is open company. It's a lot tougher than what this horse has faced in the past.
That's the field for the finale at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Thank you, Keisha. And it is the last race here at Churchill Downs. I'll see you guys back here in November for the fall meet. And if you're alive in this pick 6, I think there's one person, $233,000 plus to every horse. So I would think somebody has an all in this race. And before I get to my selections, I want to thank everybody here, my cameraman Theo, who's been awesome all meet, Mark as well as Michael as well, Bobby, Terrence, Evan, Josh, all the guys that have been writing us our rundowns, Keisha, yourself, Anthony Stabil that was on earlier, Andy Serling, Greg Wolf, I can go on and on, Mig, I love you, everybody else that goes along, Maggie, Jody in the truck, Dan, you guys don't realize what this all takes here to get it done here on America's Day at the Races. Mitch as well. I know I'm missing a ton of people, and forgive me if I am. Let's get to the last race here at Churchill Downs, and let's end it with the winner. You know, the 7 in here, Skelly, is a horse that, listen, for Steve Espin, ran a bang-up race first time out, took a lot of pressure most of the way around the racetrack, and, you know, finished a good second-place finish. Was 11-1 that day, or 10.92-1. So you worry about, okay, so this horse didn't take any money first time out, but I think that was a kind of a loaded race, and I can understand why the public is going towards that runner. Now, the 5, Victory March, gelding first time, 2 very good numbers in the 2 starts for Brett Calhoun. Looked tremendous on the racetrack, and I think is going to show up today. Lost the League of Legends. We saw how that horse ran back. And then, you know what, the 6, Montauk Point, you know, you go back when they put this horse put blinkers on, 2 starts ago, was not bad of an effort. We just saw Ricardo Santana and Shug McGahee just team up, and I think too big of a price here at 9-1. So I was middling around with the 5, 6, and 7 in here, guys, and I just want to thank everybody here at Churchill Downs and everybody there that is sitting there at the NYRA offices.
Oh, we want to thank you, Paul. Terrific job all meet. You've kept us smiling. You've kept us laughing as well. You've kept us informed. Terrific job, Paulie. Really appreciate all the hustle there.
Thank you very much. In case you know, listen, I tell everybody when you come to the racetrack, you have to have fun while you're doing it because, listen, I picked losers all day today, but I'm always having a blast. And I cannot forget Eric Donovan, Mr. O'Rourke, and Tony Olivato. They run the show.
Hey, Paul, I just want to tell you how much fun I have working with you and how many laughs that we had over the summer up in that office. We had a great time, man, and I look forward to doing it all over again.
Yeah, and hopefully, Mig, you've taken that spaghetti sauce and you've made some good pasta, although your spaghetti sauce is way better than what I gave you.
Paul, you're the best. We appreciate you. Thanks for everything. We'll see Paulie back at Churchill Downs in November. Can't wait for that. Meanwhile, the nightcap, the final race of this short meet at Churchill, and currently the number 7 Skelly, the favorite, Richie, for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and listen, a rightful favorite. You know, Steve Asmussen's not a guy that breezes his horses fast. So when they work fast, it's because they're talented and they just do it that easily. And this horse has a series of works of 59-4, 59-1. Then Steve said, "Okay, guys, we got to slow this guy down. 51, 102, 49." And he ran so big first time out. And you know, Steve doesn't crank him up to win first time. He wins with a lot of firsters, but they usually improve.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, this race is full of some big pedigrees, as Montauk Point I thought was a little interesting cutting back. Obviously, he's not to the level of his older sister, Kofefe, but wouldn't you think maybe sprinting might help him a bit?
Yeah, I like him sprinting. Do you know what when I was a kid they called Montauk? The end.
The end.
It's the end of the island.
The end of the island. I like it. Well, it's the nightcap from Churchill Downs, race number 10 coming up next. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
Still waiting for Victory March. And hello, Henry. They're in the gate. And they're off. Montauk Point fires out fast. Skelly is there and down inside Engrave. But it is Skelly from the outside. And here's Engrave from the rail. And Engrave is up to grab the lead. Skelly runs in second. Montauk Point is back into third. Ella Henry's racing in fourth. Kyron is now fifth. Victory March down inside sixth. Shipman's on the move from seventh. Mamzouge is eighth. Touch Code in ninth. And Fowler Castle the trailer down the backstretch run. Opening quarter 21-2. A battle up top between Skelly and Engrave, and they are full throttle. 5 lengths ahead of Kyron back in third. Victory March comes alive fourth on the outside and about to be third. And Shipman follows that move. They come to the top of the stretch. Skelly skitters clear by 2. Engrave gives way. Victory March is rallying. Shipman is there. Montauk Point in behind. 1 furlong to go. Skelly by 6 now. Victory March and Shipman and Montauk Point, everybody chasing a sharp winner. It's Skelly. Skelly on the wire by 5, maybe 6 lengths in the end. Victory March was second. Shipman was third. Montauk Point was fourth. Mamzouge was fifth.
Skelly, the winner for Steve Asmussen, and not only did he win, Richie, he ran away from this field.
Yeah, he really was impressive. He was able to rate just off the pace, outside post position, or towards the outside post position, helped that tactic. And when Brian Hernandez asked him, he put so much separation on his field so quickly. This was a real nice-looking effort.
A big performance from Skelly today. Brian Hernandez in the saddle as we turn the page. Head back over to Belmont at the Big A. We just saw the Grade 2 Pilgrim. Major Dude, the winner, as he certainly took to the turf. Took to it enough to win a graded stake on it. Ridden to victory by Irad Ortiz as he's had a good afternoon. He's standing by with Maggie.
Here with winning rider Irad Ortiz, who takes the Grade 2 Pilgrim after winning the Grade 1 Frizette as well. But, oh my God, I'm eating my hair. As Major Dude tried the turf for the first time today. And did you have any, obviously it was the first time you were on him, but Todd had mentioned to me that he really liked the breeze from this horse. Had you been on him in the mornings at all?
Yes, I work him in the morning and he worked so well. He asked me, what you think? Tell me how he feel on the turf. I say, he loved the grass. I mean, so he take a shot. I think the horse, I don't know what he see on the horse, but I think the horse feels so good on the turf. So he tried and worked out good.
What a perfect trip, too. You broke alertly, saved ground, and how game was he at late?
He broke pretty sharp, so he put me in a perfect spot. I got outside horse got speed, and he cleared me, then I hit the clear, turn the clear in the backside, saving some energy for the end. My horse relaxed so well, he switched off, wait for me, and then 3-8 pole start working on. I have to working a little aggressive on him, but then he finally start going. He make the lead, put the ears up. I hit a couple of times, and he respond really well. Now he feel the other horse, the favorite outside of him, and he fight all the way to the wire. He was game down the lane.
He definitely looked like a horse that appreciated the distance and the surface. But talk about Chocolate Gelato, who you rode to victory in the Frizette. And Arad, she just seems like a horse that is so push button. She's so kind of easygoing that she can have speed if she needs it, but she doesn't need it.
They went a little fast for me early on the race, and I just tried to ride my horse, ride my filly, and don't ride the race. And she was comfortable where she was. I leave it there, half a mile. I start checking on her, and she responded. She was like you said, push button. She was right there, right away for me. So I said, oh, all right. So let me take my time, and I know she's gonna be there. 3-8 pole. I was available to hit the clear. I said it's time to go. I mean, let her do her thing, and she rolled. She moved forward pretty quick. She get close to Joel horse, I mean Terranova horse, and she think a little bit to go by, but when she go by, she put the head in front. She kept going, and she's a nice filly. I mean, she got the job done.
I was gonna say, what a lovely weekend for you. You have to feel very confident heading into the Breeders' Cup a month from now. Arad, congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thanks all the owner and the trainer for giving me the opportunity.
Absolutely. Arad Ortiz aboard Chocolate Gelato, as well as Major Dude here, taking to the turf quite nicely, Acacia.
He did indeed. Maggie, thank you. We see those silks of Spendthrift Farm. Of course, part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Major Dude goes on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. But Arad Ortiz with a big weekend indeed. 3-win day yesterday. He picks up two-year-old graded stakes today. Of course, that Life is Good in the Woodward last evening.
Yeah, and just a terrific weekend. Stakes was. I like the way Arad's riding here. You know, sometimes I'm critical of him. I feel like he overdoes it, gets too aggressive, and tries to ride too many horses in a race. He's been riding his horses and allowing them to do their things, and he's being just as successful, if not more.
Major Dude, by far the biggest price, or I should say the second biggest price. Missy Greer was the biggest price in the late pick 5 follow along. So you had some good prices in the sequence. Hopefully you're alive. Just one race to go. The off the turf nightcap from Belmont at the Big A coming up next, as there's a few main track onlys to talk about in this last race as well. More on the nightcap from New York after this on America's Day at the Races.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling. And Forte, and the two of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it. Standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we continue on with this rainy Sunday afternoon. Not rainy in Kentucky, though, thankfully, as we just saw the final race of this young meet. Went to the number 7 Skelly for trainer Steve Asmussen in a very impressive maiden breaking score, Richie.
He was impressive, broke sharply, got his position outside, sat off a horse, took the lead when ready, and drew away in a twinkling. I mean, the separation he put on here was eye-catching. You're going to see Brian and to set him down, throw a few reins at him, changing their hold, and he really leveled off and ran for home. Shown the crop a couple times, kind of looked around, said, oh, I got this one. No need to put him to unnecessary pressure.
No, he just kicked away from this field so impressively. Skelly with the win to wrap up the meet at Churchill Downs. And to do it in style, indeed. $5.36 winner as he was 8-5 victory march in second. Shipman in third. And Paul is right. We appreciate all the people behind the scenes who make the coverage of Churchill Downs throughout this meet possible. Yesterday, we saw some great racing at Churchill Downs as well, including in the Lucas Classic, which ended up highlighting an epic throwdown between Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike. Now, Richie, I know that you spoke earlier about the actions of Sonny Leone and leaning into Tyler Gaffleone and Hot Rod Charlie, and you had an update on an adjudication as far as this incident.
Yeah, I mean, he was leaning hard on Happy Face there, and in my estimation took a bit of his ground, but I could put that under the heading of race riding. Takes the lead here. He's on his way to victory. And then he shifts his weight, Sonny Leone, and goes down to Hot Rod Charlie and tries to thwart his momentum. Now, there's two big mistakes going on here. One, don't go near to Hot Rod Charlie. He's a horse that's a proven fighter, and you're just basically poking the bear there and waking him up to the challenge. When you're outside and you've got forward momentum, why would you shift your horse's weight to the inside and, in essence, slow down his forward progress to get on top of a horse that's going to fight you? And now there was report, oh, the saddle slip. If you keep an eye closely on Sonny Leone here, he realizes the horse might be coming back. He pulls over on top of him there, and now he's got his elbow into him. That's all illegal. He lost his balance a bit there. Now watch him gallop out. His hand's off the rein. If his saddle had slipped, he wouldn't have had his hand off the rein. He would have been trying to keep himself right in the middle and both hands on the rein so the saddle didn't roll on him. So I'm sorry, I'm not buying any of that saddle slip stuff. I rode in 30,000 races. I've watched probably 250,000 races in my lifetime. This was a rider doing something illegal, and it appears that the Churchill Downs stewards agree with me as he was handed a 15-day suspension for this riding. Now, to me, this is what frustrates me with our game. It's supposed to be a celebration of the horse, the equine athlete. You had two fantastic efforts there from two gallant racehorses in Hot Rod Charlie and your Kentucky Derby Rich Strike. And what are we talking about? We're talking about jockeys' actions. And that's where I get annoyed. Also, Eric Reed talked after the race. He hadn't had an opportunity to see the head-on and really digest what happened in the race. I'm sure when he saw the head-on, he probably had a little bit of a different take on it too. But once again, let's not lose the most important fact here. Two horses that put on a very brave, gallant effort.
Could not agree more. Terrific performances from both Hot Rod Charlie and Rich Strike in yesterday's Lucas Classic. Hope that we will continue to highlight that part of it. But well said, my friend, as always. We get ready to wrap up the day. Belmont at the Big A, the nightcap off the turf here for this starter allowance, a mile on the main track. Horses stepping onto the track, and here is the number 2, I Am the Law.
I Am the Law likes it wet. He has natural speed. He gets Joel Rosario. I think there's a lot to like there, although, gosh, 1 win, 4 seconds.
I know.
I hate when those seconds start piling up over wins.
I do really like the cutback from the mile in an 8th for him as well.
I do as well.
The next one in the field is the 6 Hollywood Hellraiser.
Trying something other than turf for the first time for Peter Walder. Let's see how he works out on this sealed track, and he gets the hot apprentice Jose Gomez.
Here is a horse that is a dirt horse, if nothing else, Jake Rocks.
Yeah, Jake Rocks is a dirt horse. He's stretching out to the mile, and he should be very forward.
Number 9, Patient Capital, also a dirt horse.
Yeah, won last time, or excuse me, was nosed last time, and now shows back up here for Mike Maker, who claimed this horse up for Chad Brown.
A huge effort from him last time out. First time on the dirt, here's French Borough.
Yeah, Son of Orb for Shug McGahee and Stuart Janney, and if Shug leaves him in, that's good enough for me. I have faith in a Hall of Famer.
Louis Saez climbs aboard Royal Tryst.
Yeah, horse that gets Louis Saez. This horse, if you remember, go back to opening day at Saratoga, won our first race.
Yes, he did. John Velasquez on top of the Mint.
Yeah, nice win last time from top of the Mint in Saratoga, and maybe he can follow that up with this outside draw.
Here's a great workout. Irad Ortiz looking for another win.
Nothing like the feeling after a great workout, but you get Irad Ortiz for Linda Rice and a good outside draw.
And Corkman to the outside.
You know, it's funny, right, because Corkman's on, like, the third page in my form, and I think Corkman is a contender here, but he kind of got lost in my notes because I lost him. He was on another page.
Make sure you turn the page. Find those main track onlys. Well, for more on this field for the nightcap, let's go back to Maggie.
You honestly won't believe how many times that happens, and you look up at the board and you're like, well, that horse makes perfect sense. Why is he such a big price? It's because people forgot to turn the page. As we'll check in with I Am the Law, who is posted as a 2, but inside post position for this horse, who makes a lot of sense. Get it with the dirt races, with the wet track races, and furthermore, he ran 3 times up at Saratoga, and it seemed as though, at least I saw him. I think it was his first time, or no, the second time. No, the first time. I didn't like the way he looked. He was bad to saddle. He looked too light to me. But he was narrowly defeated by Neck, so here we are. But today, weight looks great. Hind end, really strong, not nervous, not washy. Obviously, it's cold, but not bad to saddle. Just did not turn a hair whatsoever. No one could interpret that as a negative sign, but I like it for him. I think he's a deserved favorite here based upon his recent efforts. And 2, as Acacia said, I think less ground is ultimately better for him. Now, French Burrow, he's never been on the main track, though he is a son of Orb, who we know can handle wet tracks, but it's all turf on the bottom. He does have more of a turf hoof, to be fair, but he also has a long 11-month layoff to contend with as well. Excuse me, 10, we'll be fair. He looks fit. I actually, you could not have a horse looking any more fit than what he does off of that length of a layoff, but I just can't be fully convinced with him on this surface, given the fact he just has more of a turf hoof to him. As we'll take a look at some horses coming in off the MTOs, number 13, Royal Tryst. He is a horse that I believe moves up on a wet track, and you see his last win, although that was labeled as fast, that was the first race of the meet up at Saratoga, and we had a delay in the paddock because it was raining so hard, and they had left the track open. So quite a bit of moisture got in that track. I mean, to be fair, I would say it was a track more on the good side of things. And you look at all of his other listed wet track races, and they're just better. So he makes a lot of sense in here. Now, you see that blue on his tail. That's what we call a mud tail. And there's this theory that, you know, keeping the mud out of their tail, they don't carry they won't take on any more weight. But we're dealing with an 1,000-pound animal. What's 2 pounds of mud, if even that, gonna make? I say leave the tails out. That's just my opinion. They're there for a reason, like whiskers and hair in horses' ears. I'm just not a fan when they are shaven off. They're there for a purpose. I digress. Moving on to number 15. Great workout. Last time out, in against a tougher, arguably a tougher field of state-bred allowance horses, wired by the favorite Dr. Blitz to win. He rode the rail, too. He was on a 4-wide pursuit the entire way. Great workout. And he looks fantastic here for Linda Rice, who he was a reclaim for her, so I always pay attention to that. You see him winning first off that reclaim for the barn too, and he looks sensational again. Let's see what trip he works out here, but for me, Acacia, he makes a lot of sense.
Certainly does. Maggie, thank you. Called by Outwork with Irad Ortiz aboard. He had been the regular rider, and Maggie talked about a wide trip that he had to deal with last time out. And yes, he is the number 15, but all the scratches in the body of the race means he's not that far out.
Plus, we're going to 1-turn mile. There's nearly a half a mile to the far turn. Plenty of time to sort things out. Be far different if we were breaking right into the turn, going a mile and a furlong.
Absolutely. The nightcap from Belmont at the Big A. Final thoughts?
I think Maggie makes a great point about, I'm sorry, I just lost
Great
him.
workout?
No,
Royal Tryst.
Royal Tryst. I'm sorry. Go ahead. In the mud.
John and Brielle with the call of the nightcap.
And they're off. And it is Top of the Mint going out for the early lead. Here comes Jake Rocks, and here comes Patient Capital. Three of them across the track. Sitting just behind is French Borough in fourth. On the outside is Great Workout next in fifth. And then it's I Am the Law in sixth, followed by Corkman in seventh. And then comes the gray Hollywood Hellraiser. And the trailer is Royal Tryst in ninth. Up the backstretch, the quarter in 24 seconds. Jake Rocks by a head. Patient Capital's in between horses. And on the outside, it is Top of the Mint in third as I Am the Law moves up now into fourth. Then comes French Borough in fifth and a Great Workout. It is Jake Rocks who shakes clear here to lead by a length and a half. Patient Capital, Top of the Mint, they are right together. I Am the Law down at the rail running in fourth, half mile 47 and 3. French Borough is fifth, just 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Hollywood Hellraiser. On the outside is Great Workout, who's now gaining some ground. Then Corkman and Royal Tryst as they go around the far turn and now come for the top of the stretch. It is Jake Rocks on the inside and Patient Capital on the outside. The two of them are heads apart. And I Am the Law has moved to the outside for the stretch run. Hollywood Hellraiser is down towards the rail and in fourth. Great Workout is next in fifth. And there's a furlong to the finish. It is Patient Capital and I Am the Law on the outside. I Am the Law and Patient Capital, and I Am the Law has taken over the lead here in deep stretch, and it will be I Am the Law to win by a length and a half. Patient Capital was second. Pace setter Jake Rocks finished third.
I Am the Law, and Joel Rosario got the right kind of trip today and win the nightcap.
He did. He was in behind that phalanx of horses that were scrimmaging for the lead. He was able to get out at the right time just before we turned for home and was able to wear down a very, very game run there from I'm losing my horses here. I can't even see. Yeah. Anyway, I Am the Law. Been a long week.
Yes, it has, and it's the last race of the day. Patient Capital, who was first off the claim for Mike Maker, off the back of a good effort last time out, backed it up. Jake Rocks was the one who set the pace, but waiting in the wings was the number 2, I Am the Law, to get the win for John Terranova. Joel Rosario in the saddle, 2-9-8, and a photo for 4th in the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A. Well, that'll do it for the live racing. We'll wrap up everything that we saw this weekend, bring you prices and a whole lot more coming up next week. But stay with us for the final segment after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for sticking with us as I Am the Law won the nightcap under Joel Rosario. A little bit less distance and getting the right kind of trip all proved to be the magic formula.
Yeah, he was sitting that nice trip in behind horses right here. He was able to angle out to the clear. And sometimes, you know, you reach a point where you've got to get a horse out of that kickback. They've taken it for long enough, and you could feel that moment when they're starting to get a little discouraged by it. But he got him out in the clear, got him out in the middle of the track, and he just put it together. And just a nice run from him there. Joel's just so good at getting horses to run into his hands. Really, really fun to watch him ride. And Patient Capital, very game, part of the pace, hung in there for second at a good price and made a nice exacta for you.
$6.30 winner in the nightcap, and we had some big prices throughout the sequence. So, Richie, that means on Thursday, which is when we'll be back for live racing in New York, pick 6 carryover of $71,000 plus.
Well, you know, I'm going to be working overtime on that card.
Well, if you had the late pick 5, that paid $5,418. A big return. Major due to big price. Missy Greer, a big price as well in that sequence. Hope you had it, and hope that you'll have your handicapping hats on for that pick 6 carryover, which we will cover when we come back on Thursday. But yesterday we saw some nice grade 1 races here at Belmont at the Big A, including in the Woodward. And yes, Life is Good got it done. It was his lowest buyer speed figure of a 97 that he had gotten since his first race. But he won still, Richie. And I realize that, yes, we're picking this apart because these are horses at the highest level. But he got the job done.
Well, that's it. I mean, I think that he was in some ways in an unenviable position because if he didn't win as impressive as everybody thought he was going to, they're going to pan his performance. If he got beat, they would have panned his performance. He did what was necessary. And at the end of the day, we have to remember that this is a prep race. Now, I am of the other opinion that he almost got too relaxed, went to sleep a little bit, and then he needed a wake-up call from Irad Ortiz when he got a pretty stiff challenge. Good effort from the runner-up, Rob Atcher's first, you know, getting him ready to run that kind of race. But Life is Good, kicked on, did what he had to do, still finished in 12 and change. And also, did he really love the racetrack? That's another thing that you might have to ask yourself. But listen, he got it done. He won. It's onward and upward for him. And when I see, you know, Woodwards like this, I think back to when Angel Cordero Jr. won 5 in a row from 1981 to 86 after winning his first with Seattle Slew. Think back when Buck Passer clinched his Horse of the Year on a sloppy track at Aqueduct 56 years ago. I was not here, just so you know.
Okay, fair enough. As Life is Good, he is part of a big, strong list of classic contenders moving into that Breeders' Cup Classic, of course. Flightline waiting in the wings. You've also got Olympiad, who, yes, he beat soundly in the Whitney, but he came back to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And then the 3-year-olds that are waiting in the wings, like Epicenter and Taba. It's going to be a really good Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, everything's coming together. Listen, you know, Flightline's race in the Pacific Classic was otherworldly. Can he run that race back? Does he run that race back? If he does, I think everybody's in deep trouble. But we've got some generational talents, and this is coming up as one of the best and deepest Breeders' Cup Classics that I can remember.
Truly is. Now, as far as the 2-year-olds are concerned, yesterday in the Champagne, we did see Chad Brown win it for the 4th time with Blazing Sevens on the wet racetrack that he didn't handle in the Hopeful. Of course, no 2 wet racetracks the same, but he finished up really well going the mile of the Champagne. I don't know, Richie, if this is the deepest rendition of this race we've seen.
No, I think, you know, there were some questions about some of the horses, how far they really wanted to go. Not to take anything away from the winner, Blazing Sevens. He took a lot of kickback. He kind of had to muscle his way out at the top of the stretch. You like when a young horse has that kind of toughness, tenacity, and he finished well. And like you said, you know, Chad Brown, who a lot of people want to label, everybody loves to label jockeys, trainers, horses as a, you know, more of a turf trainer. This is his 4th Champagne since 2016. I mean, I think we can stop with the labels, people, but Blazing Sevens was very good and got it done.
Won it last year with Jack Christopher. Blazing Sevens taking the Grade 1 Champagne as he's by Good Magic. Good Magic did not win the Champagne. He was just beaten, but he did come back and win the big one in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile to break his maiden in that fashion. And Blazing Sevens getting the Champagne. We'll try to add the Champagne Breeders' Cup Juvenile double to his resume.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, horses change and improve and get better, so he could take another step forward too. Fabian Pratt has just been such a nice addition to this jockey colony. He does everything well.
And here's a look at horses that have won the Champagne and gone on to take the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Shanghai Bobby, the last one to do it back in 2012. Some great races yesterday, some excellent races today as well as far as the stakes are concerned. And we'll be back next week with a lot more live racing action.
Yeah, look forward to it. I'm northbound and be back here Thursday morning and can't wait to do it all over again.
Here's a look at the schedule for the Breeders' Cup Challenge at the Big A. Of course, we saw the Champagne, Miss Grillo, Pilgrim, Frizette. So we still have the Vosburg and Futurity to come next weekend, October 8th and 9th, as far as that Breeders' Cup Challenge Series is concerned. Chocolate Gelato, I thought, was very impressive winning the Frizette today. She's excited going on to the Breeders' Cup.
I love her versatility. The fact that she can have speed, but also can come from off the pace and will take kickback, that makes it much easier for a rider.
Some great performances this weekend. We hope that you enjoyed it all as much as we did. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back Thursday, 12:30 to 5. Be sure to check your local listings. We saw some big performances, as mentioned. Rocky Sky in the Waya, getting the right kind of trip and a terrific ride from Manny Franco. The agility, versatility of Chocolate Gelato, picking up the Grade 1 Frizette from Mike Rapoli. Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz had a stakes double as they also took the Pilgrim, with Major Dude making his first start on turf, a winning one. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer, now the leading third crop turf sire in North America, with performers like Woodbine Turf Sprint winner Niagara Skyline.
And Niagara Skyline going on a much-deserved champion of the Woodbine Turf Sprint Series.
Royal Dancer, wire to wire on the Aqueduct Turf.
And Royal Dancer gives Junior Alvarado his third win today.
And undefeated 2-year-old stakes winner War Saichi.
War Saichi asserted her authority. She has not relinquished the lead.
Now reporting 8 wins in 2022 and over $4.5 million in progeny earnings. War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.